more than $20 billion. But those numbers still don't fully capture the scale. Over 600,000 cubic meters of concrete were poured into the structure. That is so much concrete that Intel had to build its own mixing plant on site, because local suppliers simply could not keep up. And that concrete was not for walls or floors. It was for the foundation of one of the most advanced factories on Earth. And that foundation had to be extraordinarily stable. And that's because semiconductor tools operate at atomic precision. And this is insanely precise. Imagine it like an astronaut standing on the moon with a laser pointer targeting my fingertip here on Earth. So this entire building sits on an ultra-rigid base, engineered to absorb movement and isolate the machines from the outside world. And even building this foundation was a big challenge. In the Arizona heat, concrete can cure too fast and crack. So some of the most critical pours had to happen at night. Before this factory could make chips, it first had to survive the desert. Only then Intel started to turn this building in the middle of nowhere, in a desert, into a machine that transforms sand into silicon at atomic precision. At the heart of this process is the clean room, because in semiconductor manufacturing, cleanliness is everything. Here, I'm inside the factory, looking at transistors features only a few atoms wide. This particular one is just 30 atoms wide. As you can imagine, at this scale, even a tiny dust particle becomes enormous. For a modern chip, the impact of a single particle hit is comparable to a giant comet crashing into the Earth. One speck of dust, one invisible grain landing on a wafer is enough to ruin an entire chip. That is why every semiconductor factory is built around one place, the clean room. And in Fab 52, the clean room is enormous. Here it is, roughly 700,000 square feet of tightly controlled space sealed from the outside world. Keeping an area that large perfectly clean is an enormous challenge, especially in the middle of the Arizona desert. Outside, dust storms fill the air with billions of particles, but those particles must never reach the wafers. Inside the Fab 52, the number of particles allowed in the air stays close to zero. To make that possible, the cleanroom air is constantly purified. Massive fan decks push filtered air down from the ceiling. It glides slowly across the machines, then disappears through the floors below. Along the way, the air passes through ALPA filters, capturing 99.995% of microscopic particles. The entire volume of air is being replaced hundreds of times every hour. Eventually, this room is 1,000 times cleaner than a hospital operating room. But surprisingly, the biggest contamination source isn't the desert. It's humans. Here you can see me entering the clean room, and the airflow already doing its job. A single person sheds thousands of microscopic skin particles every minute, so engineers wear full protective suits. The famous bunny suits, hair and skin sealed, even breath isolated from the environment. And even then, human presence kept to a minimum. Most wafers move through Fab 52 entirely on their own. They travel inside sealed, overhead transport systems, gliding quietly from machine to machine. And all of this beautiful, brave new world exists for one reason: manufacturing the most advanced microchips on Earth. And these chips are built through thousands of steps: etching, deposition, lithography, cleaning, and then cleaning again. Which brings us to the next challenge. Water. Where do you get water in a desert? That's a very important question, because in chip manufacturing, water is as crucial as clean air. A single wafer can consume around 22,000 gallons of ultra-pure water during processing. That's roughly 18 swimming pools. At full production, Fab 52 will use about 9 million gallons every day. That's the water demand of an entire city, in the middle of a desert. So here, Intel had to build an entire water infrastructure around the fab. Right next to the factory, they've built a huge recycling and purification plant that recovers about 80% of the water used in production. Because the real challenge with water is not just the volume, it's purity as well. A microscopic chemical impurity can destroy an entire batch of wafers, which means every filter, pump, membrane, and sensor becomes a part of the manufacturing process itself. And without this massive water, factory, and recycling system, a semiconductor fab could never exist in the middle of the desert. And even with all that insane engineering, the desert keeps pushing back. Haboobs, walls of dust that swallow the horizon and threaten to breach the clean room. The desert doesn't care how much you spend. That is the hard reality of modern chip making. Only after solving all of that, the machines finally arrive. Fab 52 is filled with the most advanced machines humanity has ever built. Among them are extreme ultraviolet lithography scanners from ASML. Each one costs hundreds of millions of dollars, and these machines are used to print nanoscopic features into silicon. Across Intel's Arizona campus, there will be more than a dozen of such EUV systems. But lithography is only a part of the process. Inside this factory, there are hundreds of machines working together, like atomic layer deposition systems that build films one atomic layer at a time, and then plasma etching tools that carve those layers into transistor structures. And both are critical to modern chip making. But inside this factory, among the tools, Intel has something even more unusual. The first commercial high-NA EUV machine. Each one costs about $380 million, weighs 180 tons, and must be shipped in multiple cargo flights. This is the most advanced lithography machine that exists. Intel was the first to get this machine, and it gives Intel something extremely valuable: lithography advantage. High-NA EUV can print features 1.7 times smaller than previous EUV systems. It enables up to 3 times higher transistor density. In simple terms, they might be able to fit nearly 3 times more devices into the same silicon area. And this entire factory was built to use that capability. And all of this extreme engineering exists for one reason: to build the most radical microchip technology ever attempted. Intel calls it 18A.
The first processor built with 18A technology, the most advanced process in the world.
And this is the most exciting node ever, because here Intel goes all in. And here the question is not anymore how cool their factory is, but what it enables, and what actually changes inside the chip. Intel calls this node 18A.
This is a Mona Lisa. No, I think it's a Michelangelo, right? Sculpted in silicon.
The A stands for angstroms, a unit used to measure atomic scale distances. To understand how small that is, 1 angstrom is roughly 1 atom in diameter, and 1 nanometer equals 10 angstroms. So 18A, by its name, corresponds to about 18 angstroms, or 1.8 nanometers. At that scale, engineers are essentially engineering matter atom by atom. But here is a twist, with a tiny bit of disappointment, because actually those numbers, 18A, N2, 14A, they no longer represent the real dimensions of the transistor. They used to, in early semiconductors. Back then, the node number roughly matched the gate length of the transistor. It was something real that you could actually measure. Modern chips are far more complex. Today, the node name is mostly a label, because different companies measure and name their nodes differently. What really matters now is drive current and transistor density. In simple terms, it means how much current a transistor can push when it turns on. Think of it like water pressure in a pipe. The stronger the flow, the faster the next part of the circuit can switch. More drive current means faster transistors and better performance. This means modern process nodes are no longer defined by how small one feature is, but more how well the transistors perform and how densely engineers can pack them together. So the real question is not how small the number you see on the marketing slide, but actually what changed inside the chip. And in case of Intel 18A, wow, that's not the marketing. They actually changed two fundamental things. And this is something semiconductor industry never does. And it's insane to see how Intel goes all in here. In chip making, there is one golden rule. Change one major variable at a time. One big innovation per generation. Because if the process fails, you must be able to find out what caused the problem. With 18A, Intel broke that rule, and they introduced two major innovations at once, and that alone makes it one of the boldest process transitions in the history. And this is clearly crazy. But is it crazy enough to get Intel back to the top? The first change is the transistor itself. At its core, a transistor is just a switch, turning electrical current on and off billions of times per second. For more than a decade, the whole industry relied on one design, FinFET. It's powered everything from smartphones to supercomputers. But eventually, physics catches up. As we kept shrinking transistors, the fins had to become thinner and thinner. At some point, it became so thin that we started losing control. Electrons began to leak. Stability dropped. At some point, FinFET just stopped scaling, and they had to reinvent the transistor. And that new transistor is now being built here, inside Fab 52. Intel calls it ribbon FET. Instead of a single vertical fin, the channel becomes a stack of extremely thin horizontal sheets of silicon. Think of them like tiny ribbons stacked on top of each other. In FinFET, the gate surrounded the channel on three sides. In ribbon FET, the gate wraps around all sides, and that gives us far better control over the current. Without this architecture, transistor scaling was hitting a wall. Ribbon FET keeps Moore's law alive. But interestingly, ribbon FET alone is not the revolution Intel is betting the company on. The real deep break happens somewhere else, and we will deep dive into that in a moment. But first, if you're wondering what these little figures on my screen are, they are AI helpers by Sintra AI. Most AI tools just sit there and wait for your input. You prompt and hope for the best. Sintra is different. These AI helpers are proactive. They actually work for you. If you are not using it in your workflow yet, you are missing out. On busy days, I start with Wizzy, my personal assistant. I will say, Wizzy, help me prepare for today's meetings. It pulls from my email and calendar, gives me a clean summary, who I'm meeting, what decisions are coming. For content and social media, there is Soshi. It drafts posts, keep track of what's working, and move things forward, without me repeating context every single time. What makes all of this work is something called Brain AI. I had to set it up just once. My projects, goals, priorities, and from that point on, every helper already knows how I think. So when I ask for something, the response is spot on. And the coolest part is that Sintra integrates with all the tools you already use: Gmail, Slack, Calendar, Outlook, Notion, securely with end-to-end encryption. You get more than 12 helpers in one platform, so you can focus on decisions that actually matter. If you want to save tens of hours every week, go to the link below and use my code INTAG at checkout to get 72% off on all plans. And Sintra have a 14-day money-back guarantee, so it's risk-free. Give it a try. Let's get back to Intel Revolution. We already talked about Intel's new transistor design, but that alone is not the real revolution Intel is betting the company on. The deeper break happens somewhere else, something that had barely changed since the first integrated circuit: power delivery. And this is where Intel did something far more radical. They reinvented how power flows through the chip.
Their new technology is called phpv.
For 60 years, every microchip on Earth followed the same basic blueprint. All the wiring lived on one side of the wafer. Signal lines, power lines, everything stacked together above the transistors. That design worked for decades, but as chip became more powerful and transistors smaller, it started to break down. What's interesting, inside every processor, there are two different kinds of wiring. First, there are signal wires. These connect billions of transistors into logic circuits. They are thin, fast, and extremely sensitive. Then there are power lines. These feed energy into the chip. They are thicker, noisier, and carry enormous current. For 60 years, both systems were forced to live on the same surface. And that creates constant conflict, because this power network takes up space, injects electrical noise, and blocks the routing of tiny signal wires trying to connect the logic together. As transistors kept shrinking, this became a serious limit, and two major problems started to dominate. The first one, what we chip engineers called IR drop. As electricity travels through these tiny power lines, some of the voltage gets lost along the way. So by the time power reaches the transistor, it's weaker than it should be. The transistor still switches on, but it switches on worse, slower, and less reliable. And when that happens across billions of transistors, the whole chip suffers. The second problem is routing congestion. You can think of it like rush hour traffic on a highway. Modern processors contain hundreds of billions of transistors, and each one needs to connect to many others. That means an explosion of microscopic wires. But power lines do not shrink as gracefully as signal lines. They have to remain relatively thick to carry current. And over time, they take up more and more room, and making it harder to pack logic densely. The more advanced chip became, the worse the old architecture worked. For decades, the industry tried to manage this with more metal layers, better layout tools, and smarter routing algorithms. But the fundamental design never changed until now. Intel decided to separate these two networks completely. For the first time in semiconductor history, power no longer comes from the top of the chip. It comes from the back side of the wafer. Signal wires stay on the front. Power arrives from below. This is phpv. And from a chip design perspective, this is a huge deal, because it completely reorganizes how electricity flows through the chip. Power now arrives through tiny vertical connections from underneath, taking a more direct and efficient path. Intel claims that this innovation enables roughly 30% lower power losses and significantly reduced noise. At the same time, it frees more space for signal routing, which means more logic can be packed into the same area. So this is a real breakthrough of 18A. That's why it matters so much. But this is also why 18A is so dangerous. Because on paper, backside power delivery sounds obvious. So why did nobody do it earlier? Because building it is actually extraordinarily difficult. Because to do that, we for the first time have to process both sides of the wafer. Because Moore's law isn't just about transistors. It's also about whether the tools can keep up. Because at some point, the bottleneck shifts to equipment. So what does this new manufacturing process actually look like? First, the transistor layers and signal wiring are built on the top of the wafer, in the standard way. Then something unusual happens. The wafer gets flipped and bonded to a support wafer. After that, most of the silicon is ground away from the back until only a thin layer remains. Only then can engineers drill microscopic holes and fill them with metal to bring power from below. These become the new power connections, feeding electricity from the backside of the wafer. And that process is incredibly hard, because once the wafer is turned and thinned, it becomes incredibly fragile, more sensitive to temperature changes, harder to handle, harder to process reliably, and the machines have to be recalibrated. It means new chemicals, new steps, new metrology, and entirely new manufacturing recipes all have to work together. And this is why we started with factories. This is why factories matter so much, because this is no more about the design. It's about who can do this surgical work at scale. And that is where Intel made its biggest gamble. Before 18A, Intel had originally planned an intermediate node called 20A. The idea was sensible. Introduce one major innovation first, do the learning, then add the next breakthrough later. But Intel cancelled 20A. But when you're already behind, the pressure to accelerate becomes enormous. So Intel skipped this safe transition. They just skipped the learning and went straight to the node that would decide the company's future. And very quickly, the difficulty showed up. Lithography alignment issues, material deposition problems, multiple new failure mechanisms interacting all at the same time. This is exactly the kind of stacked complexity process engineers try to avoid at any cost. And this is what makes 18A such a fascinating story, because Intel didn't just push the new node, they reinvented four things at once. The transistor, the power delivery system, the factory, and the manufacturing flow. That's not a routine node transition. That's a semiconductor moonshot. So where does it actually place Intel with respect to the rest of the industry? The closest process node is actually TSMC's N2. But the difference between two strategies is striking. TSMC's N2 follows a cautious path, one innovation at a time, prioritizing yield and reliability. Intel did the opposite. They just introduced ribbon-fed transistors and power via backside delivery altogether. And Intel is already shipping these new chips a year ahead of TSMC. The first product and 18A Panther Lake processors are now in production. TSMC plans to introduce its version later with A16. This means that for a brief window, Intel is the only manufacturer running the most advanced architecture at scale. Meanwhile, TSMC's Arizona fab is starting with more mature nodes. First N4, then N3. Still extremely advanced, but not the newest technologies TSMC runs in Taiwan, in their mother fab. TSMC is also preparing to adopt high-NA EUV machines, but Intel was the first to install these machines for production. Which means inside Fab 52, Intel holds something rare, a real hardware advantage, and that matters. But that is not enough. Because the hardest part of semiconductor manufacturing is not the tools. It's making the entire process work. Thousands of steps clicking together in perfect sync, at scale, with high yield. That's the real test. In semiconductor manufacturing, everything comes down to just one number: yield. A percentage of chips on a wafer that actually works. At high yield, a fab prints money. At low yield, the economics collapse. When production at Fab 52 started, the early A18 yields were below 10%. The first Panther Lake processors showed defect rates far higher than expected, and the reason traces back to the same decision. But even with this yield, Intel could still ship chips. But these chips would be way too expensive. And that's where the dream collides with economics. Slowly, through months of learning, the numbers started to move. Progress was gradual, but real. Careful, meticulous engineering. Step by step, Intel began to claw its way forward, until finally the company could start shipping products. In late January 2026, the first Panther Lake processors built on Intel 18A began shipping. And that mattered, because for the first time in many years, Intel's most ambitious process crossed the line from experimental ambition into the real product. Clearwater Forest, Intel's next-generation data center processor, also starting production soon. So the story is no longer whether 18A is real. It is real. The real question now is whether that's enough, because solving yield is only the first problem. Then there is another big problem: trust. Because Intel manufactures chips, but at the same time they're competing directly with many companies they want as foundry customers. Imagine sending your most valuable chip design to a company that builds a direct rival product. Intel ships Xeon processors, AMD ships EPIC, and that makes for a difficult conversation. And TSMC never had this problem because they do not compete with customers. Intel does. That built-in tension has a name. It's called the IDM dilemma. And even leading edge tech doesn't make that tension disappear, which is why companies like AMD remain fully committed to TSMC. For Intel Foundry to gain broad adoption, Intel would effectively need to step back from competing in the very same market it dominates today. That is politically and commercially impossible. So the conflict remains. TSMC wins trust just by not competing, but Intel has to fight both physics and the human nature. Now, there is a very important exception to this: NVIDIA. NVIDIA recently committed roughly $5 billion to Intel's foundry. But this is not a full manufacturing shift. For now, they are focusing on test runs and mostly chiplet components, not complete GPUs. Why? Because NVIDIA has its own problem. TSMC is full. AI demand is pushing the company's advanced capacity to its limits. Some estimates put utilization well above 100% for the next couple of years. So NVIDIA needs a backup option, a second manufacturing pipeline. And Intel's fabs in Arizona and Ohio offer exactly that. It's less a vote of confidence and more a strategic hedge. NVIDIA gains access to additional capacity. Intel gains credibility, and the US government gains something even more important: domestic AI manufacturing capacity, which brings us to the next challenge: volume. Even if technology works, and even if yields improve, a fab this expensive only makes sense if it stays busy. These factories need real utilization, real customers, and long-term production. That is where the wider foundry landscape becomes critical. TSMC still has the strongest ecosystem, the deepest manufacturing experience, and the highest level of customer trust. Samsung stays in the race as well, fighting for selective design wins. Intel, meanwhile, has something neither competitor fully has: political momentum in the United States. Governments are increasingly worried about how much of the world's advanced computing depends on a single geography, which makes diversifying semiconductor manufacturing a national priority. And as the global AI build-out accelerates, supply becomes just as important as technology, which means Intel's challenge is no more purely technical. It's commercial. Can they fill the fab? Can they win customer trust? Can they stop companies from defaulting to TSMC? This is the real battle now, and it will ultimately decide Intel's future. This is why the entire industry is watching these stories so closely. Today, most of the world's most advanced semiconductors are manufactured by one company, mostly in one place. And that concentration creates enormous risk. For the United States, the stakes are even higher, because the semiconductor industry was born in America. From the invention of the transistor at Bell Labs to Silicon Valley, Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA. But today, the most advanced manufacturing happens somewhere else. This is why 18A matters so much. If it works, the impact goes far beyond one company. The whole supply chain becomes less fragile, and the world gains a second serious player capable of building the most advanced chips. There are already reports that NVIDIA is testing GPU designs on Intel 18A. No production commitment yet, but even testing matters, because if NVIDIA ever chose Intel as a meaningful manufacturing partner, the semiconductor landscape would change overnight. This is how big this could be, and this is why this story matters. Not because Intel used to be great, but because the modern world would genuinely benefit from another company capable of manufacturing the most advanced chips. Though I'm still really rooting for Intel. Right now, Intel may have built one of the most advanced manufacturing processes ever attempted. But in semiconductors, being first is not the same as winning. 18A is one of the boldest manufacturing bets in decades. And right now, Intel may briefly be ahead, but the rest of the industry is moving very fast. TSMC's next generation is coming. Its A16 node will combine gate-all-around transistors with backside power delivery. Samsung is also delivering a similar transistor architecture and a backside power network. And the entire industry is converging on the same blueprint for advanced chips. So the question is simple. Can Intel turn this early lead into a lasting advantage? Or the rest of the industry will be able to catch up before the window closes? That's what we are about to find out. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Now watch this deep dive on the memory war and the unexpected winners, or this episode where I go inside the microchip factory to show you the most advanced transistors under the microscope. Love you guys, and I will see you there. Ciao.
Oh, piglet.
Something like this. Say you've got a single mass, like a star.
Lagrange
imagine assigning a value to each point in space around the star. The value is determined by the star's mass and the distance from the star. You can think of each value as a height, and if we then turn this into an altitude map, you can see how the star creates this sort of well. What Lagrange had developed was the gravitational potential V, and what's important to note is that V is a scalar. It has a magnitude, but no direction. So the genius in Lagrange's idea is this. At any given point, we can draw an arrow pointing directly downhill, where the size of the arrow corresponds to the steepness of the hill at that point. We can repeat this process at every point, and if we then shift our perspective to 2 dimensions, look, what we've got is the gravitational field of the star. Mathematically, the gravitational field G is equal to the negative gradient of V.
So Lagrange had found a way to switch the problem back and forth between one of vectors and one of scalars. And while adding up vectors is hard, adding scalars is a piece of cake. To find the combined potential landscape of any number of bodies, you just add up their individual potentials, and then you can always use that to get back the forces if you want. For a simple 2-body system, like the Earth orbiting the Sun, that combined potential looks something like this. If you look closely, you see that there are 5 points where the gradient is 0. And so Lagrange realized the forces there are also 0, which means that at each of these points, you could place a tiny third body and it would maintain a perfectly stable orbit. That is, if it isn't disturbed. These points are now known as the Lagrange points. And while they didn't help solve the 3-body problem, Lagrange was developing more sophisticated tools. In fact, he developed an entirely new way of doing mechanics. But for that to work, he didn't just need the potential, he needed the potential energy. And the kinetic energy too. I think when people hear potential, they think potential energy. And while they're very similar, there is a subtle difference. If you have the potential, that's basically the field corresponding to a single body. Then it will have some potential field around it, which is described as V equals minus Gm over R, where this is the mass of the sun. But to get the potential energy, we need to add in a second body. So let's say that's the Earth. The potential energy, let's call it U, is basically just the potential times the mass of the second body. So they're very similar, but they're slightly different. And the kinetic energy of the Earth is simple. That's, of course, 1/2 mv squared. So now we have everything we need to try this new method. In fact, we made a whole video on this over a year ago, but for now, all we need to know is that we can write down the kinetic minus potential energy to find what's known as the Lagrangian. Then you sub that into the so-called Euler-Lagrange equation, and out comes your solution.
For example, predicting the motion of a double pendulum by using the standard forces approach is infamously hard.
Because as one pendulum is swinging, it provides the attachment point for the pendulum hanging below. And so that pendulum is in this moving reference frame as it's swinging.
But if you plug the kinetic and potential energy into the Euler-Lagrange equation, then you can quickly get to a solution, at least numerically. That's actually how we made this simulation.
I remember thinking, man, forces, hard to get the right answer. You can do it if you're good, and people who are good at mechanics can do it. But with the Lagrangian approach, you could just write down the energy, which is a scalar, not a vector, plug it into the Euler-Lagrange equation, and you get the right equation to motion, and you don't have to be a good physicist.
But for all its usefulness, the potential wasn't enough to help Lagrange solve the three-body problem. In 1887, mathematician Heinrich Bruns finally proved that the three-body problem is unsolvable. There are simply too many unknowns and no way to simplify the problem to reduce them. So the best we've got are computer simulations which compute the potentials from moment to moment and use that to predict how the system will evolve in time.
And so that's where we come to realize that the three-body problem is beautiful for what it's taught us, even though we now recognize that we can't actually solve for this exact problem as many folks had hoped to do. And in doing that, they merely gave us the machinery of modern mathematical physics. So I'm pretty happy.
The potential helped simplify a wide array of problems. For many physicists, it even replaced forces as their primary tool. It became so useful that people started to wonder if other forces in nature might have a corresponding potential, starting with the electric force.
If you look at the formula for the electric force, you notice that it's remarkably similar to that for gravity, just with masses and charges swapped. In the 1810s, Simeon Denis Poisson, one of Lagrange's students, also noticed the similarity. And he realized that you can define an electric potential phi in a very similar way. But there is one important difference, and that is, while two masses can only attract, two charges can attract or repel. So now, with the potential, you don't only get pits, you also get hills.
But one force was much trickier to find the potential for, and that was the magnetic force. And that's because magnetism is a fundamentally different beast from the gravitational and electric force. Take a bar magnet. We can draw the magnetic field it produces. It looks something like this. Now, at first glance, this looks very similar to the electric scenario, where we have a positive and negative charge. But this picture doesn't look at what's going on inside the magnet. So if we reveal what's inside, then you see that these lines actually continue, but now they point from south to north. So magnetic field lines are actually loops. They don't have an origin or endpoint. And that fundamentally changes things. So physicists needed a new way to describe the magnetic potential.
The breakthrough came in the 1840s from an undergraduate student named William Thomson.
His day job as an undergraduate was to learn as much fancy calculus as possible, and then when he learned all that, he invented more.
Thomson found that the mathematics of his day was unable to describe the relationship between a magnetic field and its associated potential. So he came up with an entirely new function, the curl. To see how this works, imagine the arrows of this vector field are like currents in a liquid. If we were to place a paddle wheel right here, it would start to rotate rapidly counterclockwise. As Thomson defined it, this spot has high positive curl. At this spot, it would rotate clockwise, but not as rapidly, so it has lower negative curl. And here, the current pushes on it equally in both directions, so it wouldn't rotate at all. This spot has zero curl. Thomson realized that the magnetic vector field B could be defined as the curl of some other vector field, the magnetic vector potential, A. Now, even though they're both vector fields, it turns out that A is often much easier to work with than the magnetic field itself, much like the other potentials V and phi.
Thomson was showing there was a kind of underlying mathematical structure one could use that would streamline the calculations, but even Thomson thought this was a kind of device, a helpful device, and not a substitute for like the real physics.
Decades later, Thomson was elevated to the House of Lords for his contributions to science, where he received a new title, Lord Kelvin. With Kelvin's latest edition, there were now 3 fundamental equations relating potentials to their respective fields.
Thanks to each of these, you could now solve problems much easier. And so, ever since, professional physicists often use potentials instead of forces or fields to solve the problems they're working on. Potentials even show up in some of our best physical theories of the universe. But that raises an important question. If potentials pop up everywhere, then do they actually represent anything physical? That is, can they have a direct influence on reality? Well, to most physicists, the answer was a resounding no. Take the gravitational potential of a single star, for example. Well, we could just add 10 to each value of the potential, and this would shift the overall landscape. But the change in landscape from one point to the next remains the exact same. So the field is the same as the one we had before, and the force an object would experience at any point would remain unchanged. In fact, we can add any constant, 10, 100, a million, and the field doesn't change. And so the forces an object would experience going around it also don't change. There are an infinite number of ways we could write the gravitational potential for any gravitational field and get the system to evolve in the same way. And the same is true for electricity and magnetism. The value of the field, and thus the force, is fixed. But the value of the potential is arbitrary. So from this, most physicists concluded that potentials can possibly have any physical significance. It must just be a trick that makes the math easier. But most physicists might be wrong.
In 1942, 23-year-old David Bohm was hard at work on his thesis in particle physics, when one day he received an unexpected visit.
Robert Oppenheimer, who was David Bohm's PhD advisor, wanted to bring him squarely onto the new Manhattan Project efforts.
This was a life-changing opportunity. Bohm would be working side by side with some of the top minds in physics. But there was a problem. The project's military director, General Leslie Groves, had to approve Oppenheimer's recruits, and when he ran a background check on Bohm, he didn't like what he saw.
He briefly joined the American branch of the Communist Party when he was in California. By his own recollections, he quit pretty quickly because he got bored. He said, these people just sit around talking all day and don't do anything.
Even so, Groves deemed Bohm a security risk and banned him from working on the Manhattan Project. But things got even worse.
Just as he was about to finish his dissertation in Berkeley, the topic was then classified. He did not have clearance, so he couldn't even work on or even write up his own dissertation. So Oppenheimer had to certify that Bohm had done good work, and in 1943, in wartime, that was sufficient for Bohm to actually get a PhD.
After the war, Bohm became an assistant professor at Princeton University. But fear surrounding his sympathies followed him wherever he went. In 1949, he was brought before the House Un-American Activities Committee for questioning. While Bohm was under investigation, Princeton let his professorship lapse, and even after he was acquitted, the university refused to reinstate him. It seemed that Bohm was destined for obscurity. And so, Oppenheimer gave him a firm recommendation: leave the country and start fresh somewhere else. Oppenheimer was no stranger to political persecution, and he didn't want Bohm to suffer the same fate. Bohm took the advice. His journeys brought him to Brazil and then Israel. And though he was free from the political pressures he had felt in America, he still found himself an outcast. Many of Bohm's academic peers were put off by his more unorthodox ideas, including his radical interpretation of quantum mechanics and his new theory of human consciousness. But there was one student who was enthralled by Bohm's approach. That was Yakir Aharonov.
He was, first of all, extremely bright, and also very nice personality. So it was beautiful to interact with him.
When Bohm relocated once more, this time moving to the University of Bristol in England, Aharonov chose to come with him. And it was there in Bristol in the 1950s that Aharonov and Bohm stumbled upon something huge.
For a long time, I was thinking more deeply about the interpretation of quantum mechanics. It wasn't to solve any problem, it was just curiosity.
According to quantum mechanics, at the smallest scales, particles behave like waves. And this behavior is governed by the Schrödinger equation. The solution to this equation is called the wave function psi. If you take its modulus squared, you get the probability density of finding a particle at a given point at a given time. The left side of this equation tells you how the wave function changes over time and space. And the right side tells you that this change depends on h, what is known as the Hamiltonian. It's basically just the total energy of the system.
In the case where we have both an electric and magnetic potential, the solution to the Schrödinger equation looks something like this, where this is just a constant, and this term describes the complex space. It looks complicated, but it's actually quite easy to get a feel for it. So let's plot it in 2 dimensions for an electron moving to the right.
The different colors here represent the different phases, and you can see how the phase evolves over time and space. Thank you to Richard Behiel for inspiring this approach. Now, if you look closely at the original phase term, you see A and phi, the magnetic and electric potentials. So watch what happens with the magnetic vector potential that points in the same direction as the electron is traveling. You can see that the wave stretches out. So now the phase changes more slowly over space than it did before. And if the potential points the other way, then now the wave gets more compressed, and its phase changes faster over space. And a similar thing would happen if you change the electric potential phi.
Now, this by itself, I think, wasn't shocking to most physicists. Just as you would always use the potentials to make the math easier, that's also why you use it in the Schrödinger equation. But really, what's responsible for these, even phase changes were still the fields. But you spoke to Aharonov, and that wasn't his take.
No. If you look at the Schrödinger equation, you can't just replace the potential phi with the electric field E.
Why not?
Because you're losing information.
Okay.
Because remember, you can define any number of potentials for a specific electric field because you can pick an arbitrary height. But that information is lost when you go and swap it out for the electric field. There's another way to think about it.
Okay, it's getting real.
So if you have an expression like 5x squared plus 5, you'd think you could just write this as the integral of 10x. Right? Because the integral is 5x squared plus
C. Right.
C is a constant, so it includes 5, but it also includes any other number. But, importantly, C is not 5, or at least not in every case. So you lose this specificity when you go from a potential to an electric field, and Aharonov wasn't comfortable with that. So he thought, what if every quantum system was actually influenced by the potential and not by the field?
Right.
So it's the potential that shows up in the Schrödinger equation, so it is what influences wave functions. He had to find a way to prove that what we're observing is always because of the potential and not because of the field.
How do you do that?
Complicated.
See, Aharonov had to design an experiment that would send a particle through a region where there's no electric or magnetic field, but there is a potential. In such a setup, if the phase of the particle's wave function started changing slower or faster, that had to be the direct result of the potential itself, because there are no fields.
But that's where you run into a problem, because there's no way to directly measure the phase of a particle's wave function. So how do you devise an experiment that can yield a measurable result? Well, Aharonov enlisted the help of his mentor Bohm, and together they came up with the following theoretical experiment. It starts with a beam of electrons, which is split into 2. In the middle of these 2 beams is a tightly coiled wire known as a solenoid. Now, solenoids have an interesting property. When you run a current through one, it produces a strong magnetic field inside the coil and a very weak field outside the coil. The longer the solenoid, the weaker the field in the surrounding space. For simplicity, Aharonov and Bohm imagined a setup with an ideal, infinitely long solenoid, one where the magnetic field outside the coil is exactly 0. After traveling on opposite sides of the solenoid, the electron beams are redirected back towards each other by the researchers. And here, at this point, they intersect. Now, since electrons behave as waves, the waves from the intersecting beams overlap and produce an interference pattern, bright fringes with gaps in between. The exact pattern depends on the phase of each of these waves. When the solenoid is off, there is no magnetic field in the region the electrons are traveling through, and there is no magnetic potential. The phase of the electrons changes in the same way across both beams, regardless of whether they pass above or below the solenoid. and so you get an interference pattern that looks like this. But when the solenoid is turned on, well, there is still no magnetic field because it's confined entirely within the coil, but there is a magnetic potential. That may sound strange, but remember, the magnetic field is the curl of the magnetic potential. The curl of the potential can be 0 in some region, even when the potential itself is not. And that's exactly what's happening here. Now, take a closer look at the vector potential. In the space the upper beam passes through, the potential points in the opposite direction as the beam. So here, the phase changes faster. But below the solenoid, it points in the same direction as the beam. So the phase changes slower. If the phase truly depends on the potential alone and not the field, then the phases of the two beams should evolve differently. So as a result, the interference pattern should shift when the solenoid is on versus when it's off.
The magnetic field could be just 0, and yet the presence of some vector potential could actually lead to observable effects. That wasn't supposed to happen, right?
What I love about this story is that it reminds me that individual people can challenge entire paradigms. For nearly 200 years, many of the smartest minds in history all believed that potentials were nothing more than mathematical tools. But then, 2 outsider physicists came along and defied that interpretation. Confident in their approach, they took on the entire scientific establishment. That same belief in the power of the individual is what motivated me to partner with Planet Wild. Many of us can feel helpless when we look at the huge problems facing the Earth today. Deforestation, plastic pollution, and the extinction of entire species. The easy solution is just to wait around and hope someone else will do something about it. Planet Wild gets boots on the ground to actually protect our planet, and they make it easy for anyone to join the cause, which is one of the reasons I became a member. Another reason is that every month, we as a community fund new projects to clean up oceans, rewild forests, protect endangered species, and raise awareness. You can think of Planet Wild as crowdfunding for nature. My favorite part, I get to see the impact of my contributions through outstanding monthly videos, which are published right here on YouTube. Take this, for instance. This is a Planet Wild mission in Mumbai. It's a scalable technology that stops plastic at the source, preventing 10 tons from reaching the ocean every month. Planet Wild invested over $100,000 in this, and that money didn't come from governments or corporations, it came from ordinary people like you and me. You can sign up for whatever amount feels right for you and cancel any time. The first 150 people to sign up using my code, Veritasium1, will get their first month paid for by me. Just scan this QR code or click the link in the description. If you're interested in the science behind their projects, then go check out their YouTube channel. I'm leaving the link to the plastic cleanup mission in the description. And now, back to the mystery of the potential. Aharonov and Bohm published their findings in 1959, and the reception was mixed.
Certainly, in the beginning, many people thought that it can't be true. So there were many people that tried to write articles against this.
Even Niels Bohr, one of the founding fathers of quantum mechanics, found it impossible to accept that a particle could be influenced by a potential in the absence of any force. But some physicists supported Aharonov and Bohm. Richard Feynman wrote, "The fact that the vector potential appears in the wave equation of quantum mechanics was obvious from the day it was written. It seems strange in retrospect that no one thought of discussing this experiment until 1959, when Bohm and Aharonov first suggested it and made the whole question crystal clear." Feynman included himself in that statement. He later wondered why he had never noticed the effect. Physicist Victor Weisskopf had a similar response. The first reaction to this work is that it's wrong. The second is that it's obvious. Ultimately, there was only one way to settle the debate. Someone had to actually do the experiment. The first to try was a colleague of Aharonov and Bohm's at the University of Bristol, Robert Chambers. Chambers' experiment largely followed the setup Aharonov and Bohm proposed, with one notable exception. An ideal solenoid would have to be infinitely long, which is physically impossible. So instead, Chambers used a tiny needle-like piece of iron, about a millionth of a meter thick, and 500 times as long. When this iron whisker was magnetized, it produced a magnetic field that was strong within the metal itself, but negligible outside of it, as well as a magnetic potential in the surrounding region of space. To get a baseline interference pattern, Chambers fired 2 beams of electrons around an empty region of space. Then he added the magnetic whisker. When he fired the beams again, the interference pattern shifted. It seemed that Aharonov and Bohm were right. But critics were unconvinced.
People objected to it because since the whisker is finite, there is always some magnetic field that will go out.
Maybe a stray field was responsible for the effect, not the potential.
And that's showing, throwing no shade on their colleague who did these cool experiments. It's like, it's hard, right? It's really hard.
And so it went for several decades. Experimentalists repeatedly tested the Aharonov-Bohm effect, but each trial had flaws that left the result open to debate.
Until in 1986, a team of Japanese researchers led by Akira Tonomura came up with a new way to do the experiment. See, they used a tiny donut-shaped magnet to make their magnetic field. With a perfect torus, all the magnetic field is contained within the loop. Outside it, it's absolutely zero. And as an added layer of protection, the team also coated the entire magnet in a layer of superconducting niobium, which would block out any leaking fields. Now, previous experiments relied on turning a magnetic field on or off, but Tonomura's team took on a different approach. In their case, the magnet is always on, but because of its unique shape, the potential outside the torus is different from the one in the center. It points towards us on the outside and away from us on the inside. And the team realized they could take advantage of this. They started by firing off an electron beam, which was actually wide enough to be treated as two separate beams. Part of it traveled along through empty space and functioned as the control, whereas the other part washed over the entire torus. And what's important here is that the beam is wide enough so that part of it passes around the torus and part of it passes through. Then, at the end, a biprism deflects the electron beams toward each other. They intersect, and this is where they create an interference pattern. Now, think about what this interference pattern should look like. Well, for starters, there should be a shadow of the torus, so we can fill that in. But the rest? Well, it depends on whether the Aharonov-Bohm effect is real or not. If it's not real, we'd expect to see an interference pattern that looks something like this, where the pattern outside the torus and in the center match up. But if it is real, then the electrons that traveled through the center would have experienced a different potential, which would have shifted their pattern by half a phase. So that should look something like this. Now, here are the results from Tonomura's experiment.
You see, these are the interference fringes inside and outside the magnet, and then as you follow what is a peak outside the torus, lines up with a trough inside the middle, and then it's a peak outside again.
And that's exactly what they predicted.
This is exactly what they predicted.
So it's real?
It's real.
Only with the more experiment was really the final proof, experimentally.
And yet, soon a new debate emerged. The effect is real, sure, but how should we interpret it? What is it really telling us about the nature of the universe? Today, physicists largely fall into one of two camps. The first camp claims that potentials aren't just mathematical conveniences, they can influence physical reality. This is the perspective initially favored by Aharonov and Bohm. As they wrote in the abstract of their paper, contrary to the conclusions of classical mechanics, there exist effects of potentials on charged particles, even in the region where all fields vanish. Some take this position a step further. Since the potentials show up in the Schrödinger equation and the fields do not, they argue that the potentials are more fundamental to physics than fields are. Richard Feynman supported this idea. He wrote, A is as real as B, realer, whatever that means.
I mean, I kind of like that interpretation, but something about the potential bothers me, and that's the fact that you can set the potential at any arbitrary height. It can be plus infinity, it can be minus infinity, anything in between. So wouldn't that change, how the potential actually influences the wave function?
This bothered me too, so much so that I actually ended up asking a professor about this. But it turns out it can't.
It's not just the potential that's entering the observable, it's the line integral. So it's only A that enters, it's not the magnetic field. B vanishes, it's only A, but it's not A alone.
It gets a little technical here, but if I pull up,
as one does,
as one does, a flip chart, then we can actually run this. So if you look at how the potential shows up, then what's measurable is not the phase directly, but it's the phase shift. Call it delta theta. Then the phase shift is the line integral of A over the path, or dotted with the path. So you get this.
Now you can imagine, okay, let's add a constant to this. And if our setup is roughly, we start here, one electron beam goes like this, and the other one goes like this, and these are symmetric, then the potential here will point, let's say, in this direction, but here it will point in that direction. Let's say instead of A, we do A plus C, some constant. Then when we're taking the path this way, we'll be adding that C, and we'll be dotting it with dx. But because that path is the exact same, when we go this way, we just subtract it, so it cancels out. So the potential, yeah, it does show up, but in such a way that all the arbitrariness of the potential, it cancels out perfectly.
It's a geometrical quantity involving A that has taken care of, for which all that residual ambiguity has literally canceled out.
The potentials being physical might sound strange, but the second interpretation is even stranger. Physicists in Camp 2 maintain that potentials really are just mathematical objects, and the fields are responsible for the effect. But in Tonomura's experiment, the magnetic field was completely confined within the solenoid. For this interpretation to be true, its supporters are forced to assert that fields can act non-locally. That is, a field can influence things outside the region of space where the field itself exists. Many physicists find this idea difficult to swallow.
I think the idea of saying that these fields act non-locally undoes the reason why we have field theory. Right? The great triumph of field theory, which has served us so well for more than 100 years, is this notion, stubborn notion, that local causes yield only local effects.
And yet, Aharonov's own perspective has shifted from Camp 1 to Camp 2.
When we published the article, we followed the effects of potential. When you use the potential and use the Schrödinger representation, it looks as if everything is local, but it's misleading because that local potential are really not physical. Later, I decided that it should be called a non-local effect of the electric and magnetic field, the electron will kill the effect of a field that is not where it is.
While non-locality remains a controversial idea, a sizable portion of physicists do side with Aharonov, and the debate continues to this day.
I maybe have a third interpretation.
Good.
And I would love to get your thoughts. And if it's bad, please tell me honestly.
Okay.
So we did this other video about particles essentially exploring all possible paths all at once. And so right now we're saying either the potentials are real or fields are acting non-locally. But what if there's a third option where the fields are still local and it is the fields that are affecting the change, but rather it's the particles that are exploring all possible paths all at once? You could potentially even have some quantum tunneling effects going inside an area where there are fields, as the electron or the wave function at least explores all possible paths, gets influenced by those slight bits where the wave function is inside the field.
I actually don't think that's ridiculous, Casper. That's how the astronomy endorsement. I think there's a lot to that.
Okay.
If we can think about these things as it is indeed the quantum phase that's being affected.
Yeah.
We can describe that phase in terms of quantum mechanical path intervals. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to frame it. So, yeah, I'd buy that.
That's awesome. I'm pretty sure this isn't the complete answer, but one thing which would be cool is if someone else takes this idea, or maybe gets inspired by it, and they're like, actually, that doesn't work, but here's how it does work, and now we're closer.
That's right. That would be the best possible outcome. Well, the best possible outcome is you're just right. But the second best possible outcome is that not just the community more broad to ask new questions of familiar material. That's right.
One new question the community asked was, is there also a gravitational version? In 2022, researchers at Stanford tested this. A simplified version of their experiment works something like this. They shot up ultra-cold rubidium atoms into a tube-shaped vacuum chamber, at the top of which was a tungsten mass. Now, atoms, like electrons, are also governed by a wave function. So they split each rubidium atom's wave function into two distinct packets, and they launched them to different heights. One was sent really high and got close to the mass, whereas the other didn't. And then, when the two collided at the bottom, this created an interference pattern. And when they let this interfere and accounted for all other effects, they could clearly see the phase shift as predicted by Aharonov and Bohm. So it seems like the gravitational Aharonov and Bohm effect is real.
if the results hold up to scrutiny, this is a huge finding, because it suggests that the electromagnetic and gravitational potentials can influence reality at the most fundamental scale, even when all the fields are exactly zero. So does that mean that most physics textbooks are wrong or need updated?
Don't throw out all the textbooks. They're beautiful. We learn a lot, but that doesn't mean we're done. And we should be open to surprise. And just because things haven't changed in, let's say, 200 years, roughly between things like Lagrange and Aharonov-Bohm, they still could change, right? And they can sometimes change in beautiful and surprising and very powerful ways.
I read somewhere that the reason you decided to do the AB effect was that you didn't really think potentials were something that was just a mathematical tool like most scientists believe.
That is correct. I was very ignorant. Luckily, sometimes it's good not to know too much.
And the affluence of a 10-to-5 city was a dedicated student with everything to look forward to.
Defendants were from wealthy Cheshire families.
This case stood out well. It was an extreme scenario. It was something that nobody would ever guess could happen on the streets where we live. It created shockwaves across the community, and naturally, people wanted to know what was going on, and they still do.
I'm a security guard in the area. Been doing geography for 4 years. Hail and hail bands, quite wealthy areas. People pay for extra protection on homes, protect their families, protect their assets. What I saw that night was out of the ordinary. Having a break, something to eat. Just heard faint shouting. Turned to me right, in the middle of the road. And there was 3 young lads, some sort of altercation. I went down the window and I could tell that something wasn't right with the situation. That's where I decided to drive up and intervene. One of the lads, Josh, he said, "I need your help, my friend's been stabbed." Blood was coming down his chest. He was starting to lose consciousness. His breathing became very quick. I could tell he was sort of going into some sort of shock. Josh really did seem like he was fearing for his friend's life. He removed his shirt instantly and applied it to use his chest. There was a third lad stood against Bosch with his phone in his hand.
He's coming up with the ball. Is he awake? No, he's on the side. Where is he stabbed? In the chest, just on the top left. Just on the wrist. Is it a security guard? My friend here holding him up.
I just sort of looked up and suddenly there was 3, 4, 5 maybe people around.
That night, me and my wife left my sister's house. As we turned left, we saw people on the side of the road. One of them lying down, looked distressed. As I got close, it was apparent that one of the boys had his top off. I didn't understand why. And then I realised that that top had been used to mop up blood that was freely flowing. And at that point I realised that it was extremely serious, and I couldn't wait for the police to say, to be quite honest with you, I was out of my depth. He realised that I was sticking around, and at that point he thrust his phone in my hand.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
My name is Ben.
Are you passerby?
The emergency services said they didn't know any more than I did, and I didn't know anything. I was asking what had happened, and the little information that I got made no sense at all. I was asking some very basic questions as to how it came about, and I wasn't getting any straight answers.
I don't know.
And I remember the lights approaching from all sides. I ran to the nearest person I could tell whether I knew.
What's happening?
I was the first responding paramedic on scene, and the first thing I did see was Yusuf lying on the floor against the curb on the main road. He was breathing very, very shallow, eyes fixed and staring up, absolutely drenched in blood. Yusuf has been stabbed left side of his chest, straight into his heart, but with a very, very small entry wound. We were told by the police the scene was safe because the perpetrators had gone.
I knew that I wasn't getting the full story, And then I said, well, who was it? And they said they'd gone off in a car.
Where's the box? It is the guy that stopped your friend. Where did he go? I don't know, it's off. Just wait, it was direct. I don't know anything about it. It's not it. I don't know, she does not remember anything, not it. I saw a whip, that's it, I saw a whip. White car.
I'd asked Adam where, and Adam points round the corner. He says, round the corner. I looked at the corner, and that's where we'd driven out of. And there was a cul-de-sac.
I don't believe it was minus 10 out there, yo. Minus 10's fucking cold, yo.
House. He said he'd only go to sleep over like he normally did. So I phoned Chandler's mum, and she said it was fine. That's the sort of relationship I have with his family, you know, especially his mum. She would say, is Adam safe at pools, and Yusuf will be safe here. I remember that journey to the hospital. Yusuf's heart stopped. The doctor opened his chest in the back of the ambulance to get to his heart. It was beyond serious. Amongst all the chaos, a text message came up and it lit up on his phone from his mum. And that's what really hit home for me, knowing that his mum's at home, totally unaware of the powers that we're facing. And within minutes, she heard a knock on the door from the police officers.
The policeman just stood there and said, you have to come with me. Your heart just shows there's something wrong, because that just doesn't happen. We never had to knock on the door for the police ever.
The consultant had come out to tell us that they had stopped all treatment and declared Yusuf dead. Minutes later, I heard Yusuf's mum screaming. It was a horrific scream. And that I'll never ever forget.
Yusuf Maki is taken to hospital but died there of his wounds.
After the surgeon had told me that Yusuf had passed away.
Me either.
Imagine you're in empty space and you fire up
Live service is failing. Fortnite is dying. Everything is over. That's bad.
Why is they even saying that shit about that game?
It's done.
About 2 weeks ago,
It's not even a good game though.
told players about a price hike for the premium currency, the humble V-Buck. But it turns out they had far more good plans for their staff and partners. And now, 1,000 staff have just been laid off.
That's right.
That's about 20% of the company. There's $120 million in operating costs last year. On top of that, and since the story broke, we've been speaking to insiders, and we can see the impact of this decision is going to hit far more than just Fortnite.
Well, yeah,
the players and staff are gone from Epic. What about the ripple effects everywhere else and the other cuts? Turns out...
Oh, multiverses. Remember that game died?
Epic Games just showed the world that one of the few pillars holding up the games industry, Fortnite, is in fact shape.
Who's that?
Right now we're approaching the end of the financial year for most companies, and that means it's usually when the big publicly listed giants start cutting staff to make their end of year reports look good.
That's right.
Of course, Epic Games are a private company, and in theory, they are one of the most successful companies on the planet. I mean, Fortnite prints money, right? So for this announcement, for once, this is actually not about AI-driven efficiency. Instead, Epic freely admits they are, quote, spending significantly more than they're making, and they say that the 1,000 layoffs and 500 million in cuts to contracting, marketing, and hiring will balance out their books.
Yeah.
They give many reasons. Sure. There's the same general economic situation that we've seen everyone.
Honestly, you gotta respect him for just laying it out. He just said, yeah, we don't have so many people playing right now, and we gotta save money. Like, I really do respect that. Somebody that just tells it to me straight.
Specifically for them, it means that growth and spending are both down because players have got less money, costs have went up, and total industry player growth just has not increased as people expected. Turns out that as engaging as video games are, well, a vertical feed of videos may in fact be more engaging for many people. Now, there are other reasons as well, Epic-specific reasons, and here's what they've said about that. In being the industry's vanguard, we have taken a loss of bullets in a battle which is only in the early days of paying off for ourselves and all developers. Now, what they're referring to there is all developers. And as an example, Fortnite only just came back to Android last week, and it hit iOS again last year. And at least one of those returns is reportedly tied to a $100 million deal with Epic over 6 years. That's a lot. That came after 5 years of course, legal crusading from Epic to crowbar open the phone ecosystem. They basically wanted liberalization of storefronts and payment providers, of course.
Well, the storefronts and Epic is totally right, by the way. They're completely justified and totally in the right with this. The amount of basically there's a duopoly that exists between the Google Play Store and the Apple Play Store. And
Duopoly.
It's completely unfair to everybody because they've effectively monopolized the entire market between the two of them, and I think it needs to be regulated. That's what I think.
They can launch their own store and do the payment providing themselves. That, of course, means a better revenue share. They absolutely succeeded on that. And as much as they stand to benefit from that, many of the rest of us do as well.
Yeah.
Some of that legal crowbarring is probably good, but for them, it's been absolutely
it's expensive.
Because all that money they weren't collecting during all that time, you know, could have paid for developers.
Yes,
Back
exactly.
in January of 2025, Tim Sweeney told IGN that they could afford to fight Apple and Google.
And that was this is from 2025 in January. So it was like literally over a year ago they said this.
Decades.
Yeah.
So obviously something changed. He was not anticipating these layoffs. The company clearly projected that they would be making more money by this point, but they're obviously not. The money's not coming in, meaning that Epic are cutting their spending, so let's talk about those cuts. First, you need to know that all this follows the 2023 layoffs, which were 830 employees, about 16% of the company.
Damn. So like they dropped up 2,000 people then. Holy shit.
The divestment of Bandcamp. I don't think
Bandcamp was ever going to save their finances. Now, back then, the reasons given were that creator content profit margins weren't high enough, and the company was spending too much, and that 2/3 of costs sat outside of their core development teams. And now,
yeah, there's probably HR and other types of management roles that don't add any value to a company. I really do think, and this is in 2023, I do really think that Elon buying Twitter, firing 80% of people, and then the product not changing was like a light bulb moment for the entire tech industry. And after he did that, he broke the ice, and then everybody started doing it afterwards.
Well, cuts are happening again. So
that's what I think happened.
The peripheral game modes like Rocket Racing, Ballistic, and Festival Battle Stage are all being sunset.
Nobody gives a shit about
those systems will be released into the UEFN for player creation, which honestly is a very good thing. Normally in video games, that will just all go into the bin. That would be that. Going to the community is actually a little bit of a silver lining. And as much as it's not going to be great for those staff, maybe it is some of their work does get to live on and get enhanced players. Outside of Fortnite, games like Horizon Chase and its enhanced version, Horizon Chase Turbo, have certainly been announced for delisting. Basically, all developer is owned by Epic. So what we see is that experimentation and some degrees of ongoing support are basically over, and even the incoming free-to-play version of Save the World, originally pay mode, is an attempt to get more money from a game that frequently rivals the top 100 of Steam. So you can basically see that Epic is looking at their worst performing official modes, they're cutting them loose.
Oh yeah, they're getting rid of the stuff that loses money. I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly. Like, why wouldn't the company make this decision? It's a good call. We're good. Excuse me. We good.
Community, and they are laying off the devs who worked on them. Oh, but they're not stopping there. Experienced staff are being cut, like, say, principal engineers who have been here since 2017.
Yeah.
Even a director of character art who created Fortnite's most famous characters. And you know, for a game monetized like Fortnite, I mean, character art really does seem like it's something that helps the bottom line. When you think about that, and then see Tim Sweeney posting about how the fired staff are in the, quote, top few % of the discipline, you really see how bad this would appear to be. I mean, Sweeney is absolutely rejecting. These are brilliant people, you should absolutely hire them. This is an unprecedented wave of talent that is graciously injected into the labour market. But obviously implicit in that is that if these are the top %, then they're really not the sort of people who want to lose in your company. So that does suggest that
it could also mean that it just changed the way that they develop games and like what their process is. I think that's another big component, and I think that's what probably happened. Is that they changed the way they have a process because it wastes money the way they're doing it now. I think that makes sense, and I think it's going to continue, especially as you have like technology, not just AI, but like everything that's able to effectively do these people's jobs for them. I think that's what's going to happen. And also, like, a lot of people have a very weird relationship that they think companies should have as employers, where they think that this company should employ you even when the company doesn't get value out of it. So they think that the company has like a moral responsibility to fund you indefinitely, even though they don't need you or need to make money off of you anymore, right? I think this is a very, very toxic mindset, and nobody would actually, and the issue why I don't like this is because people don't have this standard for themselves. If you moved into an apartment, you wouldn't continue paying the guy that mows your lawn. Nobody would do this. Nobody would make this decision. So in people's personal lives, they would never make this decision, but they expect every company to make this decision. Why is that? Because they want the company's money. It's that simple. So again, it's not a principle, it's just greed.
Basic economics are defunct. What we've talked about so far, the cuts to modes and staff, only tell you part of the story. Because underneath all of this, there is a question about Fortnite itself.
Ooh, is Fortnite dead?
And how Epic just did not plan for the money printer to finally slow down. If Fortnite is succeeding, then Epic can afford huge legal crusades, they can afford to expand, afford to experiment. But in 2025, Fortnite was not succeeding. Player numbers were wildly variable all of that year. The 0-hour crossover event in November pulled in more than 10 million people, but that's a lot of exception. People kind of swung between being thrilled at new modes like Blitz Royale and the Simpsons crossover, which was by all accounts loved, but then bored to tears by the drawn-out Star Wars season, fronted by, of course, Gen AI Vader.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Gen AI Vader was probably one of the best things they did. It had more like viral marketing and viral advertising for Fortnite than almost anything else. I think that it was a great idea. It's hilarious.
Activity collapsing. Circadian analyst Matt Piscatella points out that in the US last year, 45% of players in PlayStation played Fortnite for 16 hours on average, while 31% of Xbox players played it for 15 hours. That's a lot of people Fortniting. I mean, a third of the install base is playing this game.
That's a lot.
Really is a worrying thing. I mean, if success this hard is not really financially sustainable, oh dear, is this entire thing built on sand? In a way,
I think that what it's built on is it's built on the projection of growth. And so once a company, because company what they do is they overhire because they plan for 20% growth years. But whenever they don't have a 20% growth year, it doesn't mean that the company is failing. It doesn't mean the product is failing. It just means that it's no longer growing and it's reached market maturity. Every product reaches market maturity, whether it's Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, World of Warcraft, or anything else. There is a point in time where the number stops going up. And when it hits that point, it doesn't mean that the product has failed. It means that it's just simply stopped growing its user base because it's hit market saturation. This is the most normal, reasonable, common sense thing to happen. So whenever you have companies that are building for being 20% larger year after year, and that stops happening, then you have to recalibrate the size of your company. Because you're not building your company, it's like basically people that buy houses that have like 8 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms, and it's just a man and a woman. Well, they're not buying that house for themselves. They're buying that house because they're going to have kids, and the kids are going to move into those apartments, right? Or not apartments, into those rooms. And usually, after their kids move out, many parents decide to move into a smaller house after that. So, but it's about planning for the future. You see what my point is?
Maybe. You see, the problem is that last February those averages were 21 and 19 hours. So the trend is actually going down. And when your entire business model runs on engagement drive expanding, losing 4 to 5 hours per player per month is a serious hit to your revenue. And in Epic's year in
Wow.
they said the total gameplay declined to only 6.65 billion hours. That's a lot of hours. That's the wrong direction. And leadership's response was
You guys, the fire, that house that we walked past the other day,
Stop, like for example, like whenever you're turning a big ship, you can't turn the ship immediately. Whenever you see something on the horizon,
the young man named Jason Phillips, aka JP, that was murdered in that house, and then they burnt it down. That's how Red Alert does their shit, actually.
It does.
Like, you'll kill people in abandoned homes and then burn the houses down.
In November 2025, Fortnite started to something a bit more like Roblox. That's because on top of existing engagement payouts, individual items
I've seen him around though, he looks like a rapist.
paid for in premium currency. Now, there was a 100% revenue split for the first months, and then 50% to Epic after February. Sounds like a good way to make money, but it just didn't move the needle. So a month later, the price of V-Bucks went up, with all bonus currency from the battle passes being eliminated. That's quite brutal. Now, players understandably didn't see how that was their problem, and responded with outrage, especially given the perceived drop in core seasonal content quality. Now, obviously, this isn't the case of people saying, we hiked the prices, you guys should have really paid attention to that and actually jumped and humbled it and just bought loads of shit so that you can protect our staff. Obviously, no one really thinks that. I don't think Tim Sweeney thinks that. These layoffs are not the fault of players. But I think they're also not
Another big problem that I think Fortnite has is that the game has a massive skill gap. And the big difference between Fortnite and Roblox is that Fortnite is defined by as a competitive game that is challenging, that people can be good at. Roblox, you can't really be good at Roblox. And because of that, there are a lot more people that it is accessible to. Like if you're a brain-dead 5-year-old, it's going to be hard for you to do anything in Fortnite because you're just going to get killed instantly every single time. So you might play the game because it's really popular, but are you really getting a fulfilling experience whenever you're just getting farmed constantly? Not really, because the game is complex, there's so many mechanics that are complex, whereas when in Roblox, you just join a server, and the server is, throwing snowballs at each other. And I think that the simplicity of Roblox is what's allowed it to kind of eat into Fortnite's younger generation of players, right? Whenever you're thinking about, especially the 10s and unders, like Fortnite is a complex game, there's a lot to it, and for an 8-year-old, a lot of 8-year-olds, it's going to be easier for them to understand the simplicity and the just brain-dead nature of Roblox versus Fortnite. I think that's a big reason.
The fault of developers either. You see, Fortnite was always going to stop making as much money as it has been. Well, eventually, it's a decade old. It's an old game. Soon, they will be calling Fortnite a boomer game. Yeah, old. No,
that's
crazy.
That's
what people running Fortnite did to prepare for this eventuality, and the answer starts with what was happening behind the scenes months before this announcement. So, we spoke to a source who worked as an external QA contractor on Fortnite in North America, and we've learned that Epic has actually been cutting for months. We just haven't been able to see it. Stretching as far back as October, contract staff levels have been cut at very short notice, or Epic has tried to negotiate for the same level of support, but, of course, at a much cheaper deal to themselves. And from our source's perspective, the workload has not dropped, even as staff numbers have absolutely dropped. Well, surprise! External teams like these are the sorts of ones that you never really hear about, but they are vital to shipping live service games. Now, Fortnite's most recent major update shipped buggy and late, and that was before the $500 million cuts to contracting and support that they just announced. And this is perhaps the most dangerous part of these lives. Okay, systemic impacts. So 1,000 more developers across the globe will join the thousands already laid off this year, and the tens of thousands laid off over the last 5 years. Each of those former employees will have a wealth of experience, but obviously finding new roles in 2026 is incredibly difficult, especially because they're now all competing with each other. And those
it's also that, like, I think that a lot of the people that are hired to make these games are just garbage at making games. That's a big fucking problem. Like, I think there's a huge component for that too, where a lot of these people are not very talented, they don't really know what they're doing, and they make bad games. Like, and I think that companies have, like, have you guys ever watched one of those, like, videos where it's like somebody that goes through their day at working at some tech company, and all they do is sit in meetings all day, and then, drink coffee, and then go to the place and have lunch, and then they go to coffee again, and then they have lunch again, and they have one meeting, then they go home. I mean, it's basically like adult daycare. It is. It's adult daycare. It's a woman thing. Well, yeah, but like here's the thing: is that whenever you create a bunch of incentives to, proactively hire a bunch of women, and then you have them in all these jobs that are effectively fake jobs, then. Well, yeah, I mean, you're losing money at a certain point. And, like, this obviously isn't sustainable. It never was sustainable. But I think that because they thought they had to, or because the company was continuing to grow, they thought that these people would eventually be utilized, and so they're kind of used as a buffer to where, like, well, if the company does grow, then we can utilize this person more. But I think that now, as these companies have reached maturity, they're realizing that not only do we not need these people, but they're actually a waste of money. And so now they're costing us money, and now they're being fined. I think that's what's happening.
Just the staff directly impacted.
Yeah,
external developers, support teams, or QA impacted by the $500 million cuts. Money, of course, there are cuts leading up to that. Well, those can also lead to layoffs at those companies, ones that you probably won't hear about, as all of these companies scramble to find replacement revenue for what previously would have been seen as a fairly safe deal on a big industry titan of a game.
Yeah.
And beyond that, This is Epic Games, one of the biggest game companies on the planet, is making layoffs like this, and they're openly admitting that they're not making enough money. Here, it doesn't matter that Epic themselves are a private company. The point is that if Epic, sitting in Fortnite, sitting in Unreal Engine, can't make their numbers work, well, what does that tell every investor evaluating new deals in the gaming industry right now?
I personally don't agree with this analysis. I think that Epic, just like every other video game company, will reach its maturity level eventually, and that growth will eventually stop. Now, just because their growth has a number of zeros behind it that other companies don't have, doesn't mean that it's not still subservient to the same baseline market forces that every other company is accountable to. So whenever Epic experiences this, I don't think this is really an indicator that like video games are failing or like live service is dying. I think it's just a reality that eventually all good things maybe don't come to an end, but they stop continuing to make more and more and more money. That's what I think.
Lower than anyone thought. Maybe the sorts of projects many of those groups were into funding, the big, exciting live services that were just promised continual, stable revenue month after month after month, year after year, not the traditional game revenue of, in 3 years we'll have a game done, and maybe it'll make a lot of money, maybe it won't. Who knows? It's hard. No, there's a reason why they wanted to fund live services. When they work, live services generate revenue in a way that is absolutely fantastic for a corporation. If a story like this one happened, there is a real risk of making a difficult funding situation far worse, and at the exact moment.
Well, maybe it should be worse. Maybe if your job, if your focus is creating forever game that just endlessly pushes out slop content to get people to play it regularly because of FOMO, maybe that's not a good business model. Maybe that business model is bad, and maybe the market is saying that we don't want that as much as you think you do.
I think that's a good thing. Do need investment most. The thing is, it almost certainly didn't have to be this way. But so far, while the directors in Fortnite are getting yoked out the door, we haven't seen anyone from the executive team take a hit. Of course, those people are the key decision makers here. And here, what we see is that the people making Fortnite have been making Fortnite, but the people leading Epic, well, they've been using Fortnite to fund endless dream projects, making the game a platform for creators, deals with Unity to make all games run in Fortnite, deals with Disney to make it the future of marketing. 3 years ago, they overextended and they had to cut back. And now, almost 1,000 people are losing their jobs because the same leadership basically made the same bet again and lost again.
That's what happens.
It doesn't seem like they've learned much, and there don't seem to be any consequences for them. And look, this isn't just an Epic Games problem. This is absolutely everywhere. We've seen it across just about all of the big top companies with huge teams placing these huge bets, and then really finding an awful win for those bets. So I think this might mean it's time for us to reevaluate where this industry is going, what sort of games it's actually focusing on, because it does not seem to be sustainable.
Hey, Volvoots.
I think that definitely.
Good morning, you. How you doing? Fuck. I can't hear out of my one ear.
You have a lot of these live service games that are not sustainable. And I think that especially the ones that are made by big companies, like recently we had the Marathon release, we had before that High Guard, you obviously had Concord, you've had other games that have released since then, like New World is an example of this, is that these big companies try to push out a live service game, and they invest so much into it that they can't afford to fail. And even more than that, it's not that they can't afford to fail even, it's that they can't afford to not succeed on a massive level. Like Marathon would be fine if it made the same money that Arc Raiders did. If it was bringing in the same player base that Arc Raiders brought in. But it's not.
You got coffee there, buddy?
The issue is that whenever you set your sights for, this massive, astronomical top 10 on the Steam most played list, and then your game is just simply a mild success for a period of time, like Marathon seems to be a mild success. It's not great, it's a 6 out of 10, but whenever you're betting landing for an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, and you only get 6, you fail. It's kind of like, in Dungeons and Dragons, if you're trying to land a hit on some mob that's really hard to hit, rolling a 17 might not be enough. You might need an 18 to hit the mob. So even if it's something or a monster, right? I mean, that's how it works. So I think the same thing happened with Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Assassin's Creed Shadows was a just really milquetoast 6 out of 10 game. It was not awful. It wasn't a total failure. It played, I guess, kind of well, right? I mean, it was
Orange juice.
And it was a mid game, but it was a little bit fun. It had nice graphics, and there was a progression system to it, and people thought it was okay. And it sold, I think, maybe a couple million copies. But it was like a 6. I'd say again, it was a 6 out of 10 game. But after $400 million of investment,
You must be having an exciting week already. Holy cow.
That had to be their home run. That had to be the one game that averages out all the previous commercial failures.
Oh, there it is.
So
yay, coffee.
That you plan on being 9 and it only is a 6, well then you've got to recalibrate. And I think that's what's happened, is that a lot of these studios are now recalibrating. And another big issue is that there are also overseas pressures as well. So, for example, it becomes a lot harder to make a video game, a fantasy video game, and compete whenever you have Chinese developers making games like Where Winds Meet, or you have Korean developers making games like Crimson Desert. So, why is it that, for example, they can make these games that are these expansive, massive open world, Where Winds Meet, an example, is better. It's a live service even.
Hey, Bobby.
Well,
You know what's crazy? Wait, you're not here. You know what's crazy? I'm gonna tell you anyway. I'm 40 fucking 7.
On top of that, also, and you're going to see this happen also with Middle Eastern games too. I think the Middle East is going to start developing games.
Do you ever see a picture of me? I don't look 47 in my pictures.
I think you're going to continue to see that happen. Is that they can develop at a lower cost, and they also are not focused on. And I talk about this a lot, right? But I do think it's a big component.
I'm probably I probably look way closer to 100, right? I don't know where all that youthfulness came from. I'm half 100 years old, Bubs. Well, I was shocked. I seen a picture of me with my name and my age beside it, and I was like, holy fucking what?
And if they don't cheat,
Well, Shailene's older than all of us. That old bag. Poor Shailene. Ooh. Do they just eat birdseed? No, they eat. Do you have to go buy bugs? No, yeah, Shailene's younger than both of us. Somehow.
The link.
times she is a cruel mistress. Oh, okay. Is there bugs in it? Like cricket protein or something? Gotta make their eggs orange, or else they come out white.
And that's honestly why Carrie is good right now.
Yay! I want my dog back.
Rockets to be shooting at Israel in a single day, trying to.
Shortly thereafter, investigators with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department say his mother stopped cooperating.
I haven't even been paying attention to what's going on with the separation thing here. I hope they don't do it. I hope America comes and joins Canada. Oh, wow. Well, they are really little. I've seen that. 6 to 8 months? Oh. But then each one, well, you're not supposed to count your eggs before they're laid. No, wait, chickens before they're hatched? Ah, whatever. Well, I know, right? I'm like, oh. Well, okay, I'll tell you what I want. I do want to get out of Canada. I don't want to do it diplomatically. I want to do it the way the rest of the world is doing it. I want to overthrow the government. Not all diplomatically. I don't want to do it peacefully. I want to see the rich people topple over and die. Or get hungry. And try hard again. Most rich people are pretty hard workers. So I kind of like them. I just don't like greedy people. Man, I would sell all those eggs. Actually, I would probably try and hatch a couple until I had about 60,000 chickens, and then I would sell all those eggs every day. $0.25 an egg, that's $15,000 a day in chicken eggs. That's a lot of eggs. And it's only 25 cents an egg. People buy that. Probably 50 cents an egg. $30,000 a day, but it's 60,000 chickens. Take a while to breed all the way up to that. Oh yeah. That's gonna be alright, hey? Like 250, 300 bucks a week if you're selling all of them. I'm sure you weren't selling. I don't know what you're selling them for. What the fuck do I know? Hate goes here. Not a lot, I'll tell you that. Haha. Oh, man, I don't know. I totally would. If I had room, not even gonna lie, if I had room for 60,000 chickens, I would have 60,000 those chickens. I'd like 1 million chickens if we're gonna be like that. Be like the world supplier of eggs. I bet you that's more than 1 million eggs a day. Holy shit. cakes and stuff? Oh, man. You know what? That's what I would do. I would differentiate my eggs. I would charge twice as much for my eggs. I'd call them cake eggs. Like, oh, you're baking cake? You need cake eggs. Well, because they're better for cakes, that's all. You want to bake the best cakes? Oh man. Targeted marketing, right? Ah, shit. That's a lucky one. Don't worry about it. Come on, I'd candle them at least. I know how to build an egg candler. It's just basically a flashlight. But I know how to build them out of curling irons. Oh. It's really surprising they don't have, like, nobody's marketed that yet. I believe you might even be growing the world's first ones. Yay. Like cake eggs, bacon eggs, like baking eggs. Uh-oh. Did they hit him yet? If they hit him, you gotta pull your kid out of there. Oh, from the other school. Never mind. Damn right. Good idea. Oh. I fixed my dating profile this morning. I made it a little less brash. A little less in your face or whatever it was. Good. Was he did he appear to have some behavioral concerns? I don't know what the right way to say that is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they probably should have called his parents. I hate that. I hate it when people, I see people try and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, don't even, man. I don't know. Would you want somebody up there fucking trying so pathetically with your most valuable possession? I mean, it's not a possession, it's a kid, but fuck off. Most valuable thing in somebody's life. Ha, oh. Okay. Well, now I suddenly am getting some higher quality matches than I was before. That's pretty crazy. So, for the record, if you ever need to fill out a dating profile, don't write, I like to sit by myself and think. If this bugs you, don't bug me. Just put something else. That other profile was not good. There's a couple people tried to message me. I don't know. If you don't like me at my worst, you don't deserve to love me at my best, or whatever. However that shit goes. I don't care about vitamins and skincare. Shut the fuck up. You sell cocaine, you retard. Oh, this lady. I don't know anymore. It wasn't there. It was supposed to be for entertainment value, but the entertainment wasn't there. So it started to be like a video game now. I'm like, why is it so rough? Is it really that bad? Like, it can't possibly be that bad. It's like the one place on earth I have trouble even opening a conversation with somebody. It's so weird. It's like perplexing to me. Why are these people so fucking serious that they can't laugh? Like, if they're all that pathetic, then why are they even looking for somebody? Don't look for people when you suck. I was looking to harass somebody that was like being like having too good a time on a fucking dating app, you know? Pick on some whores and some fucking losers, but I can't. They're all fucking won't even talk to me. I hate them all. No, I don't know. I don't hate them all. But okay, so that's why I'm trying to tell him. That's why I'm there. I'm like, holy shit, did you read your profile? You sound like a fucking asshole. No response. Like, okay. Like, no hookups. Hey, first. The only thing it says on your profile is no hookups. Want to hook up? Ha, just kidding. No response. This is Facebook. I thought maybe these old ladies would be like, haha, I needed a giggle. How's it going? Hey. No. This one lady was like, what are you, some kind of clown? Don't ever ask me that. Of course I am. Yeah, that's what I do too. I find it incredibly humorous, but I don't know that other people find it so funny. I kind of am. I do work in live action internet comedy a lot of times. I'm honest with myself. That's clown-like. Yeah, if you like clowns, you'd love Hate Goes Here. To me, that's the selling point. I don't fucking know.
Finally, World War III can begin. What do you mean World War III? It's just
No, honestly, I think I want to pretend that I'm looking. But I don't think I want either the... Oh, man. First of all, I don't want to build up a relationship with fucking anybody that I don't already know. Yeah. Well, like, how much HPV am I going to get if I hook up with somebody? A lot, probably. I don't even want any. Okay. I'll just, I don't know what I'm going to do. Whoa. What is that? Dude, we are in Mad Max now. Oh, shit. Hello?
They hate it, it hurts their ego, and it gets people going.
Get over here then. Well, and then like 75% of people have herpes or something too. God.
We desperately need to bring back bullying, holy fuck. Wait, this is the girl from yesterday.
What is going on?
I don't
What is happening?
They already making a movie about her? What's it called?
Ha! Ha ha ha! Mad Max. Holy shit. They actually did a really good job of this.
Wait, there's even more of this? The Mad Max woman in a wheelchair?
You know, all you people is want to talk shit in my comments and say mean things. You wouldn't have the balls to say that shit to my face. You know why I know that? You have no courage. You have no soul.
Yeah.
You are actually participating with being okay with the unaliving of innocent people.
Are you
Whoa.
unaliving yourself right now by being that fat? You're killing yourself right now.
You can kiss my fat disabled ass.
Man.
No.
Man, how's mad as always. They found who stole 12 tons of Kit Kats. Of course. Man, this is honestly like
Mad Max shit.
That shit is so fast.
It's like a joke or something. Like, I don't even understand this. The dude in the back wearing the mesh top. I mean, this is just, this is amazing. Poor person in the wheelchair getting roasted by a son. Yeah, get that bitch some
Man.
sunscreen. Holy shit.
Cooking up. Belly covered in people's faces, tattoos. That's a scary sight. That lady. I hope she,
My structure, because Pioneer is a big umbrella, my structure was more like polygamy with a...
Yes. This guy looks like the kind of guy that multiple women want to sleep with. How could you even help yourself? Holy. 5'4", 560 pounds. I don't know if that's 560. He's pretty big though.
Male and then multiple females.
Maybe one male and multiple females, because that's a realistic expectation.
I'm retired but not collecting Social Security. I was a former relationship coach, sex educator, and I am still a certified hypnotist. Between the loss of the relationship with Kelly,
I'm a certified hypnotist. I am not a certified hypnotist, but I can do it.
I recently had a relationship end right before I went to Colorado. I just reached this point where I was like, I probably am not the guy to be giving other people relationship advice any longer.
What? What's wrong? Oh, now all of a sudden.
March the 21st of 2018.
Hold on a minute.
A man named...
Why shouldn't you give people advice? You don't believe in your own polyamory, buddy? That's not good. You probably should just stop doing it then.
David would go to the apartment of his girlfriend, a woman named Kelly. David is anxious because the night before, Kelly did not return any of his messages.
Oh, poor Kelly.
That would be considered unusual for her. When David arrived at the apartment, he would find her front door was unlocked, and upon entering her apartment, David would find both Kelly
Hey,
and her
hey,
9-year-old
Kelly.
son had been shot, both deceased. Now, obviously, David would be
This guy killed you.
seeing as he stumbled upon
He's cute, eh?
the crime scene. But he would not be the main suspect. A man named Josh had a history with Kelly.
Go
a very
Josh.
recent history. In fact,
What a
he
handsome
was her
fella.
ex-boyfriend, and the police waste no time asking some interesting questions about their very recent past.
They caught me too.
Alright. That kind of, as you can imagine, things are a little crazy around here. So I'm going to do that. I know you've already got my number on your cell phone. is Joshua, right? And you mentioned your wife. What's her name?
Karen.
Ha! Ha ha!
So you guys are down here now because I had address.
Today is the day of International Day of Zero Waste. Boo-ba-doo.
Is she still working up in Dayton, or she makes that drive?
She's at the Dayton Fire Department.
March 30th, National Doctors Day, which realistically is probably every damn day. National Virtual Vacation Day. Let's go on a virtual vacation. Where do you guys want to go? Canada? I'm already here. World Bipolar Day. Feel free to act up. National Fitness Recovery Day. That means it's not leg day today. Grass is always browner on the other side of the fence day. Torrents Day. I downloaded the torrent today. Turkey neck soup day. Laundry folding day. I got laundry I folded the other day. But I'll remember about folding laundry. National I Am in Control Day. No, me. National Hate Goes Here is in Control Day. Don't worry about it day. What is I Am in Control Day? Inspires people named Hate Goes Here to pause and evaluate how much control they have over everyone else's life. It's a day to acknowledge life can feel chaotic, but we can still manage to let Hate Goes Here do everything while we sit around and don't do anything. This day nudges individuals to focus on what they cannot change ever. No, it's on what they focus on what they can change, whether they want it to change. Get organized and declutter to celebrate today. Get organized. Control your mess day. So that's it. There's no Melissa's today. It's not Kelly Day. It's not Hate Day.
So, which as you can imagine, I've talked to 100 people in the last 3 days, so I know all about the Fet Life, the S&M, the road parties.
The Fent Life? The Fent Life?
Which that's all I've done is sex cases and
wait, lady.
All that space, so which as you can imagine, I've talked to 100 people in the last 3 days, so I know.
Okay, Colleen, take it easy with the vacuuming. I like it when they do this. I wish they'd bump my door with the handle more. Like some kind of weird angry robot knock. I just want to know if this woman said, I know about the Fent Life. Because that's what it sounded like she said.
Which as you can imagine, I've talked to 100 people in the last 3 days, so I know all about the Fet Life, the S&M, the road party in the last 3 days, so I know all about the Fet Life, the S&M, 100 people in the last 3 days, so I know all about the Fet Life, the S&M, the road parties, all that stuff.
Fet Life?
Which that's all I've done is sex cases and stuff.
Oh, like fetish? Okay. Fetish Life. I get it now. It's an app. It's a dating app for people with fetishes.
Like that for 21 years, so nothing surprises me. So don't hold anything back. Don't lie to me. Don't not answer because you think it's going to be embarrassing. I don't care. I only care about solving these murders. Okay. So you talked through Fet Life.
Yes.
For how long before you actually met?
I don't remember how long. And I don't remember this for sure, but I must suspect that we eventually moved to texting on our telephones because that's just a process.
Normally how you do it. Okay.
It probably wouldn't have been any more than 2 weeks. I don't normally like to do extended conversations because you have so many people fall out early on.
It's better to get face to face to establish a connection.
Okay. So maybe a couple weeks at the most. It wouldn't have been. I mean, we've got some people that she would talk to for months and months and never meet.
No, this
So
is
okay.
relatively quickly. And just so you can understand it, the structure of my family, I've been polyamorous for 7 years. And my structure, because polyamory is a big umbrella, my structure was more like polygamy, with a male and then multiple females. It wasn't that way because of male dominance, jealousy, whatever, but because when I came out as polyamorous to my wife and she agreed that I could pursue the relationship, she said she would never be comfortable with another male living within a family, and we wanted to build a family. And so it was always necessary that if anyone I dated understood that I would be the only male in their life, even if they engaged with another female, but that female would also have to be part of the family.
Okay. So in your family, when Kelly was involved, starting in 2016, I mean, did she want to join the family? I know Kelly's into the submissiveness stuff, being a submissive or a little.
That's what she had indicated, yes, was that she wanted to become part of the family. It was Diane, I, and Karen at the time, and I'd been seeing Diane, I think, for about 4 months at that time.
Okay, so at the time it was Diane, you, and Kelly.
Karen.
Karen, okay.
Yeah, and then Kelly, we were talking to and interviewing.
And so did Kelly agree to be part of the family? Do you all live together under the same roof?
That was ultimately the goal.
Okay.
So when Diane and I met Kelly, we had about a 2-hour conversation. And when we walked out, Kelly lit up a cigarette. After we departed, I told Diane, who really liked Kelly, not to get attached. I didn't think Kelly was going to work out. I wasn't going to do to smoke her. And so I had indicated that to Kelly right there. And 2 days later, when I spoke to her again by phone, she indicated that she had quit. And I was like, the fuck you quit? Like, I know how I quit smoking. I know how that is. But I knew that if I got around her and hung out with her, I'd know whether I could smell it and stuff like that. And as I hung out around her, I was noticing that it was disappearing. I could tell that it was the scent of it being left on her clothes and smoking in the apartment where she was living at the time and things like that. So the fact that she had done that because she was so committed to trying to join the family is why I made the decision to date. She was not, her license was suspended at the time. So I was driving all the way down to, I believe it was, where she had an apartment, and picking her up. I think that lasted for over a month. I helped her move in the final days to get stuff out. I was the one that recommended that she move back in with her parents. At the time, she had indicated that Aiden was with them due to a schooling issue. Of course, I realized after everything went down the way it did that they had to, her mom told me that they had him because they just didn't trust her lifestyle.
So you helped her move back into her parents?
Well, I helped her get rid of the stuff that was inside her apartment. I didn't do actually any moving from there to the parents' place. So, and then...
why does it got to do that?
Yeah, I mean, it was just that she got her license back and started driving again. And then she would come up often to the places.
Did she want money from you? Did you pay some of the bills?
I never paid any of her bills. For the most part, when we went out, I was paying for things. There were many times that she would say that she would get it and that she would take care of it, but I'd say it was probably 80-20. I was paying for stuff. She wasn't working at the time that I met her.
Did you know she was a prostitute?
Not at that time, no. I did learn, and obviously that's going to come out, all how I learned and all that stuff, but that didn't come until, I think, 3 or 3.5 months in.
Okay.
we were dating. I fell in love with her.
The echo from this guy's room is crazy. So what I'm gonna have to do is figure out how to get that. Oh, you know what we're gonna do today? Fuck. Why are we waiting for the mail? I'm gonna go to that thrift store today.
Relatively easily. I knew I wanted to spend my life with her.
Well, it's her part of the family.
Yeah.
Right? You weren't deciding to go just her.
No.
Okay.
And
I just want to make sure
I wasn't pushing anything, but I was encouraging her and Diane to develop a relationship. Diane was bi-curious. She hadn't had an experience yet. So I was encouraging that. That eventually did occur. They did wind up connecting. That's the way everything went for about 3 months. I started to put pressure on her to...
But she had not moved in at that point?
No.
Sorry,
she was
somebody's texting.
No problem. She was spending a lot of time at my house, though, spending nights, sometimes weekends. Normally never more than 2 days at a time, and oftentimes just one because she had obligations for Aiden. So.
Okay, so she would spend the night, but she didn't move in.
Correct.
Okay.
And then at one point I made the decision that, I told her I'd gotten a ring. It was a infinity ring. And I said, look, this isn't an engagement ring. I said, but I know I want to spend my life with you. And I wanted to give this to you kind of like as a promise ring. Mm-hmm. So I'd given that to her. I said, it's going to be important to meet Aiden and start to develop a relationship with him. So we started doing that. I would go down to and hang out with them, and we went to the parks. We went to Dave and Buster's down here at the Florence Mall and did stuff together. And then I explained to her that I would eventually need to meet the parents because they had to be comfortable with letting Aiden go. I mean, I couldn't see, just showing up one day and being like, hey, we're taking Aiden with us. And so she agreed. It took about 2 weeks to set that up. Then I went down and I met Mr. and Mrs. Kramer. Their daughter, Kim, was there that day. She, I think, was still living with them. So we had a decent conversation. I had wanted to take them out for dinner. They said they had other plans, so Kelly, I, and Aiden went out afterwards. But that's when I had let them know, and Mr. Kramer had said that he would like to come up and take a look at the home, and I agreed.
Did he know the whole family situation, or he just thought it was you and Kelly?
He just thought it was I and Kelly. They were not aware of anything. And we have found, as we've dated different people and stuff like that, that is ultimately the best way to handle it, not to involve other people's families unless that person wants them to know. So, but it was about 2 or 3 weeks after that. Kelly.
Crazy. This is crazy.
Professional job because the job she was so big
deal. Yo, okay. If you're ever in a relationship with somebody and they want you to, or feel like it's a good idea to hide your relationship from anybody, gigantic red flag, you guys. Gigantic red flag. Enormous. If you still say yes after that, whatever happens is your own fault.
And can't even remember where she was working at that time, but one of my friends had an opening, and I can't remember the company, but it was going to start at like $14 an hour, so it was pretty good pay. And it was going to be a little bit of a commute, but
secrecy is not good.
Put in an application for her. She then informed me about 2 weeks later that she had received a rejection letter in her email, and that it said that another email would be coming that would explain why she was rejected. So we had no...
Historically, what's quiet? You know what's quiet? A den of thieves is quiet.
Information, no knowledge. A week after that, there was still nothing that had been said about where this rejection letter was, because I wanted to know why she had been turned down. In the meantime, I had told her that perhaps shooting for a lower bar, because this was going to be a pretty professional job. And so we still wanted her to make as much money as possible. So we got her to apply to like Bravos.
Where does the truth not hide? In the darkness, that's right.
And upper scale restaurants where as a server she can make money. And so one day I'm sitting there, she had given me access to her emails. I had her passwords to all kinds of stuff, her Gmail account, her Facebook. I'm trying to think if there was her phone. I had all of that. And so
Was that part of just being the submissive? For you to get into all that and be able to control it? Or?
No, not to control. So although that is part of our lifestyle, it was a
Sorry, it's going off a little bit. So, what always makes me kind of laugh a little bit, but it makes me sad too, is when people are like, oh, hate. What do you mean you're not hiding anything, hate? Everyone's got something to hide, hate. No, they don't. And it's unfortunate that you think that way, because that means you've been hiding things for so long that you think everybody is a slimy piece of shit too. I'm just kidding. But don't hide things.
master-slave relationship.
Okay.
What that was about was that I have found that the easiest way to stave off jealousy in a relationship is to practice transparency. So everyone has always known that they can have access to my telephone.
Okay, so now this guy's kind of cool. He probably eats a lot, though. I bet he sits down and has dinner with his crybaby family. Bunch of fucking whiners.
My Fat Life account, my emails, anything.
I keep thinking he says Fat Life.
And oftentimes, if my computer's up and running, I just leave the stuff there wide open. They can go look at it. But if I'm in a relationship ever says, "Can I see your phone?" I open it up immediately.
I just leave the porn. I just leave porn open on my computer and walk around. Woo! Sounds like an exciting home. My girlfriend Shannon, her dad used to he had porno plastered on his walls. His wife left him. He was a fucking scumbag. Her daughter diddling fucking creep. And had like Playboy's fucking wallpaper in the walls in their little house. And so I go over to her house and she's like, I gotta warn you something. I'm like, okay. So my dad's got like porno all over the walls. It's like, what? Like, yeah, wall to wall. Like, man, I tried to get her out of there. It's so hard, dude. Man, that is fucked up.
Never asked that of Kelly though. So then.
But she gave it to you at some point, or
she had given it to me. Okay. And I can't remember what the reason.
Anyways, that shit makes people uncomfortable. Don't do it, dudes.
We were in the car, and it was Aiden. At the time, it was Aiden's birth date. We at that point, I started to go through her Gmail account because I'm looking for this. If the company said that they sent the rejection and she didn't get it, I'm like, maybe it's in, like the discard box, or there's a box in most mail accounts where things go when they're not
Spam
flagged.
or whatever.
Yeah, spam. That's what I meant to say. Spam. So I'm looking in there and I'm looking through it, and I had a Gmail account, but I'd never really looked at it before. I thought the 50 emails that were there was the extent of all that was there.
Well, like I had a Gmail account, but I never ever checked it before. I thought the 50 email on the front screen is all the emails I get. Wasn't it full? It was full, right? There's no more room on the page for more email. I'm 40 years old. It's totally reasonable that I've never ever used an email address ever.
This number, and I'm like, why does that number? It was like 7,000.
Why does it say 7,000? There's only 20 emails on this page.
Arrows, and I shockingly saw a 7-year history of communications of prostitution over 7 years.
As we head to
Ha ho 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 ho, hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo. You know what? So the other day I went to check my email, right? And I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. There's like 10,000 emails in here. What's going on? And then I finally figured out, there's these little arrows. You click on them, you can see old emails. Apparently, I got 10 years worth of talking to transvestite prostitutes that I never even seen it happen. How did I talk to all these trans women, men, all of them, everything? How did it happen? Man, this guy who the fuck married this idiot? And then how did she let another woman get tricked into this fucking clownery? Holy shit.
I'm in a relationship ever since. Can I see your phone? I open it up immediately and they can look through it. So, and I expected the same in return. So, never asked that of Kelly though. So then
we really just shared a phone.
She gave it to you at some point, or
she had given it to me.
Okay.
And and I can't remember what the reason. Oh, I know what it was. I wanted to watch a video on it one day when we were in the car, and it was Aiden. At the time, it was Aiden's birth date.
I was at a kid's birthday and I wanted to watch some porno.
We at that point, I started to go through her Gmail account because I'm looking for this. If
Her Gmail.
They sent the rejection and she didn't get it. I'm like, maybe it's in.
She was talking to a prostitute for 7 years. Something ain't adding up. Can we see this lady?
Like the discard box, or there's a box in most mail accounts where things go when they're not
Spam
flagged.
or whatever.
Yeah, spam. That's what I meant to say. Spam. So.
So he was about to say he was going through this lady's email address, or through her email, and lo and behold, he finds. I thought he was talking about his own email. Who, me? Or him? He must have been. I'm not sure.
I'm looking through it, and I had a Gmail account, but I never really looked at it before. I thought.
Okay, so that's what I heard the first time, was I had a Gmail account, but I never really looked at it before. I'm like, oh, okay, bro. So here comes the story about his email. But he's talking about the girl's email.
50 emails that were there was the extent of all that was there. Then I noticed this number, and I'm like, why does that number, it was like 7,000. And I'm like, what, and so I started to click on the arrows. And
oh, the arrows. Oh, he started clicking the arrows, bubs. He found out about the secret pages of the emails. Uh-oh. So this is a script he's telling here. He's told this story before. I can hear it in his voice. Why you got me looking at stuff like that? Now I'm all messed up. I didn't care how many times somebody told a story. I thought that maybe everybody just practiced in front of the mirror. Why are they practicing in front of the mirror, hate? Okay. Still. All these rehearsed stories. I'm all effed up now. I don't believe anybody. I used to at least give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, oh, you probably didn't tell this fucked up story to somebody before. Of course they did. They're just bad storytellers.
A 7-year history of communications of prostitution over 7 years.
As we head to
Who is the 7 years of prostitute? The girl is?
our first commercial break, it seems that Josh has found
She let you look through her email and she had 7 years of her being a prostitute in there? I mean, that's fine if you know that's what she's done. Even if you didn't know.
now that Kelly has been working in the world's oldest profession.
Oh, well.
Now, there's no judgment here.
No. Maybe that's her job.
We'll see what kind of impact this had on their relationship.
Oh, I probably fucked their relationship right up because he's a weirdo.
Going all the way back.
It wouldn't change a thing for me. I'd probably respect a woman more.
That she had in Texas. And I was shocked. The thing that was even more upsetting.
The thing is, this is so fucked up. So there's like 2 types of chicks out there, right? There's more than 2. But okay, so typically what you run into is there's women that are victims of their circumstances and women that take control of their circumstances and try to get out of them. One of those types of women is a hooker. The other one is the type that goes around crying to people about their problems. Sometimes hookers do cry about their problems. I feel like those are probably almost the most genuine tears in the world.
Coming to her from a guy whose name was Paul Sauer, who was depositing money directly into her Chase Bank. And I knew from conversations with her that he was a former sugar daddy, but I suspected that there might be even something more going. But there were 2 payments during the time that I was seeing her. And so I waited until the next time I saw her, and I questioned her about it. She admitted to all the prostitution. She admitted to the payments, although she said that they were a loan. I said, look, if I look at this, it just doesn't look good. And she started crying, and she said, please don't hold my past against me. I'm a very logical and rational thinker, and so I started to look at this from the standpoint of a court case. And I was like,
oh, man.
All I really have during the time that I've been seeing her, nothing before, during the time I've been seeing her, is 2 payments for $60. There was a huge payment in December before I'd started seeing her of like 500 and something. But it was like 2 payments of 60 or $80 during the time that I was seeing her, and she was claiming it was a loan. And so I was like, how could I end a relationship with someone who I wanted to spend a lifetime with? And at that point,
at least he's being real.
I was already going, hey, Aiden's going to be my son. I was never biologically able to have kids. I was never able to have children. And so, Aiden was just.
Why does he want to marry so many women if he can't even have kids? I mean, I listened to him say why he wanted to marry so many women. But he said it was because he was building a family. He's building a family out of other people's kids. That's fine. Lots of people do that.
Just amazing. And I knew that I wanted to raise him, and I was looking forward to that. And
that's kind of weird, though. I might be the same way if I was in his position. I'm not sure. Thank God I was not in his position.
I told her I wasn't going to hold it against her. I said we move on from there. But I said, she had to end the relationship. Even if it was just the loan, she could not have any more contact with Paul. And she agreed. And we moved on, and I didn't think anything else of it. 3 weeks
And about when was this?
Well, everything ended, I think, May 14th of last year. So this would have been sometime in April, probably second week of April. It was whenever I met her parents, it was 2 weeks following that I uncovered the emails.
So maybe around April.
I know it was sometime in April, I just don't know where.
Okay. So then 2 weeks later,
2 weeks
you
after
said
I
you'd forgive her. No, I mean, after you said you'd forgive her, she needed to break up with Paul.
Yeah.
Because I stopped you in the middle of your time frame. 2 weeks after that or so, you found, continue on then.
3 weeks
3
after
weeks. Okay.
after she had agreed and I'd uncovered all this.
Very sneaky. You see what that cop just did? She's taking his story and busting it into pieces so that it doesn't make sense. So it's not like a linear narrative. Uh-oh. Who's this? V33012342. Hello? Well, no.
She leaves to go, it was I guess the final day of her first week of training at Bravos. And I look over about an hour after she's gone, I was on my computer, and I see that her phone's lying on the bed. And I'm like, oh, she forgot her phone. So I pick it up, I get on my phone, and I call Bravos, and I tell them that she's left her phone. Just let her know that she's going to have to come back to my place before she heads back to, because she was still going to have to, that was her plan, was to go back home.
Mm-hmm.
She was at that point about 2 weeks away from moving in with me. We were doing renovations in the house, getting an extra bathroom up. We put in a landing at the bottom of the stairs because of Aiden being able to step down. It was a huge step at the bottom of the stairs and stuff like that. And so we were working on all that. And then, I don't know, about an hour and a half went by, and for lack of a better word, I will call it my spidey senses. I was like, you know,
His
you have
spidey
the phone
senses.
right here, isn't it prudent to check? Just to check. You know, there's obviously been lies in the past, so check. And I picked it up. I didn't even know if I would have access to it, but it was Aiden's birthday, and I gained access to it. And inside was another payment from Paul Sally.
What?
There was also an
What?
email.
What does that mean? I didn't even know if I could get access to it, but I got access to it. All sneaky, like, oh, I got that bitch. What did he catch her doing? Accepting another $60 loan.
My computer, and I see that her phone's lying on the bed, and I'm like, oh, she forgot her phone. So I pick it up, I get on my phone, and I call Bravos, and I tell them that she's left her phone. Just let her know that she's going to have to come back to my place before she heads back to, because she was still going to have to, that was her plan, was to go back home.
Mm-hmm.
She was at that point about 2 weeks away from moving in with me. We were doing renovations in the house, getting an extra bathroom up. We put in a landing at the bottom of the stairs because of Aiden being able to step down. It was a huge step at the bottom of the stairs and stuff like that. And so we were working on all that. And then, I don't know, about an hour and a half went by, and for lack of a better word, I will call it my spidey senses. I was like,
No. I was only a professional in home interiors for like, I don't know, probably 10 years. But I've lived in homes my entire life. I've known lots of people. They've all been mostly lots of homed too. And even the ones that haven't been homed, I've paid attention to them too. So, it's weird to me to hear this guy say, with all the experience that I have, I've never heard someone say, oh, we had a landing put in because there was a kid about to move into our house, and the top stair was real big. What?
You know, you have the phone right here. Isn't it prudent to check? Just to check. You know, there's obviously been lies in the past, so check. And I picked it up. I didn't even know if I would have access to it, but it was Aiden's birthday, and I gained access to it.
Again, how much you want to bet this guy said, "Oh, it's okay. I forgive you for the stuff that she did before." And now he's like not letting her go to bed. He's going through her phone and shit.
And inside was another payment from Paul Sauer. There was also an email, I believe it was in Gmail, where he had sent her, I guess, a piece of lingerie that he wanted her to purchase. And then the thing that was most devastating was in Facebook Messenger, there was a message from a George Thacker where he was saying that she'd given.
No, he's not a jealous guy. He just remembers the first and last name of every male that ever emailed her and how much money they gave her. He's not jelly at all.
Him a great blowjob, and he wanted to know if she would
George Thacker.
George Thacker.
Aha!
And he wanted to know if she would do it more often. And right there in her own words.
Oh, wow. And he asked her via email? That's wild. That's wild. They met in person and he asked her by email?
It was like it had taken place 2 weeks before, or yeah, he had sent a message.
Bro, who cares?
Reply, but it was just 2 or 3 days that she had replied and said, yes, we can do it, but we have to be careful. The boyfriend's getting suspicious. And so.
So she thinks you're her boyfriend, though. I don't know. Why does she need the $60, bro? How come this guy's not giving her the $60 she needs? How come she feels like she needs to go suck some other dude's dick to get $60? That's crazy.
I was
talking about
not healthy.
Well, he didn't imply money, but the reality is that it was only a blowjob. That's all he's requesting. There was obviously no relationship there, so I put 2 and 2 together.
I'll tell you. I'll warn you right now. Everybody, not Bubble Boots, you can ask for whatever you want. But anybody else on the face of this earth that walks up to a woman I'm dating and says, "Hey, can I get a blowjob?" or anything even remotely like that, you can expect to get fucking punched in the mouth. Be happy I'm not punching you in the throat.
And she's agreeing, yeah, I'll go get. No one's going to do that for nothing, right? So I just assumed that it was.
No one's just gonna do a blowjob for nothing, right? Maybe that's what's wrong with all the ones that I got. They were free. Are the ones you have to pay for better?
Was for money. At that point, I contacted Karen and I said, this is what I've uncovered. I said, don't have any further contact with Kelly, block her on the phones. I contacted Diane. Diane was devastated. They'd already been intimate, and Diane was in love with her as well. And
My mom may have led me astray.
Don't have any more contact with her. And then I realized that it would be just foolish to wait until she got back and came back to my house. There was no point. So she
I might as well just.
left a jacket. So I took the phone, I took the jacket, and I started driving. And I'm like, are you really going to do this? Because I loved her. But then at the same time, I'm going,
She already did it.
any other choice. Like the one lie was there, but now there's this other one. You'd never be able to trust her, and you have the rest of the family to think about. Like there was no way. Diane had already thought I should.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you should leave then. That's right. You should break up. It's never gonna work. You gotta go.
I still felt like she needed some level of help. I couldn't figure
Oh.
out how she could do this.
No, I have to help her. I'm gonna help you.
Because of how well everything seemed to be going. Other than I know sex can be addictive, and so I know Kelly had no self-esteem, and I thought maybe if she was getting
He's got some idea that sex could be addictive for some people.
But I knew that I wasn't going to have any further contact with her, and so I made the decision to use her phone to contact her mother. And while I was driving down to Westchester to the Bravos there, I had a conversation with her mom, and I explained everything that was going on. During that time, I told her everything that I'd uncovered, everything that I'd found. I told her I was heartbroken because I'd intended to raise Aiden as my own son. I explained to her that the reason I was letting her know wasn't that I was trying to get Kelly into any trouble, but that since I wasn't going to be there to help her any further, they were the only ones that were going to be able to do that. So I got down there, I finished the conversation sitting in the parking lot, and then I walked in and I could see her at the back table with about 8 other people. I walked up to the table, I looked at everyone, she looked up at me and she said, "Hi, honey." And I looked at everyone at the table and I said, I want to apologize to all.
Right. Why can't he just leave her broken for the next guy so he can fix her? I don't know. Why is he in here? We're not there yet, is the crazy part. Polyamorous man has many women, but gets greedy. I think he must have killed at least one of them. My guess is he killed one of them.
You for what's about to happen, and then I looked down.
It's a mystery, I think.
Message up from George Thacker, and I said,
I just read the thing. So it says, in this ICS-inspired true crime police interrogation, the suspect discusses his polyamorous relationships and past profession as a sex education coach. Also mentions being a certified hypnotist, adding another layer to the investigation. The police continue their investigation to gather more details. So we don't know. It doesn't even say.
I've seen all the texts. I know you're prostituting. Our relationship is over. I wish you the best. I don't want to see or speak to you again. Goodbye. And I laid the phone down and handed her her jacket, and I walked out. I expected to hear the pitter-patter of feet behind me, but I didn't. And so I got in the car, and I was about halfway home when the messages started coming in from her, where she wanted me to talk with her and stuff like that.
So he rehearsed his whole thing and expected her to have a particular reaction, which was her chasing him out the door. He was trying to cause a big dramatic flare-up.
Conversation to be had. She tried to go the route of saying that I was misinterpreting what was there, And I'm like, there's nothing ambiguous about these messages. And I said, so there is no conversation to be had. We're done.
Yo,
I managed to get back.
this lady cop is hilarious. She giggles at the best moments too. She's like, oh, that's pretty typical. Haha. He's such an idiot.
Back home, and I realized you still have access to all of her accounts. So I went into the Gmail accounts, and I can't remember. I can't remember whether I did anything in there, but I did it on Facebook, and I copied it.
Yeah, you know, I did break into her Gmail account. I can't remember if I did anything in there. I might have emailed everybody that she knows and called her a whore and a slut and said, hey, prostitute, if you want to get a free blowjob, it's $60 from me. Right? I'll tell everybody she knows on her address book in Gmail. I might have done that. That's what he did. He emailed everybody in her list. Big mass email to everybody. Holy shit. My neighbors are going crazy. $3, eh? I won $12 playing Disney Solitaire. That's probably your fault, isn't it? I actually blame probably Az.
Pasted to her account the message from George Thacker. And I basically said, hey, you know, my boyfriend broke up with me today because I was cheating on him with this guy.
So when I said he did to the email, he also did to her Facebook. But he's confessing to the Facebook one because he's not going to confess to the email because he thinks the email one's illegal. I can't comment on the legality of that behavior. I'm pretty sure that accessing somebody else's Gmail in the first place is what the illegal thing would be. If I'm not mistaken. Never mind logging into her Facebook and impersonating her. That's fucked up too. So okay, did he kill somebody too? Or did he just go crazy and started like having a little... I thought it was women that acted like this.
Having sex for my son, something to that effect. And there's no one to blame but myself.
My boyfriend broke up with me for having sex with other people for money, and there's no one to blame but myself. He posted on Facebook to all her friends. What a fucking scumbag. It's not anybody else's business, buddy.
Knowing that she would eventually read that. I then went on George.
It's abuse. It's like revenge fucking porn, but worse.
And I copied and pasted to numerous, I think it was 12 different family members of his.
Wow.
And I said, look, George is having this relationship and she's a prostitute. She's got convictions for drugs, credit card, all of that. That was the part that we missed because the timeline was interrupted. I did find that email in the Gmail account.
Me and Trish shared a phone. We didn't bother with we both sold weed, right? Both sold acid, both fucking anything either one of us did, we were both kind of into. So we were able to like, oh yeah, she'll go meet you in an hour or whatever, and then like set up appointments for each other and shit. So I like had literally nothing that I even could hide. There wasn't even a way to hide things. I was never interested in having anything to hide, but I definitely made sure that like I didn't need my own phone. But we got together before everybody had phones. Like, people were still using pagers when we got together. Very few people. It was 2001.
Count the rejection letter, and she was rejected because of a formal criminal history that I wasn't aware of. And that's where I learned of all of these other things that she had convictions for, none of which had ever been talked about or disclosed. So, and we would have never submitted her for that high position or prevalent job if we'd known about that.
Right.
Like, my kids don't have phones. The older ones, I guess, do now.
And also,
they got electronics and shit, but don't even express a desire to have a phone.
Me feel embarrassed because it was a friend that had given her that opportunity and had referred her into the company. You know,
So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm lucky that that temptation has never even been there for me. And you know, and Bubble Boots, I wouldn't even want to know. I don't think. I would rather not see somebody cheating on me. Right? I'd rather just like get a sense that something was off and leave.
You know, I know that Kelly is not. I realized at that point Kelly was never going to change her behavior. And I said, Kelly's not going to change her behavior. So hopefully you guys can convince George to change his. And that's all I wound up saying on that. After that, there were, I can't remember whether it was 2 days or a week, but Kelly sent some more hostile messages. The following day, Diane had sent her an email asking her how she could have done that when I had done so much for her. Kelly's response at that point was, "You have no idea what I've been through or what I'm currently going through." And then she was very mean.
Kim and I had a deal that if either of us ever cheated on the other one, that we would either, if we felt like our relationship was dead, tell the other one immediately, or shut the fuck up, live with your guilt, and fix whatever the fuck you did wrong. Like, don't apologize for it. Don't make the other person aware of it. If you truly feel like you can manage to not do it again, then there's probably no point in destroying your whole fucking lives over it.
Basically saying, you know, he's not taking.
But the I think the important part of the whole rule was to, you know, not say a thing about it and get all guilty about it.
Taking care of himself health-wise.
Feel bad for it, you should.
I can't remember
or whatever, right?
Diane was going to lose me, you know, eventually or whatever. But it was just a very nasty email to Diane, and
you straightened out some stuff? Good. Straighten out some coat hangers. I used to love. Never mind. Coat hangers are so handy. Is all.
This is what I'm going through.
Yeah.
And she had devastated her family. And I think it was.
Did you get the school
that,
stuff
but
done? That
I
list?
remember getting hostile messages on Facebook from one of her friends. And then I guess a daughter.
Do you remember the friend's name?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't, but I'm sure it would be on my Facebook account. So, and I probably know it again if I saw it. But at that point, I was like, wow, her friend. The basic gist of it was, Kelly's this sweet, innocent person, and why are you doing this to her? And the older one was like, I've had X number of years with my husband. I've never betrayed him publicly like this. And I'm like, look, your friend is a prostitute. Focus on helping your friend.
Oh my God.
Condemning me, right? Like, I'm not the issue here. But I realized that there was probably more to come from that. Plus, I also realized that they were probably never told the real story.
Yeah.
So,
Which is not up to you.
My Facebook account and haven't used it since.
So all that was in May when it kind of culminated?
It was all in May. I think May 14th is.
Is it a good meeting?
I think it was.
Have I ever heard of a good meeting?
By that weekend, and that was.
Now, when did you ever talk to Kelly again? Hear from her?
No. I would get updates from people that knew us both about when she got into a new relationship, or whether anything in effect popped up on her account. There were times.
So you still had access to all of her emails and all that stuff. Did you continue to watch it?
I didn't. No, I didn't have access to it because once she realized that I was in it, she was able to seize it back with the double authentication. So she had it back by later that night.
Oh, they're so small. They're too small.
She had to seize back control of her own.
It's like baby socks.
It sounds like Josh might have been a little bit more controlling than he wants the detectives to believe. Which, of course, seems like a...
No, really? He said, what was your clue, lady? He said master-slave relationships he was into. What's the IE? Oh, plan. Okay. You better tell them about the awesome little gray happy face that she likes so much. And how they better cover their school in it.
Pretty good motive for murder. We'll find out more when we get back.
And I actually had gone out that night to Blue Moon in Miamisburg with Diane because it was an anniversary.
This lady's channel is weird as hell.
We spent over a year together. So while I was gone during that time, Kelly had managed to seize back control of the Gmail and the Facebook account.
She's gonna need a Penguin Club membership.
For mutual friends about new relationships and stuff like that.
Probably everybody at school is gonna need one.
What I'm aware of is that I can't remember how long afterwards, somebody with the FetLife name of UC Zeke, UCZYC, I believe it is.
For a guy that says, I don't know and I believe it is so often, this guy's memory is crazy good with names. He's like, no, I remember UCC Zach. It's capital UCC _ capital Z, A with an umlaut on it, CK at the FetLife forums. That guy, if I remember correctly, was the guy that said some shit to me.
I was in a relationship with.
Yeah, okay. Like, you don't remember.
I do not. That seemed to go sour.
I tried to dox him.
she was seeing somebody named Enigma Dom, and that seemed to go on for 4.5 months.
What is happening? Is that something that happens? Maybe I'm in the wrong business.
And then, interestingly enough, Sigma, who was the person who informed me, I had become friends with her off
Sigma and Enigma.
before what I'm about to tell you. And Sigma had informed me that her ex was this guy named Sully. And I had met Sully 4 years ago, 4.5 years ago, when I came into the lifestyle. And Sully has a profile named Sullied, Sullyd. And she, about a month into us knowing each other, both Kelly and Sully posted that they were in a relationship with each other.
Damn it, Kelly.
That struck me as kind of weird because Kelly had just been in a relationship with Enigma Dom.
Damn it, Kelly.
2 or 3 days.
Do you know who Enigma Dom is?
I didn't at the time.
He does now.
And as Sigma and I talked, we realized Enigma Dom had posted a picture of Kelly in a collar and a chain.
Oh.
And when I had mentioned that to Sigma, Sigma looked at it and she's like, it's in black and white, but that's Sully's apartment. So we could only deduce that Enigma Dom was in fact Sully. And why? And then it set off for both
What's
of us.
Sully's real name?
I honestly don't know. I've always known him as Sully.
Do you know where he lives or anything like that?
No, I don't.
He kind of does.
At that point, when we realized that Enigma Dom and Sully are the same person, or that, we think there's definite evidence to substantiate that, it sets off why did this occur? Why did all of a sudden, why was it hidden and why did it become public? But as Sigma and I talk further, it appears that Enigma Dom and Kelly entered their relationship right about the time that Sully and Sigma's was coming to an end. And we don't know the exact timing of it, but probably within weeks it could have overlapped. It might not have.
This is some internet drama.
But then the reason that we think that they went public is because Sigma was going to attend an IMAS Beat My Valentine event in Indianapolis. And that's the weekend that they went public as a couple.
Oh.
And it was Enigma Dom, not Sully, that was registered to go to that event. So
they knew they were going to meet.
And Sigma felt that it was meant to rub it in her face and stuff like this. And she was impacted. She talked to me about how traumatized she was by
Dude, that is the story we are meant to believe, yes. Fighting for it. There's not enough for only one woman. I mean, 2 women.
And stuff like
that. Did you go to that?
I did not. I would never.
That's what I'm saying. I'm in the wrong business.
The event that Kelly was at. So, once I knew that Sully was dating her, and every time that I knew that Kelly was involved with somebody, I'd had her blocked on my FetLife account, and I'd make sure anyone she was dating was blocking. And because I do that with a lot of people that I dated in the past. I just don't want anyone monitoring.
I've been trying other stuff out a little bit. Like, I was nice to Shailene, and that wasn't working. So now I'm mean to Shailene, that's not working either. I think it's just, she's broken. It's no good. Throw her out. In the garbage, Dad, as my kid would say. There's a watermark on... Yeah, there's a watermark on his shirt. It would be awesome if he was wearing this lady's merch, though. It's the same thing that's on the table.
So the Beat My Valentine was in Indianapolis, not Columbus, right? Okay.
That's my understanding, yes. That was an IMAS event, which is Indy.
Okay. You were zoomed in? Are you looking to be number 4? Oh, I'm funny.
That's pretty much it. Sigma.
Was Sigma upset enough to be? I mean, was she going around there? Did she confront Kelly? Was she upset like that, or?
She told me that she had a conversation, or she had sent Kelly a message.
Okay.
And I don't know what the extent of that message was, but I do remember from the tone that it didn't sound like it was nasty. It was more of
There's no way he's having sex with all of them.
may not be,
How? No, what once?
the best fit or whatever.
Did she tell you anything about Sully? Like, was he violent, or was she just?
She constantly says that he's a narcissist.
Oh, narcissism.
Has read up on it.
Whoa, hold up a minute there. Hold up. You do realize that if this woman keeps falling for narcissists and then she fell for you, never mind. She probably broke free of the cycle, right?
Although she hasn't detailed it, she says that there were times that she felt he violated consent and that she felt that was abusive, but there was no
violated consent. What is that? What is that? Violated consent? Well, I consented, but I didn't think that I consented to all the things that he did. I think that is where you need to revoke consent. There are a lot of people, a lot of women included, that think that you can't revoke consent mid-deed. Of course you can. You have the right to withdraw consent anytime. And while it might be disappointing for a guy to have to stop right now, they should do it.
This is very fresh emotionally for her to break up.
I don't know. I don't know what this consent violation stuff is. Isn't that just rape?
She's never indicated that.
And this conversations and stuff all was recently, because that was just this February's Valentine.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
My conversations with her, yes.
Stuff happens. People get hurt. People just
She's
like,
on my list to speak
yeah.
to, just because we've got her name amidst everything.
It's like a sport.
When I get home, I can give it to you. As I was headed out the door, I would normally use. Sure. As I was headed out the door, I would normally use my. I brought my telephone and used GPS, but I realized
Somebody on the other team gets injured, you don't just play through it, do you? You gotta stop the game for a minute.
Diane's because Diane was in a relationship with her, so I wrote Diane's down.
Okay. Did you not bring your phone?
Bah, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Like
Damn
I
it.
said, the charge was low. I was going to bring it. I made it out to my car, but Karen has my charger and the connector for it. She has it in her vehicle. So
How did you get here then?
I looked up on Google Maps.
Oh, okay.
So, and it just seemed, you get off on Burlington Pike, Garrard, and then Bulletsville. So it seemed easy enough to remember. And I'd written it down on that sheet.
Gotta spot your buddy.
Information was on.
Now, where do you work? I forgot to.
I'm not working. I'm retired
Ho, ho, ho,
from
ho.
Social Security. I was a former relationship coach, sex educator, and I am
Me too. Me too.
still a certified hypnotist. And between the loss of the relationship with Kelly, the loss of my relationship shortly after with Diane, and then I recently had a relationship end right before I went to college.
I'm a sexual educator.
Named Sarah. I just reached this point where I was like, I probably am not the guy to be giving other people relationship advice any longer.
Did you work like for yourself or for a company?
He looks built for it.
So how do you pay the bills and stuff, I guess?
Karen makes a lot of money between the two.
wow, 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 wow. So holy shit. He's got the wife or whatever, his first wife that he doesn't have any kids with, that has a job. And he's like, oh, you're at work all day. I'm trying to fuck bitches all day. So how about if we get another person in the relationship? And she's like, not a dude. And he said, okay, not a dude. Thank God. Yeah, no, I was thinking of a chick. You want to meet one? And then he went on this journey to try and find a girl to sleep with. Well, the woman who... This is Scribbles. Yeah, first one will be at $60. Oh man, is that a thing? Shit. There was a guy and his wife that tried to pick me up at a grocery store. It was weird. It was really weird. I was like, well, it's been nice talking to you. Thanks. Maybe if I run into you around here again someday, maybe we'll have a chat about it. But see ya. Well, so no, there's a lot of people, unfortunately, because of the world we live in, people aren't encouraged to explore their sexuality. Oh, dude, yeah, of course they did. Join the club, weirdos at the grocery store. There's a club somewhere. I think it's on MySpace. What? It's the same number that I said no to earlier. Hello? Well, then you better call him. I didn't go. It was weird. So weird. I know, right? Well, I could. Oh yeah, so that's what I was gonna say is there's a lot of people that don't get a chance to explore things. Women, especially these days, it's like the third or fourth generation of like women should be ashamed of themselves for being sexual beings, and there's a lot of silence out there. I've noticed. Nobody teaching anybody anything. English teacher, sex educator, driving instructor. Turn here. Oh. Just pad that resume right up.
Well, Diane and I are no longer in a relationship. That
Yeah.
Diane actually 3 weeks after the relationship with Kelly. It was basically both she and I were so emotionally devastated, and she was going through a whole lot herself.
That is hilarious. I'm blushing right now, even.
And, I told her, I was like, I'm so hurt. I was absolutely devastated. It took me 4.5 months going on drugs and taking a vacation to Chicago to get my head right again, which didn't happen until August of last year. And
How many times did you drive down and watch
Hilarious.
Kelly, drive by her house after the breakup, anything like that?
In the month after the breakup, I went to Mr. and Mrs. Kramer's home twice, and not to look for Kelly, but just to catch a glimpse of Aiden. That was the thing that hurt more than anything else.
Did you knock on the door? Or you
Financial advisor.
No, I missed him so much, and after the second time, I was like, Josh, this is shit that stalkers do. You need to stop this shit.
Josh,
Josh,
you're acting like a stalker, bro.
I would have no idea who would say that or why they would say that.
Why would anyone say that?
I do not know.
Can you imagine me using that voice in a police interrogation room?
I've met Sully, and the last contact with Sully was probably more than 2 years.
No, I didn't have anything to do with it. What do you mean? No, there's no way it was me. They'd be like, stop the shit right now. Enough Rasputin.
Outside of that, I never got a chance to meet any of Kelly's friends. She would talk about this girl named Summer Woods.
Would you call Kelly after the breakup? Were you calling her? I mean, we're getting her records back 5 years. We just haven't had time to look at them. Was there calls, text, anything where you were
just that short period of time right after the breakup?
So that kind of is the voice that I use when I'm in the police station and I'm being calm. Like, look, I don't know what you guys are looking for, but you're nuts.
Which, like I said, I can't remember whether it was 2 days or a week and a half, but then no, nothing after that.
So for that week,
Come on, seriously, why would I do this?
You drove down there twice by the houses all to see Aiden.
It was about a month, and I parked down there on 2 separate occasions.
How long did you stay?
Do I sound like I stole your car?
I don't know, probably a couple hours. It was still summertime, and it was light out for a long time.
How many times would you have called during that month after the breakup? Did you call her constantly, texting her, messaging, Facebook, anything like that during that?
He broke into her email and emailed everybody she knows.
A couple messages went back and forth between her and I. She was obviously very bitter that I had said anything to her parents. And yeah, no,
that was it.
That was it.
Let's be reasonable and extrapolate what an angry man this angry little man is. So he broke into her email address. When he broke into her email address and then gained access to her Facebook, right? How do you suppose that happened? Well, he reset her password. She thought he just broke into the Facebook, probably reset her password again. He got the fucking caught her email reset. She probably didn't even have 2 factor authentication on. Like, for sure, this guy screwed with as much of her life as he could figure out how to screw with. There's no way he just like logged out of her Facebook and left it alone.
Did you ever go try to find where Kelly was at? Did you ever drive
Copied all her pictures.
No. I did know that Kelly had eventually gotten a job with Starbucks. And the reason was that while I knew
$3 coffees.
she knew Zeke, and while I knew she was in the relationship with Enigma Dom, her
Damn it,
profile was
Zeke.
popping up on my Tinder app. And she was in
Haha.
her Starbucks uniform.
Did you go to Starbucks
I did not
to try to see her?
no.
Okay, so you never tried to track her down or anything at work?
No.
What kind of guns do you own?
My wife
Yeah,
has
right,
a
okay.
9mm, which is
So he found out what Starbucks she worked at. He called there to make sure that she worked at that one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this guy, no, he's a boundary respecter.
is a Smith & Wesson, I believe it's an M&P compact. And prior to that, she had a Smith & Wesson 22 and a 9mm, it's a Turkish gun, and it's escaping me right now. It's like the Turkish military model 9mm, but both of those were traded in order for her to get her concealed carry weapon, and she has her concealed carry.
How long ago were those traded in?
I want to say January of last year, February of last year, somewhere in there.
Okay.
It was done at the
Like Valentine's Day of last year.
Point blank.
Do you have any guns?
I do not.
He had her guns.
As of last year, I received from the governor of Virginia the restoration of all my rights from a conviction
Haha.
that occurred when I was 19 years old.
Haha.
It was 2 counts of burglary, 2 counts of grand larceny. I removed a bunch of items from an office building. It was one address, but 2 separate businesses, and so it was double the charges. And when
Shut up.
I pleaded guilty to everything and admitted to it. So I did 4.5 months in Fairfax County Jail and 2 years of probation.
But last year?
Last year, Governor McAuliffe got the rights restored.
Fairfax County Jail is like remand, right? Oh yeah, that. Really? Is he really? What is wrong with him? That's crazy. Why doesn't he go and hang out with those bitches? Took his girlfriend on the internet. Oh. Oh, man. Bubble Boots, you're lucky you're not me. You know, if my kid's mom was trying to get me to go to the gun range with a whole bunch of dudes that she found out about this group, I'd be like, oh yeah, huh? Was your brother that's going to be there, your internet boyfriend, or what? Like, who's going to shoot me accidentally at the gun range? No, there's like probably only like 5 people that get accidentally shot at gun ranges every year. I'm sure it's not very many. Alter egos over there.
But as I understand it, and I haven't moved forward because I've been busy trying to find this treasure. I'm now a treasure hunter. But it's my understanding that you have to go back to the court.
I'm so paranoid. There's no way I could go.
Return to Virginia. I'm still kind of sketchy on what documentation would be needed to get it and stuff like that.
Yeah. But so you don't have any other guns in your household? Those are the only.
Maybe it's good. Maybe it'll be fun.
Alright, give me a second. Let me see if there's anything else.
Do you own any Kevlar? Wearable Kevlar?
Alright. The only thing the biggest thing I want to ask you is to get just a DNA sample from you, which is just a swab of your mouth. I know you said you have not seen her
what did he do?
right? Physically have not seen her. Talk to her?
No. Well, I mean, again.
Right, during that time.
I don't blame you. I was.
Okay, let me have, our evidence guy's gonna do that real quick. Probably, we're gonna, I'm sure.
I think it's important for us to do the things that we want.
That we can eliminate people.
And maybe avoid the ones that we don't feel so enthusiastic about.
Here's how it is. Do you have any injuries in your mouth currently, anything like that?
No, any dips in, anything like that? All right. All you gotta do is open up. All I'm gonna do is swab on the left side of your cheek here, or the right side. And then I'm gonna swab on this side. And that's really all we have to do anymore. We don't have to bleed anybody or nothing anymore. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Thank you.
I'll get this squared away.
Ooh.
I really thought there was gonna be a return on that.
I don't know.
My
What if
bad.
that thing's loose? Where were you at Tuesday night? So this past Tuesday.
Tuesday I was at home. Karen was at work on a 24-hour shift all night. Like I said, I've been sick since Monday.
This must be on a sexual assault or something.
I think my second or third reread of Forrest Fenn's first book, looking for anything I missed clue-wise.
What were you reading?
Forrest Fenn's book, The Thrill of the Chase. He has 2 books that provide some clues towards this treasure that is hidden. So, and that's the first of the 2 books.
Did you email anybody during the evening, like overnight from say 9 o'clock Tuesday night until 4 in the morning? Call, email.
I remember.
Man.
I can't remember the time on that. Once I get my phone, I'll be able to remember. But I remember seeing something early in the morning from Sigma saying, "Did you hear?" And I put question marks, but at the time I figured she was asleep. Then I had fallen asleep reading the book in my chair in the living room. I have sleep apnea, and so that wasn't a good rest. So when I finally did crawl into bed, it was probably after 4 a.m. Put on my CPAP machine, and I slept until 7 because I wanted to spend some time with Karen when she came home. And then figured I'd go back to bed, but I wound up staying up. And I think I was 7:30.
I know, right?
When Sigma and I finally connected when she told me this.
In the end, Josh will be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole for the murder of Kelly and her 9-year-old son. There will be surveillance footage from the nearby building that would catch Josh pulling up to Kelly's apartment on the evening of the murder, and it would also catch him leaving just a few minutes later. Evidence would also show
Wow.
that Josh often parked outside of Kelly's parents' home and would use her Facebook account to keep tabs on her location. I don't know about you, but girl,
Yep. Called it. I didn't think it was for a murder. They were, they really weren't asking any questions about the murder. They're like, let's just make this guy let him lie to us for a minute. It was a good move, though. They know he was there. He says he wasn't. He's got a whole big, elaborate story. I guess I was right not to trust him. I guess.
You are to remain silent, not to answer any questions, and the statement.
Yes.
You are to remain silent, not to answer any questions, and the statements you make must be freely, voluntarily given. Okay. Can you explain to me in greater detail how this is? Like, how long has this been going on? Like, when did this start?
I would say it started last year around November.
Did you realize it was wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And does he know it's wrong? Has he ever said anything to you about it?
No.
He's never.
But I know you said when you told him that you were just scared, you didn't know what to do. He never threatened you or anything. I just felt uncomfortable. You felt uncomfortable? Yeah. But when he came to your register, you pretty much know what you were going to do. Yeah, because it's just like a routine. Okay.
On May 3rd, 2023,
Boynton Beach Police Department responded to BJ's Wholesale Club to investigate a 6-month, $66,000 coupon fraud scheme. A store cashier and a club member had allegedly colluded to exploit the store's coupon override system, turning hundreds of dollars in merchandise into $40 checkouts. This footage raises 3 core legal questions. Was the Miranda advisement valid? Were the resulting statements admissible? And does the evidence support felony charges under Florida law?
Hello. Hi, how are you? So, I have a question for you. So, we tried to get a detective here today, but they sent an officer. So, we have a $66,000.
It has to go through an officer. I have to take the initial report, and if a sergeant looks at the case and feels it needs to go to a detective, then it'll be assigned.
So, I have a question for you. We have all the data, but we're going to interview the team member tomorrow because we need her to admit collusion because she's working with a specific member that we want to file charges for, but we need to talk to the team member first. So she's in tomorrow, but I want to coordinate it where...
Yeah, the only thing, I've had a case like this where they tried to coordinate it with me specifically, and we got so busy that day that we had like a shooting over here that there was no way I can be there, and they interviewed that person without me. So I don't know how you guys, it's just hard to say yes, I can be here at a certain time, or no, I can't. That's the only thing I have with, the only issue I have with that.
But here's my question.
The person's not here now?
No. Okay. Well, that's why we wanted you to come. Like, we have everything.
Yeah.
Although the $66,000 is an accumulation since November, we only have archive video starting March 3rd. Well, my question, it's a complete felony already. Like, that surpassed that. Even from what we have on video versus the total case value. The total case value is like $67,000. But we can prove, like, probably half of that because we only have archive till March.
Yeah, I mean, I have to obviously look at the video, and if, everything adds up and it goes to the state attorney and they feel like this is a solid enough case, then it would, go through.
You guys would arrest if she admits already tomorrow anyway?
Well, the thing is, like, I have to be able to read her Miranda rights. Like, I just can't.
No, I get that.
Like, all
but
that
I'm
stuff,
just saying, we have all the paperwork. Like, this is a significant
I might
amount
not, I'm going to tell you, I might not arrest, it might not even be me, but I might not arrest that person right away, and I might file charges with the state attorney.
Really, for that much? For 60?
Well, like I said, I have to take the initial report, and if we can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was this person, a detective probably has to take a deeper dive into it, because I can only do so much.
So what do you recommend? Because I am looking for an arrest tomorrow. I mean,
that's not up to you.
No, but
I mean, yeah, BJ's is the victim, and you guys want to press charges, and I have to look at the video. I have to look at all the evidence and write the initial report, and the sergeant has to look at it, and then we go from there.
Okay. Would you recommend look at the information now, or call you guys tomorrow? But because I have to.
Just the only thing is, like, you see how long it took me to get. It kind of took me a while to get here today. Number one, Raising Cane's is insane over there. So it took me 20 minutes just to get in here. The only thing about waiting tomorrow is if she's here and we can't get here.
Wow.
That's the only thing I worry about, because it happened to me with Walmart. He was there and they didn't read him his Miranda rights, and he wrote some sort of like weird letter that was very vague. So I don't know what, it went to the state attorney. I just don't know what's going to happen with it because I wasn't there.
So you have to be a part of the interview?
I mean, I have to be able to read her Miranda rights, and hear and have her confess it to me on body camera.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. She's here at 9. I'm anticipating you guys aren't as crazy during the morning.
I don't know. I can't make a promise. Like, I can do the initial report, and then, we can try to be here tomorrow for the interview, or you could, it's up to you. It's whatever you guys want to do or feel comfortable with.
I mean, well, I'll have everything lined up for you.
Yeah, I would need copies. I need copies of this.
Listen, we have all of it. We have all the receipts. We have all the videos. We have what we have, and I can break it down for you when it started. What the amount is that we have to deal with for.
What is it? Is it cash or what?
So let me just show you. All the receipts have similar readings, right? So there is a specific number that's been coming here and going to a specific cashier. He goes particularly to self-checkout, and she's discounting all his purchases. So keep in mind, this is a $1,200 sale.
Woo!
And the member is paying that amount. So all these coupons, you see these overrides, they're overridden by that specific cashier, and he only goes to her. We've looked at his membership.
Oh.
Always are manually entered. So she's discounting that.
So she doesn't need a manager to take that kind of amount of money?
She doesn't, because she's a self-checkout attendant, and those cards, to override them at self-checkout, she has access to.
I guess BJ should look at that policy. Yeah. Okay. So how do you know it's that specific cashier at that specific moment?
We pulled all the videos for all.
Hold on a minute. I don't know that they can pin this on that lady. It's not her fault that she's got to work at the auto cashier. That's you guys. It's not her fault that he comes in at the same time every fucking Wednesday. That's shift work. This is all anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal? Circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence. This should all be tossed out of court. You can use circumstantial to establish something, but not to as the evidence that it happened, right? Like, you gotta have more meat than that. Okay, where I said that, that's not true. The prosecutor needs to have more than that. The police don't need to have anything. At all. They don't need to have any evidence at all to charge you with something. Let the judge figure it out.
Yeah, this would probably have to go to a detective. So, it's just the amount of money.
But even if if you're there.
The judge will drop the charges, but still.
Then at that point, can you still make an arrest if you do the Miranda?
As long as everything, I mean, yeah, probably.
Yeah. So again,
But I can't promise you someone can be here when you want us to be here.
No, I get that. So this is the most recent one, which is yesterday.
Who am I looking at?
So that's the cashier.
Which lady?
This one.
Tainted. All this evidence now tainted.
And that's the member, the guy in the blue?
Correct. Why is your thing pixelating all of a sudden? Just leave it there.
Why is it pixelating? Shit, it's like we don't have any proof. Ah, damn it.
Why is it pixelating all of a sudden? Maybe I need to play it on my
Because you imagined it was better.
So that's her. This is the member.
So that's the one and only member that she does this for?
Correct.
And you guys have looked through all the transactions?
Yes. There's a pattern. It's him and her. Since November. And she does the exact same thing. Because all the receipts show the same thing.
And at the end of the night, does someone have to tally up the coupons or anything like that?
So we no longer actually tally up the coupons. They just go automatically into a bag. It doesn't get.
So it doesn't have to match? Like
Wow. And you're gonna blame this lady for it? Hold the phone, bro. If nobody has to count the coupons, where's your proof the coupons weren't there? I'm intrigued. I would love to see where this is going. She just doesn't like this girl, I think.
We don't do a physical validation.
And does she have a sign-in number to a register?
Correct, and that's her number.
The 540 number.
So in certain cases.
So it doesn't have to. And at the end of the night.
Say typical Polynesian.
So we no longer actually tally up the coupons. They just go automatically into a bag. It doesn't get.
So it doesn't have to match against.
We don't do a physical validation.
And does she have a sign-in number to a register?
Correct, and that's her number.
Tell me about validation.
In certain cases, like for this example, she's on a register.
Right.
But in some cases, majority of the time, it's at self-checkout, which has a different.
What day is this that we're looking at?
Yesterday. This is just the most recent one.
And then where's yesterday?
Sometimes she's on a different till.
So does she actually have a paper coupon? Like, does he hand her paper coupons, or how?
You'll see. So what he does, he hands her coupons on the corner there. She doesn't even look at them, and she just keys in. And you'll see her keying in, which you'll see when you see her keying in. This is what you're seeing. Is all this amount.
She just can put any amount in?
Pretty much, and
That's crazy that
she's overriding it herself, because you see this manager override.
Is she a manager?
No.
Does every employee have access to do that? A manager override?
Any cashier, but their ID is tied to themselves only.
Call holding for membership?
So every single time, whether it's self-checkout or at a register, that's exactly what you see. It's the exact same video that you see. It's just in different spots.
What I'm hearing is these guys have some major holes in their security, and they want the police to clean it up.
So, like right now, right? You see how he's handing her coupons? Look at her typing it in, right? When you see her type it in and scan, the scan is the override. So she's just keying in coupons for the guy.
What is she scanning though? Oh, like
her card to do the override. So you see how she just continuously key, scan. Each time she's keying and scanning, she's overriding and manually entering in a coupon. He puts a pile of coupons.
Is she allowed to do that?
Doesn't even look at them.
How come this wasn't caught any sooner?
So we've determined an issue with our exception-based reporting. It's a technical thing where it's what tender type she used. Instead of it being vendor coupon, she used a type B, and it's like it's like just a slight adjustment on the exception-based reporting that it didn't catch it.
So like some sort of glitch?
It wasn't a glitch. It's how we created the report where we just needed to make one minor adjustment to put it as coupon as a tender. We just put coupon usage, but we didn't put it as a tender, and how she processed it is as a tender, so that's why.
So how was this caught then?
So what finance does, because we send all this data that goes to the POS gets validated by finance at the corporate office.
Okay.
So type B coupons are coupons that are from BJ's Wholesale Club. So
those little books?
No, it's a special type. It's not the ones in the books. So what those are is so finance reconciles these because these come from BJ's. It's a separate type of coupon. They're not in the book. They're like, wait a minute, how can Boynton Beach have like 1,000 of these $1,000 in a week, more than 1,000 worth of these type B coupons? And we send them the coupons, so they reconcile it. So when they looked at they saw a pattern every single week. This is the only club that has a significant amount of type B.
Any money out of the registry?
Nope.
Then what was that thing that he just handed her.
A gift card.
A gift card.
545 Rock Congress.
Yep.
I bet they were stealing lots of groceries.
Every time. And her.
Do you guys have another chair? I need to sit down. I need to write your information.
Officers learned the employee wasn't due back until the next day, so they set a plan, ready to catch her in the act. The plan was simple: wait and watch.
Honestly, not much of a plan. It's kind of what cops do.
Alone?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys. This is the coupon from the pouch from today.
Lindsay used to. Yeah.
Do you guys need this? I'll just do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe get some from all over.
So, before we get started, I'm just going to read you your Miranda, okay? I'm required to warn you before you make any statement that you have the following constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent, not to answer any questions. Any statements you make must be freely and voluntarily given. You have the right to the presence and representation of a lawyer of your choice before making any statements and during any questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, you are entitled to the presence and representation of a court-appointed lawyer before you make any statement and during any question. If at any time during this interview you do not wish to answer any questions, you are privileged to remain silent. You make no threats or promises to induce you to make a statement. This must be of your own free will. Any statement can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand those? Do you have any questions over any of them? Read those two. It's not working.
Thank you.
And you're employed here at BJ's, correct? About how long have you been working here?
Almost 2 years.
Okay. And what is your position you've primarily done here at BJ's?
I do cashiering and then I also do self-checkout.
Okay. And what does that entail?
Self-checkout is just like when they want to do their call.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities with that?
Just help customers and ensure.
Okay. All right. Do you know why we're here today?
Yes.
Okay. Can, in your own words, explain to me why we're here.
I'm basically going to be charged for fraud or assisting with fraud.
Okay. Why do you feel that? Why do you think that?
Because I helped someone basically steal from BJ's a couple thousand.
Okay. Can you explain to me in greater detail how this is?
Oh, sorry.
Like, how long has this been going on? Like, when did this start?
I would say it started last year around November-ish. The guy approached me and asked me if I could input his coupons, and I said okay. I didn't think it would be a reoccurring thing, but it ended up being a reoccurring thing. And personally, I didn't know how to approach my managers and ask for help to ensure this customer would stay away. But
Okay. So, you said back in November.
yeah, I mean around that time. I'm not 100% sure what day.
Okay. Now, 2022?
Yes.
And where were you at? The person, what's his name?
I don't even know his name.
You don't know his name?
No.
What does he look like?
White male, say around maybe his 50s, late 40s.
Okay.
His grayish hair, a little bit of a beard. So much something.
And so where were you at in the store when you first approached him? Okay. And how does this happen? How does he come up to you? What takes
Well,
place?
at first he was like this, my coupons are not going through, like I need help. And I was like, okay, so I just did them because that's what I'm used to. Like if someone has a problem with the coupon, I make sure the coupon, they have the actual physical item, and then I input the coupon.
Okay. And so what happened with this instance? That the first one back in November.
I just inputted his coupons and made sure he had the correct items, and he just told me the prices of how many coupons he had.
Okay. So he told you the prices?
Yes.
So what type of coupons were you, like, were they paper coupons you were scanning in, or how did you do it?
Well, for self-checkout, when we do like physical overrides,
anything over $10, we have to make sure that they have the coupons, and we scan our override card and put it in.
Okay. And how many coupons is a person allowed to use?
I mean, I was told they can use as long as they have the physical item and the amount that you can put in it.
Okay. So as long as they have the item, they can use how many coupons per item?
Yes, it's one coupon per item.
Okay. And so so he would just tell you how many to put in?
You tell me like how much to put in, like $90, $50.
Okay. And did you verify that all the product was there and he had each coupon for each product?
I would look just for the product and the coupon. I didn't see how many coupons he was giving me.
You didn't verify?
No.
Okay. Did you know that what you were doing was wrong?
I did. I just didn't know how to approach it the right way.
Okay. So how did he know when you were working to come in?
Sometimes he would walk in the front door, and sometimes I'd be at the front door, so then he would wait until I was back at my, by where I was. If not, then he would be waiting by the bathroom.
Okay. Did he ever ask you for your schedule to know what days of the week you were here?
No.
Okay. Did you ever communicate with him outside of here?
No. I don't even know who he is, to be honest with you.
Okay. You never got curious and looked him up in your membership?
No.
You never looked at his membership card to see who he was? Mm-hmm. Okay. How many times do you think you've done this? Like, how often does this occur?
I mean, when I'm working, it's like at least 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times?
A day.
A day?
When I'm working.
So he'll come in 3 times a day?
Yes, he'll come at like different separate times.
Okay. And what does he say to you when you're doing this?
He just says, "Hello, I'm ready for my coupons." And then
okay. And he's never once offered you anything in exchange?
No.
Never. Did he ever give you any type of a gift in exchange? Just saying, "Hey, thanks for always helping me out"?
No.
Did he ever? I mean. I'm trying to understand, how did he, know that you would be willing to do this each and every time?
I guess I just never really questioned him about it, so he always just came up to me.
And what kind of products is he buying?
Medicine, like medical, like allergy medicine, anything like that.
And is it always the same type of products?
Yes.
Does he say what he's doing with these products?
I think he resells them.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he does.
What makes you think that?
I mean, sometimes when I'm on a register, he does tax exempt, and sometimes tax exempt, they resell the product that they buy here.
Okay.
If not, it's for his own personal use, for like his store or something like that.
Okay. And tax exempt, what does he do to do tax exempt?
It's just that he doesn't have to pay tax on stuff that he buys.
But does he show you something to do that?
No, it's already on his card.
Okay. For his membership card?
Yeah, his membership card.
Okay. And what do you have to do to get tax exempt?
I override it. I have to override the tax exempt.
And do you override it?
Yes, sometimes, but not all the time.
Okay. But he shows you on his card that he's tax exempt?
Well, when you scan it, it will show you a prompt that says tax exempt.
Okay. And what causes that to pop up is what I'm trying to understand is how is it entered in the system that he...
Yes, in his system underneath his membership, there's like a certain certificate that they have to bring in, that they have to put in for him to have tax exempt.
Okay. Did he ever tell you he was reselling this stuff?
Not that I know of, no.
You never recall him telling you what he did with the products?
No.
And what did you think when he was coming in 2-3 times a day?
That's what I thought, like he was reselling, so I was like, okay, because I've seen people here multiple times, like out of the day, all the time.
And do you know, he never asked you what days you work?
No.
Okay.
But I have literally like a consistent schedule, so I'm here.
You work the same days each week? Okay, and what days are those?
Saturday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay.
I mean Sunday, Tuesday. I'm off Saturday for school.
Okay. So walk me through exactly what took place today.
Today?
Yeah, this morning.
I mean, he came in, I know he went to membership to return something, and then maybe 20 minutes later he came back on my line, and I just did what I do.
Okay. But
I
step by step, like I don't understand any of it.
I scan his card, and then I scan all of his items, and then when I'm done with that, he just tells me the prices of his coupons that he has, and then I input them.
Okay. So you don't verify that the amount he's telling you matches what the product is?
No.
Okay. And so how much was his total today?
Like $40.
Okay. But how much was it before the override coupons?
Like $1,000 something.
Okay. Does that seem a little bit?
It does, yes.
Okay. I mean, did you realize it was wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And does he know it's wrong? Has he ever said anything to you about it?
No.
He's never made any acknowledgement about it?
No.
Okay. And so you say the amounts he does, is it usually around $1,000 or does it vary or how?
Yeah, it's around $1,000.
Okay. So if he comes in 3 times a day, each time it's around $1,000? Okay. Do you know where he's getting the coupons?
I mean, the coupons that he has are mostly BJ's coupons from like the coupon books that we have.
Okay. And what does that mean if they're BJ's coupons?
Like it's from the corporation. The corporation like gives out the coupons.
Okay. All right. And can you use that many coupons?
When you scan them, no. If you scan them, it will limit you to like how many items you have. Like
Okay.
if he has 3 items and he tries to scan 4 coupons, then that 4th coupon won't go through.
Okay. And what happens then? So say you try to scan the 4th. What do you have to do to make? If you wanted to input that?
I have to just put it in manually.
And how do you do that?
If he's on self-checkout, then I just go all the way to the end and I scan it I scan my override card, and then I put in the price, and then
Okay.
it'll come off as a coupon.
Okay. And so like today, when you did an override, correct? And the amount you put in, he told you the amount to put in? Okay. All right.
But I know you said when you told him that you were just scared, you didn't know what to do. He never threatened you or anything.
I just felt uncomfortable.
You felt uncomfortable? But when he came to your register, you pretty much know what you were going to do.
Yeah, because it's just like a routine.
Routine. Okay. Today, when he was at your register and he's passing you the coupons, were you just putting the numbers in this time? He wasn't telling you today, though, right? Like you just knew how much to take off of the.
No, he tells me like how many. Like he'll tell me like $90, $60.
So what is he doing today on the video? He's passing you.
Yeah, like the stacks of the coupons.
And then what is he saying? 90.
Yes.
Tell me. Tell me how he does.
Yeah, that's what he does. He just stacks them and he goes 90, 60, 24 or whatever.
And what were the coupons for? Like $1 off?
Yeah, $1. Sometimes they're $7, $8.
Okay. But he was telling you today what to put in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And does he tell you every time what to put in?
Yes.
Do you collect the coupons?
Yeah, I mean, when it's at self-checkout, they throw them in the box.
Okay.
And then if it's at a register, I put them in the pouch.
Okay.
Have you ever told anybody about this? Like a friend, family, any coworker about it? No? And what does the policy say for something like this here? Like, is there a policy about the coupons and manufacturing what you can and cannot do?
I mean, all as I know is it's just one coupon per item.
And so the reason to continue doing it, or that you kept doing it since November, what was that? I'm trying to understand.
I didn't really have a reason. It's just I didn't know how to approach my managers about it.
Okay. Like, I mean, if you saw him coming to the register, could you not?
I mean, sometimes when he would come in, I would try to make myself busy so I wouldn't have to help him.
Okay. And what did you think was going to happen if you went to your manager?
I would get fired and I kind of needed this job for school.
All right.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yeah.
Honestly, truthfully, since we already know you've been doing it with this guy, have you done it with anybody else? Family, friends?
coworkers? No. Do you know if anybody else has been doing this here? Not that I know. Because I'm trying to understand how you came up with doing this so many at a time. I don't know if you saw someone else doing it, or you just did it. I just did it. Okay.
Did he indicate to you to do this? Did he tell you how to do this? Did he have an idea that you could do this?
No, it's like when you work self-checkout, you know what to do for certain things. For like coupons, like you have to override it, so you have to have your card to do it.
Okay. So the very first time you met him, he approached you and asked you to help him with his coupons. Mm-hmm. Did he go into detail about that, what that meant? So you just automatically started giving him the discounts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright.
Did you ever think that this would come back? Yeah, I knew it was going to come back eventually, but you still couldn't say no.
Well, what made you say yes the first time? What made you do it the first time?
The first time I thought he was just a regular customer, that he just needed help with coupons, that's all.
But why give him the extra the first time? If you did the overrides on the first transaction, the first time you did it, where you gave him, did he tell you the amounts the first time?
Yes, he always tells me.
Okay, so how did he know you would do that?
Honestly.
And what made you do it? I mean, if you didn't, that's the very first time, there's no, I mean, you could have easily said no. What made you do that? What made you feel the need to do that?
Maybe just to get him out. It was probably like a busy day, and I just wanted everyone to be out.
Alright. I think that's all that I have. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm that everything is true?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. You're welcome. That's a game. Sir?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just will need a second set. Justice, stand up for me.
Do you have that?
I put him on.
I'm gonna pat you down. Do you have anything that's gonna poke or stick me?
No.
No?
I mean, other than this, probably my card.
Nothing on you that you shouldn't have?
No, it's just my phone and my AirPods. Okay. I have my keys downstairs with my office.
Where are they?
They're on register 7.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll get like your house keys and stuff.
Yeah, my car keys. My car. Yeah.
Can you just turn around for me?
Yep.
All right.
What we'll do is we'll get all your property.
Let's examine the constitutional framework. Before the custodial interview began, detectives
Now, I played this game yesterday. It was really good. What federal
and spin.
So
Hey, Chit.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Learning to crochet. Need a new hobby since my Tamagotchi finally died.
Oh, sorry to hear that. But, you know, at least you're trying something new. You know, it's always good to get on with your... What? How did you... Chit, is that you?
Yeah. They say to start with what you know. You want me to make you?
Yeah, sure, if you can.
Yeah. It'd be a fun challenge to make someone so much older.
What? Chit, I'm 38.
Yeah.
I am. Oh. Chit, everything okay?
Yeah.
Lunchtime.
Yeah.
Hey, that's nice of you. Got your Subway, Chit.
Yeah. I figured I'd get it one last time.
What? Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, you guys didn't hear?
No, what?
Subway's going out of business.
What?
Yeah, I just assumed that you knew.
Oh.
God. Chit, no. 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 Chit, no. Oh, God, here he goes. I don't... Chit, look at me. Look at me. It's going to be okay. You good? You sure? Good. There's other options. We're going to be just fine, right, Chit?
911, what's your emergency?
Oh, April Fools! April Fools! It's not closing.
Oh, good one. Hey, she got us good, right, Chit?
Yeah, I haven't been that thrown since Kyle told me he was 38.
Chit.
He said what now?
What? Okay, do I look old?
But Linda, you never do pranks.
No, well, it's April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
What?
Hold on. Chit, you haven't heard of April Fools? You're like Mr. Holiday.
I guess it wasn't part of my homeschooling. But if you want, I can tell you everything you need to know about Flag Day.
You do tell me. Every year.
Quite a day for the Second Continental Congress.
Oh, Subway, huh? Too bad they're closing down, huh, Chit?
Nice try, Brian, but I already got him with that one. Ain't that right, Chit?
911, what's your emergency?
Chit! April Fools! Hey, Brian, Chit's just finding out about April Fool's Day.
What? Are you serious? Oh, I'm gonna get you so good, Chit.
I want to do it.
Well, Chit, you can. You just make up something to fool people with.
I like that.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Has anyone seen that yellow file folder I was holding?
Peter?
Yes?
I quit.
Say that again?
I quit.
And say it again?
I quit.
Are you sure?
Time to go.
Okay. All right. I think this is really good for you, Chit.
Peter, are you okay?
Yes. Yes. I'm just so happy for Chit. This is great for Chit.
Yeah?
Yes. Yes. Give me a hug.
April Fools.
What?
April Fools.
No. 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 No!
This is fun.
No, this is not fun! I pay you all to work, not act like children. Kyle, I expected better from someone in their 50s.
I'm 38.
Oh, ha ha! No more prank! Trust fall!
What? How? Let me do it!
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, I guess I kind of asked for it when I told you.
Got him.
Enough! Everyone get back to work!
I am.
What?
April Fools. I'm gonna go tell Janice we're related.
Chit, no. That could kill her!
I gotta see this.
Hey, hold on a second.
I gotta see this.
Hey, hold on a second.
Got him.
Enough! Everyone get...
Peter, are you okay?
Oh, Subway, huh?
I figured I'd get it one last time.
What? Wait, what do you mean?
Oh, you guys didn't hear?
Need a new hobby since my Tamagotchi finally died.
Oh, sorry to hear that. But, you know, at least you're trying something new. You know, it's always good to get on with your... What? Hey, Chit.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Learning to crochet. Need a new hobby since my Tamagotchi finally died.
Oh, sorry to hear that. But, you know, at least you're trying something new. You know, it's always good to get on with your... What? How did you... Chit, is that you?
Yeah.
Hey Melissa, what's up? Sorry, was my mic muted that whole time? So there's a note on Chit's desk, but it's not there yet. I'm wondering where he gets it from.
Yeah, sure, if you can.
It'd be a fun challenge.
Did it come out of the pineapple?
What? Chit, I'm 38.
Yeah. No. Oh, there it is. So that fell out of his note thing.
Chit, everything okay?
You tell them or I will. Somebody left him a note.
Hey, that's nice of you.
But we don't know who left him the note. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Hello, JLR. Oh. He's not live anymore. I wonder if he did something about that guy that was stalking him. They said he was outside his house yesterday.
I've recently been getting big into the UFC again. I'd always watched...
He's an idiot.
Lewis ran on
And honestly, that's like a woman getting big into hookers. Holy shit, it's Dexter. Oh. Well, this is still broken, really? Yes.
Officers are here to speak
His wrist.
after a report of a suspicious activity inside the bathroom. But soon, this situation is about to escalate rapidly.
Fighting on a wet bathroom floor is one of the worst things.
On October 24th, 2025, Eau Claire police officers arrive at a busy farmer's market during the Halloween 5K marathon event in Wisconsin after an off-duty trooper reports a man slumped over in a bathroom after snorting a suspicious substance. The marathon staff had stopped people from using the restroom, but what officers do not know is that this simple intervention is going to turn hostile very quickly.
I mean, I asked him if he was okay. I haven't seen him come out. He was just hunched over on the floor. He kept trying to shoot whatever through a straw. He had like, there was a lighter and like some like a spoon and knife and some kind of sitting there.
Straight over
it's right in the men's bathroom too.
Okay.
So there's a lot of kids and family members around. I'm like, there's kids keep going in there. I'm like, this dude's gonna hurt somebody. So
Right. We'll go check it out. Thank you. I think we wore our costumes.
I know.
Hello.
Yeah.
He's got the lighter, the spoon, everything.
Okay. Hello there. Hey, what's going on, man?
Huh? Your shoe? What's going on today?
Oh, hey, we're not going in. What's your name, bud?
What's up? But there's nothing going on here.
Okay, well, it looks like you're on the...
Sit down. No, I'm
Okay. Hey, we're not
you
going in
can't
the
touch
stall.
me, bro. Why are you talking about the bathroom?
Hold up.
No, there's nothing going on here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You can stop
What?
the police.
So here's the deal. We got called because you're
Yeah, I
passed out.
understand it. I understand it.
Hey, let me finish. We got called because... Just stay right there. Stay right there.
I'm not running, bro. I'm not
No,
running.
stay right there. Stop. Just relax.
Please, I have a life for you to legally stop stop me, sir.
We can.
No, it's not illegal. Stop me.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Okay, what citation you got on me?
Hold up. Just lean up against the wall or something.
What citation you got?
Okay, if you don't calm down, listen. If you don't calm down, we're gonna detain you in cuffs right now.
What citation? I'm so curious.
Let him wash his hands. He's all covered in piss. His pants are around his goddamn knees. Calves. Whatever. This guy's a weirdo. Why are you walking around the men's bathroom with your pants down, you fuck?
Mile a minute right now. I just want to know what citation you're right now.
You're going a mile a minute.
I didn't know what citation you're on me. Please.
Are you gonna let me finish?
Camera, please.
You're on camera. Are you gonna let me finish? No, hold on. Just stop. Alright. No, put your drink down.
I'm right here.
Put the drink down. We're not doing this. Stop.
Let him have his drink.
What citation you got on me? What citation you got on me? What citation? No, come for what? What citation?
You're not listening. Stop.
What is that? I'm not doing. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down. What citation? Yours is illegal. What citation are you got on me? So guys, tell me what citation you got on me. I am not doing nothing, bro. I just want to drink my soda.
Is he autistic?
Roll on your stomach now. No, for what?
Roll on your stomach for not. Roll on your stomach.
Everything tell me no citation on me. No citation on me. No, dude, this is illegal. I guess you know better. What citation you got on me? What citation you got on me? Huh? What citation you got on me? Huh? What citation you got on me? Huh? Please tell me what citation on me. No. What citation?
Stop fighting.
What citation?
Stop fighting.
You haven't told me any citation yet.
Stop fighting.
I'm not bullying her. You take me. What citation you got on me? What citation you got on me?
Got his arm behind his back. Yep, I got his arm. Stop fighting. Stop now. Stop fighting. Stop fighting.
The suspect is 39-year-old Jake, already on probation for multiple open felony and misdemeanor cases. As he continues to resist, knocking over one of the officer's body camera, multiple backup officers arrive to assist.
Oh, man.
Using significantly more force to control him.
Man. Where's this guy's parents?
Get your hand out from underneath your waistband now. 141, what's your funny?
He's not mentally healthy. These cops should be trained to recognize that. What citation do you got on him, though? Bucks to answer him?
You lost your job, idiot, dude. You lost your job, dude. You lost your job before you did. You must ask me what my citation is. Citation, you lost your job. You lost your job, bro. You two lost your job. You just lost your job. You don't need it, bro. You lost your job. Dude, you just lost your job, dude. Dude, just call it lost your job. No, bro, you lost your job.
He's just repeating sentences that he's heard throughout his life. You know what I mean?
What's your name?
Because he... Apparently... no, apparently, Bubble Boots. He was sleeping in the bathroom. They walked in there, and he was weird, so they didn't like it. They tried to sit on the floor to relax, and they didn't like that. And then they're like, get on your face, blah, 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 and they started beating him up while doing this shit. And he started saying, what citation do you got on me, over and over. Like, I understand people when they get stressed do that shit too, but that looks like autism to me. Like, very much. I have a hard time differentiating between what this guy's doing right now and like stimming. But it seems like this is how he's dealing with stress, is repeating sentences that he's heard before. But I don't know, maybe not. It just is, what he's saying doesn't seem to make any sense, and nobody's responding to him, and he keeps doing it. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess it depends if he's... Does it depend if he's cognitively doing it? No. If it makes him feel... I think he's got at least some mild autism, if it's not diagnosed. It should at least set up... Like, a trained officer should be like, whoa, hold up. Are we doing the right thing here? Like, some people you can't just force into handcuffs. Some people you have to kill them before they'll go in the cuffs. So don't cuff them. Those people weren't in danger in the first place, so I don't know what your problem is. Like, who's the one man? Did the one man do it? Is he high on fentanyl? I don't know. He's got like 3 or 4 sentences that he goes to for this. Like, if he's not high, he's got something wrong with him. Oh, if you guys know him, then you better just stop. Has he been drinking, maybe? What's this guy got, his weighted blanket? Oh no. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? No! Aw, bro. What are they doing to him? Some kind of assault bag they put him in? What is this shit? Oh, he's insane, right? He's like violently insane, right? They don't even Hannibal Lecter me like this. They don't do this until I'm at the fucking police station. Holy shit! He is, he's crazy. They can't even do this. Oh, man. Why is this there? And why this is not even okay? You notice he wasn't even freaked out about what they're doing? He's been through this before. Ah. Wow. That's a hell of a straitjacket, hey? Now we're gonna put him in a helmet and then a spit mask? Fuck. Okay, to be fair, this is how they probably might have to treat him. They're just kind of trying not to even interact with him, eh? Just like wrap him up, get him put in. We gotta deal with him, guys. That's fair. These cops are pretty. I'm honestly, I'm kind of impressed. They're not hitting them. They're not like, shut the fuck up, idiot. You know what I mean? They're not even saying a word. They're doing a really good job. They actually recognized that he was in trouble pretty early. Oh, he's doing drugs. He's gone crazy on the drugs. Not good. You don't have the right to walk anywhere, bro. What do you think he's injecting crystal meth? Is that fucked up crappy meth? It's still a mental health crisis. Buddy, they are treating you so good, you have no idea. He literally hasn't taken a breath.
Including a metal nail file, a lighter, a metal tube with a plastic straw, and a crumpled piece of tinfoil with burnt residue.
Oh, we could have been smoking meth or fent. Probably not fentanyl.
So he was kind of crouched over on the floor. I could see like a lighter, and he kept trying to, I don't know, hey, dude, you okay? And he didn't even answer me. And I could just hear him trying to suck something with his straw.
Oh, it's probably that meth dosed with fucking fentanyl shit. That guy's wearing a cape. That dude's wearing a cape. He's wearing a cape. He's wearing a cape. Why was that guy wearing a cape?
Did we confirm it's fake? Yeah, okay. I'll call probation. Dude, that fighting on a wet bathroom floor is one of the worst things I think I've had in town. And whatever other bodily fluids.
Definitely had to like slow it down.
Yeah.
Okay, where are you going?
Well, initially we sat down, I was like, alright, cool. Like, we already have him on the ground, so this is a little bit easier. But I know it was like a greasy pig, man.
He tried going at the urinal.
Huh?
Yeah. Go in here. It's like, no, you're gonna try and ditch.
Well, and then he kept trying to walk out, and so that's when I cut him off. And I was like, he's got to go in the car. So it didn't make any sense with listening. Yeah, we had paraphernalia right inside.
Do you want his hat too?
Yeah. Drugs will do that to you too.
Team on 3, 1, 2, 3, team.
I still think it's a combination of like autism and drugs.
Like it's ironic because he was ingesting chemicals. Take these nasty gloves off.
But if officers believe things would change at the hospital, they are mistaken.
suck the longest 2-minute ride of your life.
Jake
Huh.
continues to resist medical staff, forcing them to sedate him before removing him from the wrap and placing him in softer restraints. Eventually, officers informed Wisconsin's Department of Corrections of the incident and the injuries they sustained while restraining him. Later that night, he was released from medical care, and a now very compliant Jake was transported to the Eau Claire County Jail.
Okay. I'm just gonna put them in. Hey, Jake. It's Donnie. Right in
Aw. Hey, relax.
I'll let you know. What's going on, baby? Alright? Okay. We're gonna get you to the jail. Okay. I'll let you know what the charges are and all that. I just got searching down here. I'm not just gonna judge the over. What's that? You just woke up? For real? What's up? Yeah. I'll let you do that. You always been cool with me. Alright, let's care if I just throw that stuff away or you want those smokes? I have smokes.
The guy don't want you smoking your smokes.
Ultimately, Jake was charged with felony, bail jumping ×2, misdemeanor, resisting an officer, disorderly conduct, and possession of drug paraphernalia. All are repeat offenses. Initially, his cash bond was set at $1,000, but later amended to a signature bond with conditions to have no contact with Phoenix Park, maintain absolute sobriety, and not to consume or possess any illegal drugs or drug paraphernalia. Don't just watch.
You know what's funny? When I got released, the judge didn't put any stipulations on me at all. None. Not even keep the peace and be of good behavior. The only thing they said was show up for court on this date. And it was like 6 months in the future. Okay. Should I have had... No, I was on bail. I'm on bail right now. Wait, okay. I might not be on bail right now. Maybe I'm not on bail. No, I'm on some kind of release right now. Or I'd still be in jail. Oh no, because I was... Yeah, I don't... Okay, so... I got charged with like 24 things. They dropped all the charges. During the charges, I picked up a breach. Which I shouldn't have picked up. Because they dropped all the charges. They should just drop that too, right? But they don't. So... I've got a failure to appear on a breach. That I couldn't even help it but miss because I was in the hospital. I spent 3 days in jail for something I didn't do on the gang unit where they bossed me, right? So I don't know. I'm not sure what this is going to look like when I go to court. Maybe they'll say time served. Three days unprovoked. Well, so it was a total of 9 days of incarceration that I did over nothing. I should never have been charged in the first place. That's why they dropped all the charges. They showed up at my house, beat me up, and then took me to the police station for 3 days and beat me up. And let me go, told me I had to go home. I went home, They showed back up there and beat me up again and took me back to the police station. It was pretty crazy. While I was still in the middle of a fucking mental health episode and trying to fucking like get my kidneys back straight and shit. I hadn't eaten for like 6 days. My salt was all out of whack. They're refusing to give me my meds. My blood pressure's just pounding. My head hurts. Whatever. Too bad for you, hate. Take a couple more punches, buddy. Anyway. So, yeah. There was no conditions on my release. I didn't have to stay in the country. At first, they're like, stay within the whatever. I was like, look, I'm an artist and I probably have to go down to the States to work. Is that going to be alright? And they're like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to put any restrictions on you. Still got a failure to appear for a court appearance that my lawyer was supposed to go for. When my lawyer was at court that day, she called me and she's like, I'm pulling myself off this case. Fuck you. You gotta show up. You just show up here on your own then. Because I was like, they're gonna drop the charges. And she's like, no, they're not. I was like, well, yeah, they are, or else you haven't talked to them. Like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Trying to tell them I'm gonna plead fucking guilty to something I never did, but I promise you I'm not going to. So you better just quit saying it. Because they're like bargaining, right? With the prosecutor and shit. And I'm like, well, my story hasn't changed. I didn't do anything. So I don't want to take... They're like, what is your lawyer? I advise you to take this. Blah, blah, blah. Because why would you want to get charged? Or why would you want to risk going to jail? Like, why would I want to have a fucking criminal record for something I didn't do? I've had a clean fucking record for my entire adult life. Why are we gonna start by fucking throwing this bullshit on there about fucking pulling guns on cops and shit? Fuck you. That's what I want for a first offense. Oh, what did he do? Well, you know, he turned 40 and he decided he's gonna pull a gun on a SWAT team.
Visit CodeBlueCam.com to grab hoodies, shirts, hats, mugs, and more. Every item helps support the channel and keep stories like this coming.
No way. That doesn't sound like a wise thing to do.
Alright, let me get a little bit of information on the screen.
It's one of the charges they dropped. There's, like I said, there's about 24. I was facing life in jail.
We have your own stuff. You're Dollar General.
They said they hoped to pursue it as aggressively as the law would allow. And what that meant was that it was over 27 years of like short time. But if they convicted me of the breaking and entering a domicile, it carries for that stupid condo that I took over. They were trying to call it a home invasion and something else. And if they had done that, it could be life in jail. The thing that I read is like, but they only pursue that in in the most extreme of cases, I'm like, well, this is a pretty extreme case. I had 3 lawyers quit on me. Murder trial lawyers. I just wouldn't do it. I'm like, well, sorry. Like, if I need to go up there and I need to lie in front of a judge, I can't do that.
Yeah, I was thinking they're gonna switch.
And my lawyer's like, what are you talking about?
Bearcat coming on scene, baby.
Like, you can't take a plea bargain because you can't lie to the judge? And I said, yeah. They're like, well, then we have a irreconcilable difference between us. He quit on me right before my case. So I had me and my lawyer, okay. I did a bail hearing, right? And I got released on my own recognizance or whatever. $25,000 promise to pay is what they call it. So we're gonna say I owe them $25,000 for that breach. And there's no way I owe no way am I owing $25,000 fucking dollars on this shit. No way. Fuck, man. Whatever. So okay, so add 25,000 to the $16 million I need. Whatever. So they released me, and then they called me back in because they needed to do some paperwork had to get fucking flipped over, basically. And I went in there, and they gave me I had another bail hearing because they were like, oh, we're just gonna take you in anyway. And that's when they stole my cats. And so I went and did that. The judge gave me bail again, another $25,000 promise to pay, and then from the distance from the couch to this door was the difference, or the distance from the court clerk to the desk of the police station. The court clerk had to bring my release papers to the desk of the police station so they would release me. I went missing for 3 days onto the gang unit in the Edmonton Remand Center because between my couch and this door here, we were to believe that an experienced court clerk and an experienced fucking whatever the hell guy clerk at the fucking police station managed to lose my paperwork as it traveled from that desk to this one. Only mine. 3 days later, my lawyer called the jail and was like, Gimme Hate goes here right now. And they're like, oh, hey, he's in here yet? Hold on. She told me that when they said they released me, they called Trish, they called my brother, they called my uncle, they told everybody that is my surviving family members that they released me and that I was gone. I was walking home and I was gone. I'm not the police, I'm out of their custody. And really, I was lost in the prison. Cool, huh? My lawyer fucking flipped out. Was like, what is this bullshit? There's no way this is accidental. I was like, yeah, I know. I was like, these are the same cops that beat me up. I'm not sure why this is going on here. Why I have to fucking see these guys again. But they're sure fucking excited to see me.
What? They see him? Oh, running through the houses. Okay.
The cops here are super crooked. They've got a police training facility set up in the north end of the city. You can't go there as the public. Nobody gains access to it, and they hold prisoners there. That's where they had me in the. Well, they brought like almost every cop in the city through to fucking talk shit to me.
Whether it's a mop floor, a spilled drink.
Some wild shit.
Family Christian Academy also on lockdown. They're doing modified.
You got it. Take your time. I'm just waiting for the mail to get here so I can go to that store.
Might have not had the cooling on the fan.
Might have overheated.
If they have suits there for fucking $20, I'm buying a suit.
I have a fan on my camera, believe it or not.
74 Acorn.
I'm still pissed about it. Okay, that was fucking like 4 months ago, and I just.
Well, while Democrats fail to
Gay lady was attacked multiple times. And what that tells me is that this was a crime of passion. Like I said, show me up there doing a crime. Show me. We have access to different cameras. You were right there at that time when the crimes happened.
This is 39-year-old Tony Rico saying.
No, Tony.
Stuff to my clothes, dude. Like, just because she's not.
In policing responding to a disturbance or theft.
Whoa.
So it didn't take long. For people to send us photographs of various members of Congress who are kind of living it up in some cases. We have Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, at Disney World. He is both in Fantasyland. Some say all of Congress is in Fantasyland, but he is there literally at Disney World. Also in a brunch line. His staff tells us, actually he told us directly, that he was in Florida for a conference with Steve Witkoff and other Trump officials, but that was in South Florida. He then flew to Orlando and then spent Friday night there walking around the park and then having brunch on Saturday morning. We got Robert Garcia in Vegas. And he was saddled up at the bar with a friend. He tells us he was there in Vegas to visit his dad. He also said he understands why we're doing this and that they all shouldn't have left Washington, D.C. So he kind of owned up to it. But we've got everybody. I mean, we got Republicans and Democrats, Bernie Sanders and Ted Cruz. We got Marsha Blackburn at the airport, kind of hiding herself from the camera. And we got other congressmen and senators as well, and we are soliciting more. Now is the time that some of them probably had scheduled vacations. So maybe they're on a cruise somewhere, or in Hawaii, or some other great place. We want those pictures. And the point of this is to show how fed up the American people are, because we are. And it's so insulting that they are, the Republicans blame the Democrats. Lindsey Graham was quick to say it's the Democrats' fault. No, it's both your faults, because two sides have to come together to compromise. They are unable to do it. And yeah, one can blame the other, but the bottom line is you've got to figure out how to do it in order to run government. And they haven't done it. And not only have they not done it, they just threw up their hands and said, we're leaving. I mean, we have a vacation schedule, spring break. And that's what they did. And notice that we're not saying Democrat so-and-so or Republican so-and-so, because we don't think it matters. It's all of Congress. And it's not that one side is more to blame than the other. You can say it is, but both of them should have figured out how to compromise here. So we're not showing party affiliation. We're just putting pictures up. So we want these pictures. Also, if you happen to be watching and you're a member of the media, you should know that the pictures we put up, you're free to post. It's not that we want to own this, we just want to spread it. And there has to be some kind of a movement because they are insulting our intelligence by thinking, oh, we can get.
Are we allowed to post the videos too?
Blaming it on the other party.
He just gave me permission. Thanks,
party,
Harvey.
It's both parties.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
What follows is extremely rare body cam involving a U.S. Federal Border Patrol agent.
I can't wait. So, a U.S. Federal Border Patrol agent versus an armed robbery gang that I have to assume is from Mexico. They're at Lowe's. 5 minutes later, officers located the vehicle just 1 mile east of Lowe's. Hold on, I gotta read it. Okay, so these 4 dudes that look like they're dudes are wanted for being robberies, dudes. It was July 27th, 2022, at a Lowe's home improvement store in La Cruces, New Mexico. CTV captured 2 masked men walking into the store pushing a cart. Right behind them was an off-duty Border Patrol agent who happened to be shopping at the same time. A few moments later, the 2 men began walking towards self-checkout. Oh, they were seen walking there with a portable air conditioner. When they were asked for a receipt, the men ignored the guy, continued going to the exit. Other store dudes came over and said, stop it, shoplifter. Things started to escalate. Men leave the store, things are beeping, people try to stop them.
At the employees before walking away. Unfortunately for the shoplifters, the off-duty agent witnessed what unfolded at the exit and began tailing the men on foot.
And now this guy thinks he's law enforcement. He's a Border Patrol agent who now thinks he's out investigating the shoplifters. Fuck.
The men are captured in the parking lot, walking towards their vehicle.
Captured.
Chevy
Tahoe.
By the
Agent.
Picture.
911.
And immediately sped off.
Wait. And then they immediately sped off, he said. That's what he said. Okay, so I'll mute that. This will be better. For a minute.
Officers located the vehicle just 1 mile east of the Lowe's.
Okay, so got a mile east of the Lowe's. Oh. Okay, now they need volume.
Travel was, I believe, southbound on Trevis, headed towards the Coles from Lowe's on Trevis.
4 units authorized and 2 K9 units authorized.
Copy, coming to Trevis.
Turn south on Joshua.
962 Central, 44.
Copy, 44.
Hello, who called us?
Let me get my manager, okay? What's your 2962?
Just at Spruce and Tell Shore.
Copy, Spruce and South Shore.
Hello, I'm listening. Are you
the manager?
Yes, sir. I'm the manager here.
Were you the witness, or do you know what happened?
Yeah, I was a witness. I have a federal agent right here, too.
Okay.
What way you facing? The vehicle continues.
It's in front of Dick's and Tail Short.
Copy, vehicles in front of Dick's on Tail Short.
Still going south.
Okay, we have a pursuit behind the vehicle. What did they pull a gun on you guys? Okay, did you want to pursue charges? Okay, because I need a definite because we are chasing a vehicle right now. Okay, so I need to make sure that we're good.
He's on the wrong side of traffic in front of Canes.
Copy, wrong way traffic in front of Canes.
Now he's by the parking lot of Red Lobster. Nacho southbound.
Copy, Nacho southbound.
We pulled the gun out. We pulled it back out again out there when I was following them to get the license plate.
You all felt threatened by this? I assume, I know this sounds stupid, but I have to confirm legal reasons that you felt threatened by this, right? You did feel threatened by this?
Oh yes, he pulled it out both times over there and here.
The Lowe's employees did feel threatened by it, and they do want to pursue.
Sorry for the units on the Lowe's. The Lowe's employees did feel threatened by it, and they do want to pursue.
He's gonna be in the parking lot of Hooters going back onto Telshire. Nacho.
Copy, parking lot of Hooters headed back to Tail Short for Nacho.
Yeah, we're on a pursuit with it right now. So, how you doing, Plutus?
Who had the gun pointed at him? Well, when he got here, okay, we see your receipt right there. He went like this and pulled the gun out, and then he put it in. He went out there, and then the officer went out too, and he pulled the gun out him too.
Okay, so the officer in the black shirt?
Yes, sir.
He's a Border Patrol agent.
Border Patrol agent.
Okay. I'm going to insert this. Do you have an ID with you, sir? Yes, sir. And how many people were there?
Two guys.
Two guys?
They got it here, put it here. We would help them put it in the car. Doesn't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
They go over there, they start walking this way, and they walk this way.
So you thought these masks were to the COVID, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Nacho and Telshire, or correction, Foothills and Telshire.
What all do you know about what happened?
I was here at the front. I was just looking for some drinks. I had made a purchase just, but my kids wanted a drink, so
Okay.
here I am. And then I'm a U.S. Border Patrol agent out of Deming. I came back in. These guys kind of bumped into me, like right there at the registers while I was looking for drinks.
Okay.
And they were both masked up all the way to their face with hats. Thought it was kind of weird, and I kind of figured as soon as I looked at them back and I turned around, I figured these guys are gonna run. But then these guys confronted them at the front, like 3 or 4 of them, and he pulled out a gun. And then he looked at me and he pulled out the gun. I followed him to get the vehicle description.
Okay.
And then I noticed that they came in back through the back. I was the one that got the vehicle description with the hood, the black hood, the Tahoe.
Okay.
And then I noticed that their license plate was covered with a plastic bag. And then they took off this way.
And what were you saying about Border Patrol?
I'm a Border Patrol
Okay.
agent.
Okay, you're the. All right.
Hit the vehicle as soon as it turns its next turn.
Whoa. Whoa.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
Holy crap. Whoa. What? Dude. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to just shoot at people. Holy Christ! What are you doing? Holy shit! Whoa, dude. What happened? We gotta secure him. He's got the seatbelt stuck.
We have shots fired, drivers down. Stay down, show me your hands! Stay on the floor! We're trying to get the passenger out of the vehicle, he's stuck. Everybody slow down. Get a unit up here to cover inside the Wing Daddy's parking lot.
Everybody slow down. Bro, he can't get out. Crawl. Crawl to me, crawl to me. Oh, the air conditioner. Wow. Holy crap, this escalated quickly. He's looking pretty pale, man. No, he's really got a broken arm. Yeah, this Jace is going gray, dude. Is he shot up? Oh, dude, he's turning gray. Look at him. What the hell? That guy's in like medical malfunction right now. Oh yeah, he's looking living dead because he's dead. Like, I want to see if this guy lives. Is he pink yet?
David's info? Yeah. David's here? David, oh, I don't know. I thought it was Josh Lopez. Yeah, let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it's Josh. Hey, that's Josh Lopez, right? Oh, okay, yeah, that's Josh Lopez.
Lopez was quickly rushed to the hospital for his injuries. 20 minutes later, officers on standby at the scene are approached by a woman.
What kind of vehicle is involved?
Are you looking for a vehicle? Or?
Well, because my son's on the run, and I'm not sure if it's him.
Okay. What kind of vehicle are you looking for?
Tahoe, maroon Tahoe.
Okay. What's your son's name?
Joshua Lopez.
Where are you parked at?
Way over there.
Okay. Let's head down to my car and I'll talk to you, okay?
Wow.
I'll come talk to you and we'll keep you updated, okay?
Is it that red SUV?
Yes. Let's go this way.
Is he okay?
He's at the hospital. Let's go this way. Come on. What do you mean he's on the run? He's alive. He's alive. Hey, we have to keep you. Come on. You need to We're not gonna let you in right now. Let's go this way so I can talk to you and see what's going on. I can't tell you any details about what happened. It's an active investigation, so I can't tell you any details. What do you mean he's on the run? Like, let's keep going, keep walking while we talk. We can't be in the scene like this.
Oh my God.
Like, you're a missing person, or?
No, I'm not missing a person. My son has been on the run. I haven't told him you guys.
On the run? He had a warrant?
Yeah, he has warrants.
What were they for you?
We'll get a supervisor to talk to you guys. We can't speak for anything right now, okay?
Where did you guys come from right now? Or where are you parked at?
Just sitting here.
You're up there?
They can't tell the family where he is? Get out of here, dude. That's kind of bullshit. Wow, wait, I want to see if he lived.
Where he was, investigators arrive on the scene and begin questioning the detained passenger.
Some stuff went down, I'm sure it was crazy for you, and we wanted to talk to you about it, okay? You're in handcuffs in the police car right now, so I'm not charging you with the crime, I'm trying to figure out what happened here. Can you just tell me what happened? Starting at the lows?
No, what happened? I just know we crashed.
That was it? You guys came from below, you're pushing on an air conditioner, right? You don't remember? You know they got cameras on those, right? Like, again, it's just a shop. I don't care about a shop. Like, we had gunshots being fired here. But, okay.
Holy!
Like I said, we're trying to figure out what happened.
Well, I don't give a fuck about the gunshots. What a cocksucker, dude.
Was taken into custody and booked into jail, where he was held without bond. Despite the rain of gunfire, Luciano sustained no injuries. He was charged with one count of interference
Holy
with
shit.
commerce by threats or violence in a case prosecuted by the U.S. federal government's Department of Justice. In May 2023, he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 years and 10 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Joshua Lopez, on the other hand, made a full recovery from his injuries
Wow.
in the hospital before successfully escaping on August 3rd,
Wow.
2022. In
Whoa.
response, the FBI
That's
issued
only
a
like,
federal warrant
dude,
for
that's
his
like
arrest.
6 days later.
A 1-month manhunt ensued before he was apprehended in September 2022. He was charged with 3 counts of interference with commerce by threats or violence, as he was also a perpetrator of shoplifting cases in Best Buy and AutoZone
Ooh.
in New Mexico that same
Interfering
year.
with
In
commerce.
December 2024, he pleaded guilty on all
That's some like 1800s shit.
3 counts and was sentenced to 7 years and 2 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release.
Welcome back, everyone. Today I'm back with 3 hand crank gadgets. No electricity required. Let's get started with the first item, the manual coffee grinder.
Yes. Manual coffee grinder.
Let's take a look at this.
Grind it up. Nice shirt, bro. Why is he doing this? What's his shirt about? No. Okay, so he's gay, right? He's a gay dude?
Some instructions, very important. We have the grinder, the handle, and a brush. Now they claim that it's a mini grinder that offers 40 precise external settings, which would be in the form of this dial right here. Compact design, ideal for travel, camping, RVs, dorms, offices, and more. They say you can enjoy freshly ground coffee anytime. 30-gram capacity for personal size servings. Now those online who liked it, some people said it's as good as an electric model. Well made, quiet, and easy to use. Now those who didn't like it, some people said it takes some elbow grease to use. Too small or it's hard to open. So I'm going to peruse these instructions and then we'll get started. Alright, I read over the minimal instructions. Now it looks like there's a lot of instructions
He
here.
changed his outfit.
The rest is not English. But it seems pretty simple. So even though there's 40 settings, I'm not going to try all 40 settings. I'm going to do the most fine, the most coarse, and right in the center. Now even though the instructions are minimal, I'm still going to follow them just to make sure I don't miss anything. Step 1, adjust the coarseness to your desired coarseness level. This little tab right here where you line it up with, I'm going to go all the way down. We're
Okay.
going all the way to fine right now. Remove the handle. Remove the lid.
Yeah.
Now we're going to pour our beans
Put
right
beans
there.
in.
Add 20 to 30 grams of
So it's a
coffee
pepper mill
beans.
for
I
coffee.
just so happen to have 20 grams of coffee beans right here.
How did you do?
Medium roast. It's funny, on their Amazon listing, when they were pouring in there, the beans were kind of going all over the counter. It seems like they were okay with that. I'm going to try not to do that. Adding 20 grams of coffee beans. They said 20 to 30, but 20 is almost completely full. So I guess at 20 it is. All right, replacing the lid. Replacing the handle. Now all we have to do is grind. Now what's kind of nice is it has this cup here, and the cup is glass. That is a glass receptacle. Looks like it's well made. So you don't have to worry about where to grind it into. Got it covered. Say hold the body and start turning.
Okay.
Well, so far,
It seems like you would lose a lot of the
coffee in there. I don't feel
coffee
like I'm struggling
terpenes.
whatsoever on this. It seems quite easy.
Yeah, it's gonna take a long time, bro.
A lot of elbow grease so far. This is the fine setting. I'm not having that problem. They do say that if it gets stuck, you just go the other direction a couple times and you should be good to go. There's less resistance, so I feel like it must be toward the end. Be that or it's wishful thinking, one of the two. All right, I'm through now because there's no more grinding sounds. Now it's time for the big reveal. Here we go. Just unscrew
I'd buy this.
jar
How
here.
much is it?
And again,
This
I'm
in a French press.
The quality of the jar. They could have made it some cheap plastic. They didn't. All right, what do you guys think about this?
Yeah.
It's very fine.
I want it.
It's very fine, and it's pretty consistent too. For
I want it. It's better than the one I got for Trish.
we've got a press. That's very fine. We've got 2 more rounds to go. I would say my first thoughts on that first round is it was not that hard. It took a couple minutes. The results are kind of impressive. Now let's take a look at the coarse option and see how that does. All right, let's turn this dial all the way over. All the way over to the most coarse setting at 40. Replacing the lid, replacing the handle. Let's do it. All right, this time I'm going to try it with a stopwatch and see how long this takes. I'm not going to stop grinding. I'm going to go at a nice moderate pace. I'm not going to try to beat any speed records, but let's see how much a moderate pace will actually take. Starting my stopwatch now, and we're grinding. This feels even easier than the fine. I don't feel like I'm struggling at all with this one. Maybe I should have timed the fine. That one took a lot longer. This one I could tell that it did not take that long. We're done. We're done. About a minute to do an entire batch of coarse grounds. Let's take a look. Right here are the coarse grounds. That's about what I expected. Here's the fine, here's the coarse. You can see the difference. And both of them look pretty even and consistent. Fine and coarse. I want to try one more for more like what I want to do, which is right in the center. So let's do one more batch, and then I'm going to brew it up and have some coffee. All right, I've set my dial to 20, adding in about
This is all for when your power's out.
replacing the handle, setting the stopwatch, and we're off. Now, all 3 of these I found to be pretty easy to turn. I don't think most people would have a hard time turning this. Maybe some, but most people wouldn't. The amount of time it takes is, a minute or 2, which isn't that bad either. Results seem pretty even, which is pretty good too. We're done. We're done. About a minute and a half. So it's probably
Get her
gonna be
done.
something like a minute for coarse, minute and a half for medium, 2 minutes for fine. That's about right. Let's take a look at this one now. Here is the medium.
Okay, I believe it works, bro.
We have the
How
fine.
goofy would I have to be not to think the coffee grinder works?
Next up, when the power goes out, you might need an emergency gadget like this, which is the hand
Wait,
crank.
taste the coffee.
It was faster than I thought it was going to be. It was easier than I thought it was going to be. The price isn't that bad. I can see why this is a popular model. So as far as I can tell, this is a good product. Next up, when the power goes out, you might need an emergency gadget like this, which is the hand-cranked radio, flashlight, and power bank.
That's gonna be fine.
I mean, that seems...
I liked mine.
Oh, it's still charging. It's going to charge. At the 45
It's gonna
minutes,
charge.
go around it, then the
I think they should make a solar crank vape.
even for kids, makes great tasty butter. Some say it's fun to use and not messy. Now, those on Amazon who didn't like it, they say it's not sturdy, it's loud, it's not as good as using a mixer, or it takes too long. So I'm going to carefully unpack this because it seems like a
Well, I did kind of designed was there's a whole bunch of attachments for vape batteries, like for those old vape mods. So you could plug like a flashlight on if you took your tank off, or a fucking phone charger, or whatever the hell. Like literally everything was the idea.
Get started.
So we just have these personal batteries, and we can. And now there's those batteries everywhere, power banks.
Prepare for churning. Wash the churner. I've done that.
Basically the same
Remove the
thing.
cream from the refrigerator and let stand at room temperature for 2 hours. I have done
At one point there was no battery banks, you guys.
5.5 degrees Fahrenheit. They say it's important to be room temperature so it will churn the
I'm an old man. These are old man stories, I'm telling you.
which I've done. Pour the cream into the glass. By the way, this is 300 milliliters as they call for. place the lid on.
A cup and a bit. Is that what I called for? A cup and a bit.
To be snapped into place. It is snapped. So now what I'm supposed to do is start churning.
Oh,
Now,
it's
they
a
have this
butter churner?
timeline here and the instructions what to expect, but reading the Amazon comments, sometimes it was faster and slower for some people, so I think it's just a guide. I'm going to bring my stopwatch over here. They say it should take about 15 minutes, but some people on Amazon said it took half that. So
You know what's funny?
So what I'm looking
Really
for
though?
is
No.
after a couple minutes, it'll be foamy. 5 to 6 minutes.
Have you ever made... What a silly question. Have you ever made your own butter? Chat. Do you know how to make butter? It's real easy. It's way easier than buying this thing. Get yourself a mason jar. You get yourself some... What, heavy cream? I don't know, whole milk. Get a little bit of salt. Put it all in a jar together. And shake it. Until there's butter in there.
It'll thicken. 8 to 10 minutes, very thick. 10 to 12 minutes, hard to turn, and then suddenly it loosens. But that's the plan. Here we go. Starting my turning. My first thought is, do you have this gear turning right here by your fingers? It's...
I bet you it's faster. Look, you already got the jar.
They don't really say how fast to turn it. I mean, am I supposed to go like ultra fast? Am I supposed to go at a nice leisurely pace? I don't know. But they say after a couple
And
minutes,
what I think
so I'm looking for
is if you buy that powdered milk, you can make butter out of that too. Because that's just milk fat.
First, I should have put some music on. Otherwise, I'm in for a long, quiet turning session.
If you take powdered skim milk, right, and you multiply the amount of powdered milk, or the amount of powder that you're putting in, by 3.25, you get homogenized milk. 3.25% milk instead of 1% like skim milk. If you look it up, if you do it twice as strong, twice as concentrated, guess what you get? 2% milk. Crazy, hey?
My right arm is starting to think this video maybe wasn't a great idea. There's a lot of churning in this video. A lot of cranking, a lot of churning. Over 2 minutes. Is it foamy?
So you get thicker milk.
I don't know.
Anyway, it's way better.
It's funny, right now this hand is getting done.
If you don't like skim milk, you can make that powdered milk way better by
I'm holding it down here for a little bit. It's kind of, my hand's getting kind of sore.
increasing the concentration.
Does it really matter? I don't think it does. 7-minute check-in now. It's definitely thickened up. I don't know if you can see it or not. It's thick. It's not even like really a liquid anymore. It's kind of just, it's very thick. The next step is supposedly the handle's going to be hard to turn. That's what I'm looking for next.
It's going to be whipping butter next.
The next step is kind of crumbly here. And it's pretty difficult to turn. It turned into crumbly. Oh, that's hard. I think this is the second to last step. Oh, it just loosened. Did it happen? Did it break? I think it did. We're at 9 minutes here. Stopwatch, thank you for your service. I gotta say, first up, before I even check, this hand on that handle is definitely more sore than this hand that did the turning. And also, that gear is right next to your fingers. Seems kind of treacherous, but I got through it. Alright, remove the lid from the churner and carefully pour the buttermilk into a drinking glass. Does it have to be a drinking glass?
Yeah, it does.
Buttermilk, check.
Blech.
Buttermilk. Now they say to pour the butter.
Blech.
Add cold water on top. You can add ice to help the rinsing process. Alright, so the next step is to add ice water, massage it, rinse it, keep doing that until the water's clear. That's next.
What?
Right, adding ice water. Now they say with clean hands,
What's happening?
massage the butter and squeeze to remove the buttermilk. Repeat the process twice.
Why is this happening?
Massaging the butter. It's a little bit messier than I was expecting.
Just use it with the milk in it.
That's okay. Rinse number 2. Oh, we still have cloudy water here, so we're not done yet. Rinse number 3. I think that might be it. There we have it. We have our glob of butter. It definitely feels like butter. It's greasy like butter.
So, if you can make milk like that, can we make cheese out of that milk?
Like
that powdered milk?
Now, I meant to order a butter mold, but I forgot. So I'm going to have to shape this myself the best I can. So I'm going to try to shape this into a brick, and then we'll do a taste test. All right, I kind of got it into a crude block shape. That's what I got here. But let's try it. Got some toast right out of the toaster here. Let's give it a shot.
Oh look, he's using a normal knife.
Bread with my fresh homemade butter. Here you go. Well, that tastes perfect. All right, so as far as I can tell, it works. That's the good news. It worked the first time. It worked faster than I thought it was going to, and the results were perfect.
That's too much effort.
This is the Sony C200X, a digital camera that would have cost you a whopping $1,500 USD
back in 2004. And despite it being a bestseller with many tens of thousands estimated,
It's a nice looking camera.
you probably wouldn't recognize it unless you worked at the post office. And that's because this camera is used exclusively by the United States Postal Service and many other businesses solely for the purpose of sitting on a tripod and taking your very specific and regulated passport photos. You know, those little 2x3 photos you paid $20 for. And it works so well at this very specific task that you may even find one of these still in use today at your local print shop.
Yeah, I think
this
I've
one
seen
I bought
one.
on eBay with the bundled printer was from an operating business who had finally upgraded to a new setup just last year. And I picked up this camera initially just because of how funny it looks with this enormous flash. But the deeper I dug into it, the more wild features I kept uncovering. And this is now one of my all-time favorite quirky digital cameras I've ever used. It was probably never used outside the tripod in the office taking mugshots. But that all changes today. Starting off with some of the weird features of this camera, the Sony C200X uses a 4-megapixel 1/1.8-inch CCD sensor, which isn't big, but it's not tiny either. It's bigger than some compact cameras and smartphones, but for a camera larger than a DSLR, this size is super tiny. This
That little
Sony
DSLR is
V1
cute.
made around the same time has the same size sensor, and just look at the size difference between the cameras. It's hard to remember holding this, that this is basically just a point and shoot. And most of that size goes to supporting this massive flash. This has got to be one of, if not the largest flash built into a digital camera. This thing is massive.
It's pretty
much
ridiculous.
larger than a normal DSLR flash or even a normal dedicated flash. And I can't find a power rating listed anywhere, but at the very least, the size of it reduces some of those harsh shadows you can find in smaller flashes.
Oh,
which
cool.
makes sense given the use case of this camera. Up on the front, you can see the internal lens, which is a 36 to 95 millimeter equivalent zoom, and that prioritizes portraits over wide-angle landscapes, which the camera would presumably never see. There's also a little viewfinder hole. Now, this is not a through-the-lens optical viewfinder, but interestingly, it does zoom alongside the lens when it zooms to match the estimated field of view. And I've never seen that before in a camera. Let me know if there's any other cameras you've seen that do that. And if you're astute, you may have already noticed that the viewfinder is in portrait orientation, and so is the LCD screen. And that's because this camera was designed to sit on a tripod and shoot headshots in vertical orientation for passport requirements. So the sensor itself is also in vertical orientation. And I can't think of any other digital camera to be held horizontally but have the sensor vertical, except for the Fujifilm X-Half from last year. The camera also has a twisting feature, which reminds me of some other Sony cameras I've owned. Practically, this lets you tilt the controls and screens to your preferred viewing angle, which seems silly at first, but don't knock it till you try it. I find it really intuitive and effective. But one of the most interesting things about this camera is that there is no removable media, and that's because it was designed to print images directly from the camera to the bundled printer, because that's what the customer was paying for in the end, a print. And I can only assume that this was designed this way to reduce user error in losing media, or potentially even privacy for people having their headshots stored on insecure systems elsewhere. Either way, I actually discovered some ways around this, including something really interesting when I opened the camera up, which I'll show later. But first, let's look at the printer that was bundled with the camera. The two automatically pair via Bluetooth, and once you take a picture you like, you have a dedicated print button on the camera to start the print process. Older Sony passport camera models had a dedicated cable to the printer, so while the Bluetooth transfer is a little slow, the ease of the wireless is a pretty nice upgrade. When you're ready to print, you use the software on the camera itself to choose what size prints and other adjustments, and this is where you can really tell that this camera was designed for passports given the options here in camera. The printer uses dye sublimation, and the paper and dye packs can still be readily found today.
Dye packs
from supply.
What's going on here, Steve?
So, during my last video, where I took you through a bunch...
It is time for...
It is time for another glorious unbagging session, and this one is definitely a surprise because I'm going to bring the light back because I don't think this needs the light to be out to be seen.
Welcome, friends. Welcome back to the kitchen. Welcome back to Sunday.
A customer's accusing me of ripping him off by selling him lab diamonds for the natural price. He sent me a test. He went to the jewelry store and had the jewelry tested.
The test, this was the first bracelet that came out to be lab. This is the second bracelet that comes out to be lab.
So what happened? Am I a rip-off thief or did somebody get duped as usual? Okay, well, what it was is that he put his jewelry inside a Mickey Mouse machine from the 99-cent store in a 99-cent bargain bin jewelry company. But this is what a real machine looks like, okay? So we're gonna put this chain in there, we're gonna test it out. I'm gonna show you how lab and natural diamonds are tested. How do you know if this is natural? Well, the natural is in this field. Okay, so now let's run a lab test, okay? This is a lab chain right here. And the lab diamonds are in this spectrum here. And that's how we tell the difference between lab and natural. If you want real business done for real jewelry, it's tracksnyc.com. If you want to get involved with some bum somewhere with some Mickey Mouse machine doing something else, go somewhere else. Don't ever forget
Yo,
who...
bitch. Mickey Mouse always wins.
There's a significant amount of blood next to the bed too.
Yeah, he says.
More than just vomit.
These officers have just realized they're standing in the middle of a murder scene.
Might want to come over here. We got a pretty significant amount of blood in the floor, and we got blood on this.
Earlier that day, 21-year-old Aaron Davies was reported missing by his family. In a routine attempt to locate him, officers stopped by the home of his best friend, Brandon Reisner, unaware that they're walking into the aftermath of the most gruesome crime this town has seen in decades.
He's running, dispatch. Run south on East Ninth.
He was having anxiety attacks. He was having thoughts. He was having visions. We brought him home to make him safe. Try to get his medications right.
He's saying there's blood in the trunk.
Also, part of the autopsy, a portion of the small intestine was missing, and it's believed that it was removed through this area of dismemberment there.
Is that fast?
The story begins on a bleak November morning in 2022 when Rome police receive a call about a suspicious vehicle in a local park. When officers arrive, they find a blue Toyota Prius lying in a shallow ravine partially submerged in water.
Somebody go get Scotty's tow rope and get his fucker out.
At first glance, the car looks empty, but officers won't know for sure until it's towed. In the meantime, a few unsettling details already jump out. The car is in neutral. There are no skid marks on the embankment. It looks to officers like someone deliberately rolled the car into a creek.
Crazy thing is, there's nothing, I mean, there was no acceleration. It's almost like it just rode off in there or something. Yeah. Did it go all the way up in park or something?
An examination of the car's interior will soon add new and disturbing possibilities. For now, the search of the car's license plates reveal that it belongs to 21-year-old Aaron Davies, with his phone going straight to...
Looks like our Claude AI agent is ready.
Within hours, Aaron's parents have arrived in Rome to help search for their son.
Aaron's girlfriend, she's sitting in a car outside the daughter, but the last conversation they had was at 9:57 p.m. on Thursday.
That he'd be coming
they've already been discussing that he'd be coming over Friday morning.
Okay.
And so she texted, and then he never said. He said, yeah, they were really excited that was gonna happen, and then
Where is she at?
she's outside.
Oh no, where?
She was in Gadsden.
Okay. So that's where he was heading. Is that correct?
So, right. So, I mean, he and Brandon have been friends for years, and so this being kind of a midway point, they used to go up there to hang out before, and then head over there to visit her.
Okay. When did he leave? Did he leave y'all's house?
Yeah, our house. It was Thursday afternoon at some point. We don't know exactly what.
Like maybe around 2:30.
Okay.
You don't know what Aaron is?
No. I'm sorry.
Hey, what's up?
I'm still trying to
Oh.
get the name straight and everything. So, no.
This officer
has just learned that Aaron left home 2 days
I'm busy pushing my fingers into my eyes.
Alabama, with Rome halfway between the
There's a sting in there. I got smoke in it.
his best friend, Brandon Reisner, before continuing on to Gadsden the following morning. Only he never made it to Gadsden.
I think I'm gonna change
From
something.
him shortly before 11 p.m.
Nothing.
the night he arrived at Brandon's 2 days ago. Aaron had been excited to see his girlfriend. His parents can't shake the feeling that something or someone derailed Aaron's journey that night.
Initially, he had said that he thought that Aaron left his home sometime in the night. He fell asleep at 10. The next morning, he woke up and didn't hear anything about it. And then later, the story changed to that he woke up at 1 in the morning and looked out and saw that Aaron's car was gone and said, "You can see left around 1 or 2 in the morning."
Oh yeah. Yeah, eyelashes suck.
So this is what Brandon told you. Aaron's silence is made all the more concerning by the discovery of his vehicle less than 2 miles from Brandon's home. Even more
Oh.
Brandon has been messaging on Aaron's behalf, claiming
Dead.
that his phone is dead.
Dead. His phone is dead.
I tried to call my son here. I'm sorry, Aaron wasn't able to get through, so she texted Brandon, and Brandon responded back saying, "Oh, Aaron's phone must not be working."
Even though he's like, I'm right here, Aaron. Oh, we're out walking. Oh, my phone's not working.
So, are you still coming? Is he still coming up today? And he said, "Oh, he's coming over tomorrow." That's the plan from the beginning. And
That's the plan now.
that was the plan. That's what Brandon said. They were going to come Saturday rather than Friday. That's not what seems to be. And they had this conversation on Thursday.
Despite these troubling signs, police still hope Aaron may be sleeping off a hangover somewhere or avoiding his parents after crashing his car. To be sure, 2 officers decide to stop by Brandon's house. From the moment Brandon starts talking, officers sense that something isn't right. They believe the answers lie in this house.
I'm Officer Grover, the Rome Police Department. We're following up on all this. So I know you already talked with Officer Bethune earlier a little bit and talked with Officer Solomon. Can you walk me through what's going on? Just make sure we're at the same page. We started drinking around 12 years.
Man, I feel like fucking. I don't know what I feel like doing. Where's the Brad at? If you don't mind me asking, I mean, work as usual. Guy needs a day off.
Welcome to TMZ Live. More trouble for Tiger Woods. He has been arrested for
Tiger Woods.
Jupiter, Florida, after a court.
Oh yeah.
According to law enforcement, driving down a street at a very high speed, hitting another vehicle, hit a pickup truck on a
Well, Tiger Woods effed up again. Flipped another damn car.
Likewise, Senator Ted Cruz gleaned from this. And even JFK Jr. and Carolyn. And they knew him back. So, I mean,
I think it's part of my purpose right now.
how she's going to get back to her life and her career. And she's made a decision.
Oh my god, okay.
So how about coming back? I know everyone's wondering. So it's hard to imagine doing it because it's such a place of joy and lightness, and I can't come back and try to be something that I'm not. But I can't not come back because it's my family.
Oh, calm it down, Savannah. I knew a girl named Savannah.
Huge audience for this.
She's a little hooker.
So more drama with Taylor Frankie Paul. We had told you about an incident last February. The DA has the case now. She could end up in prison for this. Be right back.
TMZ's got every freaking thing. Big celebs, big stories, big events.
Phoebe Rexa was looking hot on vacation.
Look at the water. Did you just say look at the water?
I mean, I'll be honest, that is what I was looking at. So more drama with Taylor Frankie Paul. We had told you about an incident last February where her baby daddy Dakota said that she attacked him both at his home and in a car. She says it was the opposite. But the DA has the case now. The police finished the investigation. This DA has the case, and they're going to decide whether to file charges.
The stakes are high for her because it's not just about that incident. She is on probation for the 2023 barstool throwing incident. She's on probation until August, and if
That's so funny.
happened in February, whether or not she gets charged could lead to her being them revoking her probation.
Even if they don't charge her for the February incident, probation could still be revoked. The standard is different in a probation violation. She could end up in prison for this.
For aggravated assault.
If they revoke her probation because she pled guilty to felony aggravated assault.
Right.
So that's one front. We have a second.
Yes, and the second is something that Taylor's mom said to police back in 2023. So we have this body cam of the entire investigation police conducted in the hours after that barstool throwing incident. And it included, remember, when the police got there, Taylor's parents showed up.
That's
and
wild.
to take care of her kids. So the police, once they get back to the station, they're looking at the video.
The city just posted a picture of somebody. The city did this. The place that I live posted a picture of a guy laying in a hallway with his knees up against, I don't know if it's a guy or girl, knees up against their chest with the fucking asshole torn out of their pants. And it looks like, I don't know, blood or some mess going on. And somebody's just sleeping there like a homeless person. I think I don't know if maybe they didn't notice how detailed their photo was. If I had looked any closer, I'm sure I could have told you if they were male or female. I'm just shocked that they would, regardless of where they took the photo, that they would post it anywhere.
So we went back and looked through the documents. The police said that it was based on a later interview. Right. Clearly not with Leanne, because Leanne said she didn't see anything. But the fact when the police wrote
Grass Valley.
had a goose egg, they said it was based on.
Which the police do say that
That's where they're all from. All my friends. I've got a whole network of buddies in Grass Valley, California.
To have this all thrown out because there were 4 charges and that she only pled guilty to aggravated assault.
We say only at this point, because she was able to just get probation.
The fact that she didn't get child endangerment or something like that is, wow. I gotta say, her lawyer did a phenomenal job for her.
She is going to need more good lawyers, perhaps based on what happened just last month.
Delilah here in LA, and everything I've learned about Taylor Frankie Paul in the past couple weeks has been completely against my will. I never watched Secret Life.
So, do you think it would be easy to get ID or passport for a name that, say I was using a fake name up here, and then I learned a whole bunch about somebody who that was their actual real name, and then that person died. Do you think it would be easy to steal their identity, knowing that they had just passed? Probably easy to say, like, I used to live here, now I live someplace else, right? They did find, I'm sure they found him. But if I was to say, like, oh, I moved to Canada.
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, who showed up as soon-to-be husband and wife at an award show for the first time.
Yeah, hey.
Welcome back to TMZ Live.
Is Social Security...
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, who showed up as soon-to-be husband and wife.
I guess they deactivate those numbers, eh?
Award show for the first time, and she was a big winner. Yeah, he picked a good night to be by her side at the iHeart Radio Awards because Taylor's album just cleaned up last night. Seven awards. And when she got on stage, she talked about that album and why it was so much fun for her. And yeah, the fiance got a shout out.
The album came out with this energy of just feeling really happy and strong and confident and free. And so I want to say thank you to the fans for giving me that feeling.
You used to be able to buy identity profiles online, and in fact, the guys that sold them would give you sample ones.
And free because that's the way that I get to feel every single day of my life because of my fiance who's here to
She knew, you heard the crowd erupt. She knew exactly, like that was gonna bring down the house. Taylor Swift knows exactly what she's doing.
The world wasn't in the middle of a giant war, though.
She plays you Swifties like a violin.
Well, the Swifties are gonna hate me up.
Swifties.
The interwebs. Just when you thought the world couldn't get any crazier, you come across a story that makes you question your own sanity. Ladies and gentlemen of the internet, literally getting sued for a joke, and you won't believe the fact pattern behind it all. Behold,
But misfortunate. What is this? What is this? Service. Oh shit! I just got served. Oh shit! Oh my god! You just. For those who are wondering what this is for, I did a joke about the Lion King. I don't know if you saw it. That was me. Yeah.
I'm going to pause it here for 1 second. This came from an account, Dom Luker, breaker of narratives, on Twitter, at DOM_LUCRE. An account worth following, but
He's getting sued for $27 million for a Lion King joke?
Every now and again, that which comes out of the account of Dom Luker is sometimes mildly inaccurate. I was skeptical of this story, and it now has been community noted. With what I would call an immaterial community note, Dom Luker writes, breaking. Comedian Learnmore Jonasi, the guy's name, I don't know if it's Learnmore is his birth name. Learnmore Jonasi, who got served with a $27 million lawsuit from Disney right on stage because of his viral Lion King. I had to look it up. It's not a lawsuit from Disney, it's from the composer of the song.
Oh.
From the Lion King, we'll get there in a second. Okay, fine, clarification, but close enough to the truth. Listen to what the joke was before we dive into this even further. You were way off. You made it. You should go. Some white people. Oh my God. Oh my God. What does it mean? It means look. There's a lion. Oh my God. First of all, okay, we're gonna bring this out for a second. I make that joke every single morning when I come down the stairs with Winston, the blind Westie. He sleeps in our bed, and every time I bring him downstairs and I hold him up to whoever's up by that point, I go, "Lion!" He made the joke that the lyrics at that point in the movie are, in fact, nothing more than them saying, "Look, there's a lion," as to how absurd it
Cool.
is. And everybody thinks it's something much more spiritually important. You're joking. That is not what that means. It means, look, there's a lion. Oh my God. Look, there's a lion! So apparently the composer didn't like the joke or disagrees with it to the extent that it's a statement of fact. Has anybody heard this yet? It's late breaking news. This is one of the benefits of having the 3 o'clock time slot on Rumble. Like, share, subscribe. Apparently the composer disagrees with the interpretation of the lyrics as a matter of fact, and it led to something of an online beef that has culminated in a $27 million lawsuit.
That's wild.
And I still think it is a joke, and I will preface all of this with a caveat. My opinion right now is based on all facts reported, with the caveat that I have not yet gotten my hands on the lawsuit itself. And so what I'm reading are the summaries and quote references to the lawsuit, but I have not yet, as of now, been able to pull up the actual lawsuit. Maybe it'll change when I read 19 pages of pure drivel as to how this is a $27 million harm to the composer. Because if it's not true, it's reputationally damaging. First of all, I never even knew the words meant anything. I thought it was, I don't want to say gibberish because that might be disrespectful to foreign languages. I did not know it ever meant anything. Let's get to the lawsuit. Lebo M., who's the composer, sues comedian Learnmore Janasi, claiming Circle of Life misrepresentation. The Grammy winner seeks more than $20 million in damages over mistranslation of the Lion King chant.
That's so wild.
And now let's take a brief pause from this video for a word.
$27 million.
You may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Censorship.
$27 million for a joke. Boy, I hope nobody hears mine. You guys trying to get me sued? Stop telling people about me.
You can also tell who they're going to be sympathetic to by virtue of the fact that they're taking a photograph that's now 16 years old. Let's hear this. And by the way, pride goeth before the fall, pun intended, because we're talking about lions here. This might be one of those circumstances where
27 million, buddy.
Position in life.
Joke cracking son of a bitch.
Introspection. Because I'm not there yet, I'm not sure that I'll ever get there. You get to a certain point in life when you take yourself just a little too seriously.
Yeah, $27 million is a bit much.
And you sit there and you say, how dare they mock me? I will have none of it. That's not a joke. That's my life work, and I will not take kindly to people making a joke to the extent it's a joke, or disagree with the interpretation of the lyrics, because that man must have spent a lot of time picking those words. A Grammy-winning South African composer who wrote and performed the opening chant in The Circle of Life for Disney's Lion King is suing a comedian for allegedly damaging his reputation by intentionally misrepresenting the song's meaning on a podcast. And
that's so funny. Doing it on a podcast for no money.
Comedian, oh, I think I said he was South African. Zimbabwean comedian, Learnmore. I'm not going to try it. Known as Learnmore Janasi, of intentionally mistranslating the chant, which launches the 1994 movie, yada, yada, yada. The dispute, which has gone viral as the two men challenge each other on social media, stems from statements Janasi made in his stand-up routines and in a podcast interview when he translated the lyrics from Zulu to Xhosa to South Africa's 12 national languages. We're going to do something really funny in real time here. The lawsuit was filed this month in federal court Los Angeles.
He's gonna read it in Zulu and Xhosa, both. He's gonna be lying.
Quote, the chant's cultural significance with exaggerated imitations. First of all, mocking is not illegal.
Cultural
It's
significance.
not defamatory. In fact, mockery
Culturally
is
significant.
the allegation
Song from the
is
Lion King.
specifically protected. Disney's official translation of the opening phrase, I didn't even realize, Natsi Goyama Magatasi Baba, is all hail the king. We all bow in the presence of the king. Hey, Bobo Zinga, the chant continues. It translates to, through you will emerge victoriously, according to Morocco. The lawsuit cites an episode of the podcast 154, whose Nigerian hosts sing the chant. This is how you sing it, don't make it up. He then sings the correct lyrics in Zulu. When asked, he says they translate to, look, there's a lion, oh my God. The host burst out laughing, saying the chant was something more beautiful and majestic, Circle of Life, which was written by Elton John, yada, yada, yada. The lions had an American accent in Africa, and yet you had the monkey with an accent, Joe Massey said. Didn't realize that, but that's kind of fun.
That is hilarious.
The lawyer acknowledged in the complaint that Ingoyama can literally translate to lion, but say it's used in the song as a royal metaphor, adding that Janasi had intentionally misrepresented an African vocal proclamation grounded in South African tradition. Can you imagine this? First of all, lawyers, just break on you for 1 second. For those of you who don't know, I practice. I'm not a crazy person. Let me rephrase. I wasn't always a crazy person, or maybe I was. And that's why I didn't fit the mold of the typical lawyer. I practiced for 13 years. Lawyers will fight to your last dollar. It's a classic expression of the practice. Much like politicians will fight to your last son and daughter, lawyers will fight to your last dollar. The lawyers are making such stupid statements here that I hope they got paid up front and that they're not working on contingency, because they're going to get their asses handed to them, probably with costs, by making statements. Yeah, sure, they acknowledge in the complaint that Ingoyama can literally translate to lion, but say it's used in the song as a royal metaphor. Okay, so it's substantially true and yet defamatory? The lawsuit says Jonasi, quote, received a standing ovation for a similar joke he made about the song during a 12-March performance in Los Angeles. Such viral statements, it says, are interfering with Morocco's business relationships with Disney and his income from royalties, causing more than US $20 million in damages. The lawsuit's also seeking $7 million in punitive damages. Disney didn't respond to the email request. Who cares? Why they're going to waste their time on this crap? My goodness, you know what's going to do the damage to the reputation? Lowly M, what's his name again? The composer suing and dragging Disney into this is probably going to cause more reputational harm than the joke itself. This is going to be like the Lion King Streisand effect of the 2026 year. LeBron M. We're going to Lebo M. We're going to come back to that in a second. Disney didn't respond. The complaint argues that Johansi presented his translation as authoritative fact, not comedy, or, as you've already admitted, you dumb bums, or as a possible alternative interpretation that is itself somewhat based in linguistics. It shouldn't get First Amendment protections afforded to parody and satire that make fun of other artistic works. Good luck with this lawsuit, Lebo M. Jonasi doesn't have an attorney publicly listed for the case, and the representative didn't respond to an email. Yada, yada, yada. He said he was a, quote, big fan of Meraki's work and loves the song. When he learned that Meraki was upset, he said he wanted to create a video with the composer explaining the chant's deeper meaning. Quote, comedy always has a way of starting conversations, and as he said in the video he posted on Instagram, which got more than 100,000 likes, this is your chance to actually educate people, because now people are listening. But Johansen said he changed his mind about collaborating with Meraki when he said that the composer called him, quote, self-hating, end quote, as they exchanged messages. He said Meraki's reactions ignored the rest of his work, delving into a more nuanced critique of U.S. renderings of African identity. Here's what we're going to do. Let me do one thing here. This is going to be done in real time. It's a sponsor of the show, but not today's show. We're going to do Venice.ai. I don't know what the answer is going to be, but we're going to see what does this translate into. Please translate into, can I type? Into English. Let's see what it says. Oh, it's going to be so funny if this comes out and says, look, it's a lion, my God. Here comes a lion, Father. Good luck with that lawsuit, sir. The full line is calling us, yeah, we know that. Here comes a lion, Father. Can you imagine? Arrogance, haughtiness, pettiness, pride. Pride goeth before the fall. Don't take yourself too seriously. So, all you of you know, what's the basis of this intentional infliction of emotional distress? Interference with third-party relations, tortious interference. I don't know if these are the claims. We've seen the allegations. For it to be tortious interference, which is the act of tortiously interfering with third-party contracts that you're not a party to, it has to be based on a lie. It has to be based on something that actually is a tort. Otherwise, it's not tortious interference. It might be lawful interference or no interference at all. Defamation, it would have to be wrong on its face. This lawsuit's getting tossed. Predicted now, if I get the lawsuit and read some massive, shocking allegations of fact and law that I was unaware of, that alter my initial interpretation of the bogusness of this lawsuit, we shall come back to it. But before, let's just play this out.
Oh my God!
It's a lion! It's a lion! They got good laughs.
This whole time, I thought it was like this. Beautiful, majestic, like it's the book, lion. It's a lion.
Pay for that shit now. This is the shit.
The only thing I'm wondering is whether or not he was actually served or if it was part of a shtick. He does seem like he was sincerely surprised and a little bit nervous, and that reaction of laughing was a little bit of laughing off something, but I wonder if that was part of the shtick that he didn't actually get served then and there. I presume you're allowed serving someone on stage, no reason why you wouldn't be able to. It's hilarious, it's going nowhere, it's getting tossed, and the man who filed this bogus lawsuit should be ashamed of himself for taking himself too seriously, and that's that.
You wanna fight your dad, little guy?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Your little hate goes here, Junior moves don't scare me.
That's a loud noise. Sorry, guys. That's pretty. This is called police off the cuff. The details police see that everyone else missed in the Guthrie kidnapping case. All right, here we are, guys. I'm gonna pause it. We are driving by Annie. And just seeing what's happening. Maybe Tommaso's out doing some yard work. Doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. We are driving by just to see if maybe they were out and about. Nothing is happening at their house. No car in the driveway. If they were out, I would have stopped and, hey, can we talk? Can we talk? I'd like to just know, like, in their opinion, who do they think did it? Like, who do they think? Savannah said who she thinks she did it is like, do they have any clue?
That huge ass pork loin roast was really worth it. Hey? What are you thinking, little guy? You need toast?
What do you seem to be? Oh, there's a big sign though. They put a big sign.
Where?
No trespassers. Right in their front yard. Big ugly sign.
Hmm. What about her dog?
Yeah, I think that's that same Tesla. He's kind of like, I don't know, caretaker. He's definitely hired by the family. I am going to flip up the screen and put on my Starlink real quick, guys, so
Go through. Yeah? Why can't you say that? When I ask you, you wanna fight me? You wanna fight me? You wanna fight your dad? No. You wanna fight your dad? No. You wanna fight your dad? No. Hey, Tyler, you wanna fight your dad? No. Why? You wanna fight your dad? Go on. Not yet? When? When? You waiting for me to die? No. And then you'll fight me? When?
Powered on. 1 second, I'm gonna put my Wi-Fi on. What did I have for dinner? I hate to tell you guys, I just had a TV dinner.
Not? James a liar? Dad's a liar?
TV dinner, nothing special.
Tiger? Shut up, you can't take the blame for it. I love you, buddy. You're such a sweet kid.
Dinner, nothing. For some reason my Starlink didn't hook in. So, for some reason my Starlink didn't hook in. Try it again in a minute. But I'm connected, but it wouldn't connect back to YouTube.
I think we got some.
How bad you lifted? And you kept it fast. Got the body.
Police off the cuff. That's who we're listening to.
There doesn't seem to be a big difference between level 1 and level. There doesn't seem to be a big difference between level 1 and level 3. They both sound like they're all just kind of struggling no matter what. So I'm gonna let it warm up my wrist. I'm gonna head outside where it's kind of cool outside today. And we'll see what kind of a difference having this thermostat in my wrist makes. Is it gonna make my entire body feel warm? I doubt it, but let's see. Fortunately for me, to test out this wrist thermostat, we have relatively cool and relatively warm weather
happening all in the same week. So today, it's only in the 50s out here right now. That's as cool as it's going to get here in Las Vegas. Man. So I'm going to turn this wrist thermostat on warm setting. I do feel warm. We're just going to relax a little bit. And I want to see how much of a difference having a warm wrist makes. All right, as an update, my wrist is warm. Does it make my entire body feel warm? Not really. And this is what I had with the Ember Wave many years ago. It's like, yeah, I feel it on my wrist, but what about the rest of me? I think having just one little quarter-size spot on your wrist, whether you're talking about hot or cold, it's a bit exaggerated to expect that to have an overall sense of warmth or coolness, or an overall sense of well-being. I don't see any of those happening. I feel a warm spot on my wrist right now. If I put on the underside of my wrist, try the underside of my wrist now. The other thing is so loud, isn't this?
Why is it like that?
It sounds like there's a landscaper on my
Mowing
wrist.
your wrist.
I have many landscapers cutting my wrist hairs. That's what it feels like. That's what it sounds like. Once again, it's a warm patch on my wrist. What about the rest of me? What about the rest of me? It's kind of weird having kind of cool hands and a warm wrist. My brain doesn't know what to think about that. That is loud. Every time you move your hand, I don't know about that. I will say though, it does work. It is warm. It is warm, so I give them that. Are the benefits a little bit over-exaggerated? I would say at this point, I'm going to say yes. I will also say that right now, it's almost getting too hot. There's a really hot spot on my wrist, and my fingertips are cold, which is kind of strange. It's almost uncomfortably hot right now. It feels almost like someone's poking me with a pin. It's that hot and that precise. Right now, my wrist is blazing hot, my fingertips are cold. I'm not sure I'm really a fan of this. I've been sitting out here for about 15 minutes now with the cooling side on. I decided to go with the underside of my wrist. I looked around online. It seems like the few studies that they seem to cite for this kind of thing shows the underside of the wrist.
I need to find a black hoodie on
the
Amazon, Canada maybe.
It's so loud though. It's so loud. Who's gonna walk around with this loud thing on their wrist? Now I do feel a very slight coolness on my wrist. It's pretty warm out here, so I mean any coolness is kind of
Or a boxer hoodie.
But I mean I'm so skeptical, man. I'm so skeptical. When I did the Ember Wave, like what, 6 years ago, I was skeptical of that too. 6 years later,
Or like the boxer hoodies, or like an assortment of hoodies. Anybody know where I can get that? And I'll just print them up.
It does provide either a warming or cooling sensation to your wrist. I think that the benefits are wildly overhyped, and really what it feels like to me is I have a cool spot on my wrist with a loud fan. I wouldn't wear this out in public. People are going to wonder what this loud fan on my wrist is. It's providing almost no benefit, if any. Get this out of here. I mean, I'm glad I tried it, but I'm disappointed to see that the technology really hasn't improved at all since I tried the Ember Wave in 2019. Speaking of the Ember Wave, I checked the Amazon listing. There's a new version now. I think this is Ember Wave 2.0. Matching my review of 2019, it really didn't seem like the reviews are very positive. I think the two models I saw were 3.7 and 3.8. Under 4.0 on Amazon is never a good thing. I'm glad I tried it, but I won't try it again. Next up, let's move into the kitchen and try this, which is a sandwich maker. It looks kind of familiar. I also got some requests for this one, so let's see how that went. This is a sandwich maker. I paid $2.52 for this. And that's all there is to it. So if you have stainless steel here, and the rest is plastic. They say it cuts and seals a sandwich in one motion. Hiya! It can be used with bread over 4.5 inches. Now I've used things like this in the past, so not quite this design, so this should be interesting to see how this actually works. So I'm gonna clean this off and get started. All right, I have washed this off. Let's see how it works. Now one thing I was looking at here, now these are the blades right here. So really all you can do is fill this area right here with your ingredients. There's kind of a lot of waste. Let's see how much waste there really is. I'm just gonna put a piece of bread in here, just take a look. Maybe not a lot of waste. It looks like the bread is not much larger than the bread itself. Bread versus blade. They were also showing them sandwiches on the unit itself. I'm not sure if I really want to do that. Let's whip up one of the most common sandwiches for this kind of thing, and one of my favorites as well. I'm gonna whip up a classic PB&J, and I'm gonna really kind of stick to the very center, which is not very satisfying having a sandwich where only 60% of the surface area is covered, but we're gonna do it. Just gonna try to stick right in the center there. I think if you go beyond that, you're gonna have the ingredients spilling out. So to me, that's pretty unsatisfying. We're gonna do that. Trying to keep the strawberry.
Pretty unsatisfying is right.
So that's kind of what we got. Let's put that together. Place it on the unit itself.
He's trying to minimize waste.
Center that on there. In fact, the bread almost seems too small.
Bro, why don't you just get a knife? This is dumb.
That's missing the top of the bread. It's missing it. What's that gonna do?
Get a knife.
tuck the bread underneath there, that would work. I don't know. I'm a little bit disappointed in that, but let's try this. Here we go. Hiya! Well, we have sandwich sticking through there. That's a good thing. All right. So far, do we have success?
Close.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Not perfectly sealed all the way around. Mostly, there's a little bit of an opening there, but it seemed like the bread was almost too small for it. And really, honestly, not as much waste as I feared, so that's a good thing. Let's make another sandwich now. I'm gonna try a different kind of bread here. I've got some low-calorie bread here.
Raisin bread.
Tiny bit bigger. It looks like it fits on there a little bit better. But here's the situation I was wondering about. What if you have some lunch meat, and the lunch meat is gonna go beyond the edges? You just have a choice there. You can spread peanut butter and jelly into it.
Will it cut the lunch meat?
Not as easy when you have lunch meat.
What a silly question.
Slice of Swiss cheese. Once
That
again,
is not a smart fella.
the limits of the cutter itself. And there's Bailey right there smelling the sandwich. I'm gonna put another slice of bread on top here. Have a piece of bread, Bailey, here. Good girl. Once again, we have to kind of push the bread underneath this crimping edge here. And we just press down. Hiya! I'm squeezing a little extra hard because last time this section wasn't perfectly sealed. So let's cut through that as best we can. I'm squeezing it. Open it up. Well, it looks very nice. It looks very nice. Once again, not as much waste as some of the other sandwich cutters I've done, so I'm a little bit happy with that. Oh, it's falling apart. It's falling apart. It's falling apart. It's stuck in there. I mean, it's still certainly edible, but it didn't really seal that well at all. But I am pretty happy. So let's make a bite of this peanut butter sandwich. See how it turned out. Here we go. All right, I think that is a success. It's one of those things, it's kind of cheap, there are some limitations, but in certain situations, it does work. Probably not all, but definitely in some. One quick note about the inevitable comment of, I don't shop at Temu. It's more about the products than the storefront itself. All the stuff ends up on Amazon eventually, but it usually is on Temu first, which is why, that's where I get it. Next up is a very simple and cheap device that can supposedly work not only as a phone holder, but it can also supposedly take some pressure off your hands when holding your phone. It's one of the cheapest products I've reviewed, and let's see how it actually works. This is a pack of 4 phone grippers. I paid a whopping 59 cents for these.
Alibaba is the same way.
These are pretty cheap. They look like they could be 3D printed for about 10 cents. 4 for 59 cents? Maybe not that bad.
Stuff shows up there
They
first.
call it a creative phone grip. I'm not sure how it's creative. It can also be used as a phone stand. This will reduce strain on your fingers and joints. There's 2 ways to use it. One is in your hand, I guess, like this. And the other is on a stand on a table. Let's first try it in the hand mode here.
And then it goes
basically
through all
a
the
little
doors.
shelf hanging out your fingers. Right there and rested. It doesn't, I guess it does feel like it's taking a little bit of the pressure off there. And this is a pretty big phone with a pretty big case, and it's staying in there. So yeah, maybe it does work. I'll have to go outside and put it to a real world test. But first impressions, it kind of works. Let's stand it up here and see how that works. Well, it ain't gonna work this way. It's not gonna work that direction. Let's try this way. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe it does. It does seem to be kind of working this way. So maybe it's a good deal for 59 cents. Let me take this outside for a real world test and see how it actually works. Let's give this a shot. First thing I'm gonna do is on the table, I'm gonna watch something on YouTube. I'm just gonna stay here and watch a video. So I'm watching my video right now, and you know, actually it's kind of stable. It doesn't have to, because it's such a low profile, it does not tip over. It is not tipping over, so that's pretty good as far as that goes. It's actually not too bad as a down and dirty phone holder. Let's talk about this phone grip now. So this morning, I used it for the longest period of time. I've used it since I unboxed it. And here's my observation. Now, at first glance, at first use, it actually feels kind of cool. Put it there, stick their phone there, it makes sense. It makes sense. But here's the problem. The fingers are stuck in this position the entire time. So when I was on my phone for about an hour this morning when I was...
Have to get some weed today.
The woman currently having a panic attack.
The woman currently having a panic attack. Says this is the worst wife you'll see on the internet today.
Is 41-year-old Katie Richards.
I don't know.
She's panicking because her brother, 39-year-old Eric Richards, was just discovered moments earlier, dead from an overdose.
What's the last name? Richards? Yo, she can't breathe. Like a couple hours ago.
Is that Eric was actually poisoned, and the person
Eric
is the one who did it.
Eric.
30 minutes earlier, when first responders arrived at the house, they found Eric's wife, Corey Richards, performing CPR and immediately took over. Corey seemed to be in a state of shock as
Corey
she watched.
shocked as she watched.
What happened today?
I don't know. I gave him poison and then he died. I can't believe it.
What time did you guys go to bed?
I put the poison in his whiskey last week.
What alerted you to him today?
When I sleep with my kids, I always wake up and I go back to my own bed.
Mm-hmm.
I just crawl over on that side.
What?
On his back, on the bed.
To clarify what Corey just said, she and Eric were celebrating the purchase of a $2.9 million property for Corey's realty business, K. Richards Realty.
This is an 8.75 acre property. There's a 3,000 square foot guest house.
They each did one shot of lemon drop, then poured themselves a cup of Moscow Mule. They didn't finish their drinks and put them in the sink before one of their sons woke up from a nightmare. Eric went to bed while Corey went to their
For his business.
Fell asleep there.
Her company.
Waking up about 6 hours later,
That's
Corey
funny.
went back to her and Eric's room and crawled into bed. She then noticed that Eric's skin felt cold.
His
After
skin felt
realizing that he
cold.
wasn't breathing, she immediately dialed 911.
Does he have any medical conditions or anything like that?
He has Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
Nothing major.
I didn't know it's called Lyme disease.
He just said his chest was hurting when he went to
Lyme's disease. I don't know if that's a thing.
To revive Eric for 90 minutes, but it was too late. At 4:58 a.m., he was officially pronounced dead. Corey's mom,
Rip.
Lisa, arrived at the scene to counsel her daughter while an officer asked
I think it's just called Lyme disease.
Does he have any history of illicit drug use or anything?
Lyme disease?
No.
How about Lyme disease?
My husband's active and he just died in his sleep. This is insane.
What?
He said he didn't feel good from it. Like,
He didn't look good last night.
he looked pale last night. I asked if you were okay. He said, yeah, but he was saying his chest was hurting.
Both Corey and Lisa mentioned that Eric wasn't feeling good after he got his seasonal allergy shot that night. But according to the medic that had been trying to revive him, it was highly unlikely that the allergy shot could cause something like this.
Just waiting for our ME and our detective to show.
I don't know if he had a hangover or something like all the blood.
Okay.
That's, there's a lot of blood for no reason. I don't know.
No pulse or anything?
No, he was cold. I think he was alive. Not a long time, but he did that on it.
While the deputies tried to piece together what had happened, more family members showed up at the crime scene searching for answers, including Eric's sister Katie and her husband Clint.
We don't know. We get to bed.
It's all natural, okay? Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
He just woke up and he wasn't breathing. They just turned over to cuddle him and his body was just so cold. But I didn't hear anything. I didn't even yell. He didn't say anything was wrong. Nothing happened. Like, nothing happened.
most likely because of his age, his health and everything else. Most likely.
The autopsy took place later that day, and while the family awaited the results, they held an unofficial celebration of life at the Richens household.
We had a big party. They had a big party.
This celebration was just one day after Eric's death, and Corey and Eric's sister Amy appeared to be having a great time. But the next day, on March 6, 2022, Amy called the sheriff's office to report that Corey had punched her in the face when she learned that Eric had secretly removed her as a beneficiary of his estate. He did this back in 2020 after Corey took out a $250,000 line of credit in his name in order to kickstart her realty business. As a result, Eric placed his entire estate into a trust for his kids and made his sister Katie the trustee.
Oh.
Corey was arrested and charged with assault for attacking Amy, and she ultimately pled no contest, which means she refused to admit guilt, but accepted her punishment as if she was guilty. Soon after this ordeal, Eric's autopsy results came back, and the medical examiner determined that Eric's cause of death was drug intoxication from painkillers. Over 5 times the lethal amount had entered Eric's bloodstream. This took everybody by surprise. Eric was never into hard drugs and was known to be active and healthy. Corey immediately called the medical examiner's office to ask some questions.
Hey, this is Corey Richens. Hey, I just have some quick questions for you. I'm just trying to understand the toxicology report, and I promise I won't take up a ton of your time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
So the 15 ng, is that like a substantial amount? Is that like a trace?
That's a lot of blood, yeah. People die with half that amount or less, essentially.
And then the acetyl, I don't know how you say that.
Acetyl.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just the variant of chemical that is usually only present
Acetyl?
in the setting of illicitly manufactured. That's manufactured by drug cartels as opposed to by pharmaceutical companies.
Oh, good Lord. So this is like more of like a cartel. No, I mean, that's not what it is.
You call this street as opposed to,
prescription. Okay, I see. So does does this tell you if it was like injected, if he ate it, can you tell from this report?
Not definitively. I mean, it seems like, with what the amount that's there, that it probably was ingested, probably taken by mouth, and we still don't know.
Yeah, and is that anything you could ever find out?
You can't really tell.
Yeah.
Once Eric's loved ones found out that he died from an overdose, they immediately pointed their fingers at Corey. Apparently, back in 2019, when Corey, Eric, and their families were on vacation in Greece, Eric got violently ill after Corey handed him a drink at the bar. He later told his sister that he believed Corey had spiked his drink. Another incident happened just a few weeks before his death on Valentine's Day. Corey gave Eric a sandwich, and when he took a bite, he suddenly broke out into hives, had trouble breathing, and passed out on his bed. When he woke up hours later, he texted one of his best friends saying, "You almost lost me this time. I think she might have poisoned me." It sounded like Eric might have experienced a pseudo-allergic reaction, which has the same exact symptoms as a true allergy, but are often triggered by medications. If Corey really did poison Eric, where did she get the poison from? A search warrant was executed on the Richens property, and the investigators didn't find anything that could explain Eric's sudden overdose. They even tested the cups that Corey and Eric drank from on the night of his death, and didn't find any suspicious substances. Despite the lack of direct evidence, Eric's family was still convinced that Corey was responsible for Eric's death. They urged the police to continue looking into her as a suspect, and she was estranged from the family. Corey called Eric's best friend Bryce to vent about the situation.
Bryce, I don't care about money. It's not a big deal to me. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it. Take it. But they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I mean, I don't judge you.
But
I know that
Bryce, I mean, I'm just gonna be out. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house. Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me. And
Isn't it funny how it's always the men who can't fuck that always want to run around and cheat, showing off their disability? What a waste of time. I mean, all 2 minutes, but still. Go Facebook.
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off. He just never gave me a chance. He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. But at the end of the day,
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
yes, they're taking my house, Bryce. This is my house.
I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Corey to...
This girl's name is Princess? Holy shit, that's crazy. She's gotta be nuts, right?
I am not a bad mom. Like, I am not a bad mom. And Amy told him I was a bad mom.
For some reason, the investigation started to slow down at this point, and over the next year,
Skater pie? What is wrong with this girl?
despite what she claimed on the phone with Bryce.
Oh, she's a psycho.
12 properties that are almost all paid off. $11 million worth of real estate.
The reality was that she was $7.5 million in debt and was paying her lenders tens of thousands of dollars each month. She received $1.3 million from Eric's life insurance policies and took out several risky loans, but this wasn't nearly enough to pay off her debt. She ended up losing multiple properties, including the $2.9 million mansion that she and Eric were supposedly celebrating on the night of his death. Another house Corey sold back in 2020 turned out to be infested with mold, even though Corey said that the house had been inspected several times before she sold it. The couple that Corey sold the house to experienced a plethora of serious medical conditions, and they had to evacuate the home. The couple then sued Corey and started a GoFundMe to help with expenses, saying that they were financially ruined by this chain of events. In March of 2023, with her life falling apart and her realty business crumbling, Corey surprised everybody by publishing a children's book. The book was called Are You With Me? And she wrote it to help her 3 sons process the loss of their father. Over the next month, she reached out to local radio stations and morning shows to promote it.
Talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject. Joining us now is author of Are You With Me?
My kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year, hoping that it can kind of help other kids deal with this and kind of, you know, find happiness some way or another. It's just
Have you ever seen the movie 50 Have you ever seen the movie 50 First Dates with Adam Sandler?
Yes, I have. We've already talked about that.
My life.
Okay. So,
Let the guy enjoy
anything you need to tell us now about what's going to be on the phone or anything else about
You're gonna see a lot of naked pictures of me because I sell nudes online on OnlyFans, which last time I checked is perfectly legal.
You're right, I don't care about that.
And you're welcome for the free tips because everyone else pays like $50.
Is there going to be anything other than
Everyone else pays like $50.
you checking Joel's pulse? Is there going to be anything on both sides of her neck? Is there going to
Oh,
be
yeah?
anything up under
Do they?
Do you mind if I demonstrate how I had her on the shoulder? Go right ahead. Like that. That's
What is
the
this then?
shape you'll see in my hand. That's the shape that we're going to see. And you know what that shape looks like to me? Yeah, I know, but you'll tell me what it looks like to me. It looks like a circle.
We didn't know if he was mentally stable or what. Okay. I mean, I've come across weird people. Sure. But he claims to be a 3,500-year-old ghost.
Today, we're diving into what happens when terminally online people take their role-playing way too seriously. This isn't about a bunch of nerds planning a World of Warcraft raid in Discord. It's about a bunch of nerds planning a murder in Discord. The target? An elderly couple. The goal? Obtaining their house. Let's start at the beginning. On May 17, 2020, neighbors of 71-year-old Ted Ralston and 73-year-old Joanna Gormley reported an explosion at their home. Police responded and found 2 bodies in the basement of the home, lying side by side, and positioned as if they had been dragged down the stairs. It was later determined that Ted and Joanna had been strangled and stabbed several times. Fire investigators found ample evidence of accelerants throughout the house, including multiple gas cans and signs of a propane explosion. This wasn't a burglary gone wrong. This wasn't a random act of violence. There was a motive. And that motive? The oldest one in the book, dressed up in the newest technology. Usurpation. That's it. That's the motive. Usurpation. A group of people allegedly looked at an old man's property and thought, you know what would be easier than getting jobs and saving for a down payment?
Killing this guy.
Now, let's set aside for the moment the fact that these house thieves decided that the finishing touch for their job was to burn down the house they intended to take over. Let's set that aside for the moment to introduce our cast of characters.
What?
Ezra, the ringleader. He claims to be a 3,500-year-old ghost.
Yes.
He volunteers his grandparents as the murder targets. Sean Higgins. He's a Discord moderator and in charge of the next snap.
Sean Higgins. At least
Spencer
not Sean
Klein.
Faves.
He's the Discord server owner and was thus overseeing the entire plan.
Hahaha.
Rebecca, aka Mara, she sings like a canary. When police brought them in for questioning, what followed was 4 completely different versions of the same murder. It was like Rashomon, but everyone's guilty and nobody can keep their story straight. What you're about to watch is a complete collapse of narratives.
Amazing.
4 people who thought they were criminal masterminds but couldn't even coordinate their own cover stories. They planned a murder on the same platform people use to share, store, and catalog information, and they're shocked that there might be evidence.
Idiots.
This is what happens when terminally online people use cyberspace to plan actions in meat space. It never works the way they think it
Yeah, at
will.
least they're not dangerous.
Let's watch this server get permanently
Meat
banned
space.
from society.
Spencer, a little while ago we introduced ourselves at your residence, which is 805 70th Avenue East in Milton? Yes. Correct. And what we wanted to talk to you about was a friend of yours,
What is that?
Ezra. And on the drive over here, we had various chatter going back and forth about your work, traffic, various things. And you had mentioned that you
He's getting all the
might
cat
have
pee off.
some information about Ezra that would be helpful for us in our investigation. Yeah. So because that's potentially evidence,
Yeah.
and any evidence that we get, we would like to be able to use in court.
Yeah.
What I would like to do is I want to review your Miranda warning.
Yeah?
So that any evidence you provide us, we can actually use that in court.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If that's okay. Yeah, go right ahead. Do you have a form with you?
I do have a form with me.
Yeah?
Actually, I'll just provide you this one, and then I'm going to read it out loud to you too.
Mm.
Okay? So before questioning and making
Yeah.
a statement, I'm going to advise you of your rights.
Yeah.
You have the right to remain silent.
Yep.
Any statement that you do make can be used as evidence against you in a court or law.
Yep.
The rest of number 2 is about if you're under the age of 18, which you're not.
Nope.
You have the right this time to talk to an attorney of your choice and to have your attorney present before and during questioning and the making of any statement. If you cannot afford an attorney, you are entitled to have one appointed for you without cost to you and to have
Okay.
an attorney present at any time during any questioning and the making of any statement.
Can I have an attorney right now?
You may stop answering questions or ask for an attorney at any time during any questioning and the making of any statement. Do you understand each of the rights I have explained to you?
Yes.
And can you write your answer for that next to it and then throw your initials on
No.
there as well? Okay.
They don't like it if you write no on there.
These rights, do you voluntarily wish to answer questions now?
Yes.
Okay. Same thing, and then I'll just have you, you're dead signed, and will you just yes an initial next to that as well?
Go ahead and witness it.
Thanks.
guess let's talk about Ezra. So, how do you know Ezra?
I know Ezra through Rebecca, and I know Rebecca through, I want to say, one class I had with her. It was business communication back in high school. And I met Ezra through Rebecca, and I ended up getting to be good friends with, pretty close friends with both of them.
How long would you say that you've known Ezra?
So, good question. Give me a second. I think it would probably be about, I want to say, it's 2020 now. I want to say since about mid-2017, so about 2.5 years. Which is probably why I'm so surprised at what he did.
Okay. Well, so let's talk about that. What do you know that he did?
What I know is what I first read was that there were simply 2 dead in a fire. And as stories came out, once I saw my friend's name attached to it, actually what happened was somebody tagged me in a Facebook post and asked me if I knew the guy. And I'm like, yeah, I knew the guy. He used to be my best friend. And it was just so surreal. What I heard was that there was apparently a stabbing, and he blew the house up in some regard.
So, when you're saying he, who are you referring to?
Ezra.
Got it.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So you saw that on...
Somebody...
Okay, so somebody tagged you on Facebook, said, hey, look at this, you saw it. Oh, that's him, that's Ezra.
Yeah, because I hadn't heard from him since Friday the 15th after I banned him from my gaming server.
Okay.
And so it was kind of a shock to hear the sudden turnaround on it, I guess. Because from what I heard, I banned him from my server on the 15th, and then I heard that he burned the house down just 2 days later on Sunday. So, yeah.
Wow. So, you've known him for 2.5 years. How would you describe your relationship with him as far as would you physically get together to go do things, or was this more of a social media friendship?
He and I knew each other in person very well. He even put some music on one of my albums with me. He played guitar for me, and so.
So he did he like come over to your house and like were you guys that close that you would go to each other's houses and stuff? Okay.
We would. I think the only time I ever went over to his grandparents' house was when they were out of town. Just because I don't think he really had a reason. He just didn't want to be hassled with introducing me to his grandparents.
So you've only been over there once?
I would say so, only once.
And when was that?
That was, I want to say, probably around 2018, 2019. I was still working at UPS at the time.
Okay. And you said his grandparents weren't home, so you had never met them?
You were working for UPS?
At the time, yeah.
So obviously your shirt says United Parcel Service.
Yes.
Did you deliver a package there, or you were there socially?
I was there socially as a friend.
Okay, you said you were working for UPS, so I didn't know if you...
I was actually playing hooky that day. I called out of work to go hang out with him.
Got it.
So
I thought maybe you had actually delivered a package and said, oh my god, this is my friend Ezra's house.
No, I'm a warehouser.
Oh, okay.
I don't go dropping the packages off.
Got it, okay. So you might have to explain some things to me, because you said you have a gaming server. I am not a social media guy. I am not a gamer. I have a smartphone. And there are certain things that I like the phone to do, and other things that I probably never will ever understand what it's for.
So
she's different than that, I think. But for me, so when you talk about the gaming server,
it was a voice and video server. So what it is it connects our voices together. It's like it's kind of like a Zoom call, but without the video.
Okay.
So it's just a method of communication, really, more of anything.
Discord? Are we talking like Twitch or?
Discord is the name of the application.
Okay.
And it is it's a social app, so it's you can have friends, join servers, and what servers are is they're just collections of people that can get into a room together and all talk together.
Okay. So, but you said gaming server, so were you playing games?
Yes. We used it to talk while we played games.
Okay. So you could use it for a lot of different things. It's not just games. You could use it like text messages or...
We were just using it in a gaming-oriented manner.
Got it.
And so I know a little bit about Discord, but I'm not going to say that I'm a gamer at all.
Okay, fair enough.
But you said that it was your gaming server. So was this a server that you had like created to have people join you and play games? Okay.
Absolutely. I originally created the server and I had about 15 people on there, and he scared away 10 of them.
Okay. What was the server name?
Riptide.
Riptide?
It was partially server and partially the moniker we all went by when we played games together. It was kind of what you would call a guild or a clan in a game.
Sure.
And yeah, that's...
What game were you guys playing?
Lots of them. So we played a little bit of depends on, I think Ezra and I, we played a game called Dauntless, which is kind of where you go hunt down big monsters, and that's the objective of the game.
Are these games that you would, okay, I'm going old school here, that you would go to like what used to be like a video store, you would go buy an online that you could play on your own, or is it something that is only specific to Discord, that you have to buy it through them, or how does that all work?
In this case, Dauntless was a free download of a game.
Okay.
So it was something that you could play for free, and for that reason, Ezra and I played it together.
Got it.
And it's not offered. Discord doesn't offer game downloads, so I guess it is more just a straight voice and video app.
Okay.
And we were just using it for gaming.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That kind of makes some sense to me. Maybe.
Okay.
Well, I did download Dauntless and I can play it together.
Yeah.
You said Ezra scared away 10 people. There were like 15 in your.
Yes.
Were you all playing Dauntless or other games together?
Other games together, sometimes separately. It was more or less just a place to hang out while you were playing games, even if you weren't playing with someone.
Oh, so you can just kind of chat, hey, what are you doing? I'm doing this on whatever, and somebody else is doing whatever.
Yeah, and you just sit back and, cut the shit.
So how did he scare people away? What was the deal?
Well, it was first that, I mentioned it in the car, but I'll say it again. About 2 weeks ago, he got really untoward towards one of our trans members in our community.
And when you say trans, you're talking transgender?
Transgender.
Okay.
Yes.
No trans, bro.
He said some untoward things about him, including insinuating that he's lazy. And insinuating that he wouldn't be helpful in any aspect in the world. And that was kind of disrespectful. We have I just call it Rule 4, and the rule is verbatim, don't be an asshole. And he broke that rule 3 times in a row, and 3 strikes is you're out in my community. So he did it once towards the trans member. I heard it, told him to knock it out. He then messaged the trans member directly and said some rude things, nothing threatening, but definitely very untoward, very rude, and very unkind. This caused the trans member to block him, and then let me know, and I gave him a 2nd strike. And his 3rd strike was not with the same member, but was with kind of a direct confrontation of me, saying that he didn't deserve the strikes, saying that I don't remember quite how it went because I was rather angry at that point with his behavior, and I was not thinking straight, so I just told him to shut the F up, and I banned him from my server.
When did you do that?
That was Friday 15th.
Okay, so he was banned on Friday the 15th. You roughly have no time, like morning, after?
Me and my admins, we deliberated about it between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. So it was about an hour-long meeting discussing what we should do about his membership, and we decided to ban him.
And if I can real quickly, kind of want to touch on this. The trans member, do you know who, do they have a name? Or I guess, do you know who they are, or are they?
Just a gamer tag, let me pull up.
That's okay, it's not that big. I was wondering.
No.
Is this a person, is this a person who Ezra really knows?
No.
Oh, it's not.
He's just
somebody who's
someone on the server.
On the server,
Yeah.
okay, so Ezra's never really met the person, so.
I haven't really either.
Okay.
Kind of an online only friend.
Got it.
So you banned Ezra on the 15th for his behavior on the server.
Yes.
Do you, after the 15th when you banned him, did you have any other communication with him at all?
No, I was just done with him.
Okay, so on the
Absolutely done
15th,
with him on the 15th.
you banned him from the Riptide server and no other communication via cell phone, via any other part of Discord, Facebook Messenger, nothing like that?
No, I can't say. Well, I didn't wait around. I was very, very thoroughly done with his actions and blocked him on just about everything.
Okay, and then what do you usually talk to him on? So we have the Riptide server. How else did you usually communicate with him?
It's either Riptide server or, basically mainly my Riptide server. We were friends on Facebook, but he didn't have a Facebook account.
Okay.
Or it was Messenger only, and the easiest way to get a hold of him was Riptide.
Okay.
Or just or message him directly in Discord.
You can't. Can you have a Facebook Messenger account without Facebook?
Yes, you can. But I didn't really use it much. I didn't.
And you said there's like direct messaging in Discord, so as opposed to being on a server with this big group, like you could send, as you and Ezra could send like personal messages back and forth.
Yes.
Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Similar to Facebook Messenger.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm tracking.
Got it.
And then it's just like, for example, the server itself is the group chats versus the individual chat.
What name did Ezra use on Discord?
Aja.
Do you know how that's spelled?
AZHJA.
And then what was your name?
And it was actually his, Aja is also his preferred name in real life.
Okay.
So.
And then what about your name on Discord?
Lone Seeker 777. Had that since Xbox days.
And then was there anyone else, because you said he scared away a bunch of people, but there were like 5 people left. Was there anyone else on the server that knew him in real life or that you knew in real life?
No, not as far as I know. They were all, I think 2 of them were from the UK and 3 joined just a couple days before.
2 UK and 3 joined just a few. So nobody else that you guys had met in real life?
No.
Okay. And those are the ones that were left over?
Yeah, they were left over. Overall, I would say we were at about 13 total. It dropped to 2, and then we had 3 new people come on. So it ended up evening out to about 5 people left.
Of the people that left, 10 I think is what you said. Did you know any of those people, or are you still in contact with them? I mean, they left your group, but did they say, hey, Lone Seeker, we're cool, whatever, we can get something going down the road later, but I just don't want him involved? Any of those people try to reach out to you? Or?
Yeah, a couple of them told me that they just didn't want to deal with him anymore, and it was mainly because they didn't know him. I tried to hang on and help him through because I felt that he was struggling, and they didn't know him like
so.
That was the actual issue.
Let me interrupt you if I can for a second. So, we're struggling. What's going on with him?
I could tell he was getting more closed off from the world. He was kind of secluding himself in his room, mainly. I would, for example, go leave the computer to do some work with my dad, and he would be there when I left and be there when I got back, and even when I was at work, he would be on the server. If I were to say, I would say he seldom went outside.
Did you guys talk about any of those things?
Yeah, he just complained about his grandparents telling him to get off the games, mostly. He said he just wanted to be able to play his games so he didn't have to focus on the fact that his wife was so far away from him.
Who's his wife?
Fiance.
Okay, so he's not.
He just called her
Got it.
his wife.
Got it. Okay, makes sense.
In fact, I believe they both referred to each other as if they were married. And Mara is her preferred name.
Got it. So how long, I guess let me ask you this, when did you see a change in him? When he started, complaining, being more secluded, at what point in
About
time?
a month ago, he stopped making the bonfires he used to make down at the beach. And that was, to me, an indicator of a slipping mental health.
Okay.
Because he used to love going to the beach and making a bonfire. He had a he had almost like a spirituality behind it. He would go to the beach and he would pay his tributes to his ancestors with a bonfire.
Okay.
And he just stopped doing that one day.
Was he native? Did he claim like sort of native background?
He wasn't native, but he was spiritual.
Okay.
And that was his spirituality.
So, and how do you know he stopped making bonfires?
He told me directly he was too depressed to go down there.
Okay. In that time
He
period,
came out and said, I can't even burn things anymore.
About
no, he
anything. I mean, anything, leaving, going here, going there, doing something, moving away, getting away from his grandparents, any stuff like that.
Talking about trying to get other living arrangements in order, but aside from that, I didn't hear much about it. In fact, after about 2 weeks ago, I would say I stopped hearing much of anything out of him, and I just started hearing yelling coming from him.
And you're saying that was about 2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
And just to make sure I'm getting the time frames right, 2 weeks from now or 2 weeks from the 15th, like the last time you
Sorry, 2 weeks from the day that I banned him.
Okay, so that maybe the beginning of May, all you were hearing from him was like yelling and stuff like that?
Yeah, he was just becoming a jerk.
So, in the yelling, were you guys actually making voice calls back and forth that he was yelling? Or?
It was, sometimes he would just talk about nothing but his game. And then he'd yell at his grandparents for coming up and bugging him.
But is that like in a voice call? Like he's actually talking?
Yeah, so
is that like phone number to phone number, or is that something
it was within Discord. We would be in a party, which is just a room that a lot of people can enter and talk together.
So you can actually do audio?
Yes.
So I must have missed that earlier. So you can make like the actual phone call?
It's a voice chat.
Got it, okay, got it.
And a text chat, right?
Yeah, voice, text, and I believe they just added video, so.
Can you share like photos like you can like a text or?
Kind of, it's like putting a photo on a message board.
Okay.
So it'll put it just big on the page for everyone to read with everyone's text above it and new text showing up below it.
So I have daughters.
Mm-hmm.
That's the gray hair. Okay. And no hair.
It all makes sense now.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So I know a little bit about like Snapchat.
Okay. Not yet.
So like in Snapchat, at least according to what my daughter tells me, that when you put like a picture or something up, when you can set it up so when you view it, it disappears.
Discord does not offer that feature. It does not self-destruct images.
Okay, so you have to so if you wanted to take something off of there, you have to go in. Can you take it off?
Yeah, you can delete it, and if you delete it, it just deletes, and there's no trace it ever existed.
Okay.
Which I think is dumb. I think they should have some sort of audit log somewhere, but they don't.
But like if he sent you a photo or a text from however long, many months ago, if you kept it, is it still on your phone? If he deletes it, does it disappear off of yours? If that makes any sense, the question.
So what would happen is I can delete my messages.
Okay.
He can delete his messages, but I cannot do that vice versa.
But can you then just delete your whole conversation?
It's his server. He can delete it.
And then when he sends a new one pops up.
I could clear my side of the conversation.
Your side of it, so you just have a blank screen.
I couldn't touch his side.
You can delete the whole conversation.
We can't keep up with all this social media
Liar.
stuff. Like
He's a
every
liar.
time we think we've got our heads wrapped around something, there's a new app or there's a new this or a new that.
I stopped trying to keep up with it. I'm just, Facebook is what I use, and Discord is what I use with my gamer friends.
I wish that we did not have to keep up with it, and there's always something new that comes up.
And it's always on some new platform.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think Alexa had asked earlier, did you just primarily use your phone for Discord, or I'm assuming like games?
Actually,
computer, got it.
Yeah, because I play games on my computer.
And was that the same computer that you were doing your work on?
Yes.
And do you live in that?
No.
Okay, but that
And do you live in that computer?
little outbuilding is the one that you mostly use for Discord.
It's it's my only desktop computer that I own, so I use it for everything.
So where do you live?
I live in the house, in a room.
Okay, got it. So the house you grew up in, your bedroom?
Yes.
Got it.
Actually, I've changed bedrooms a couple times, but yeah.
When we knocked on the back door, and
my room would be directly to the left.
Oh,
so that window right there?
Yeah.
That's the window in my room.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Got it.
Top of the hill. That's just strictly business.
Yeah, that's my parents' business.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How's that going right now with everything?
That's a more stressful situation than this conversation. Honestly,
that's tough. Then
it's tough. It's we didn't make it in time for the financing. So we're
Your mom mentioned
we're surviving.
Yeah.
But it's not easy right now.
Yeah, I get it.
Your mom mentioned that business is starting to pick back up a little bit, so hopefully.
No, I'm so worried for them. I
Yeah.
don't want to see that business get lost. It's the only thing we have supporting us right now.
How long have they had it?
They've had it, I want to say they celebrated 50 years recently.
In the business?
Yeah, in the business. They've been doing it since before I was born.
Wow.
My dad has. My dad was a service manager by my age.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So kind of back to Ezra a little bit.
Okay.
In your conversations, and I know you said you would go back and forth on Discord via I'll call it a text for lack of a better term that I can figure out.
Yeah.
But some of those were voice calls.
Most of
You
them
see
were
everything
actually
so
probably,
slow?
I would say voice calls. In fact, 90% of the time, if we wanted to talk, I at that point was had some issues with my fingers, arthritis related.
It looks pretty
so
cool.
What I did was I would call more often than not, just because typing can be painful.
Yes, I got it.
So.
What?
So he's talking about, and I think you said making other living arrangements?
Yeah, he was gonna try to either just straight run away and figure it out, or try to move back in with Rebecca.
Okay. Where did Rebecca live?
I believe it was Lakewood at the time. I believe.
Well, this game's not going to work very well.
She lived with her mom at the time. She's been living with her mom for a long time, actually.
Did he ever talk about that relationship and what her mother thought of him at all?
Her, through him, I heard that her mother basically thinks very low of him.
Okay.
It doesn't have, she has a very strong negative opinion, and it was largely because when Rebecca had her stroke, that caused the brain damage she suffers from. He got snowed in and couldn't come in to visit her in the hospital. And Kelly can be very petty.
And that's Kelly's Rebecca's mom.
And yeah, Kelly's Rebecca's mom. And so Kelly held a grudge because he was literally snowed in and couldn't visit her after she had her stroke.
Interesting.
And then had the audacity to claim that he didn't care.
Interesting. So he was going to run away. Where was he going to run away to? What was he?
He didn't have a plan. And that's probably why he never actually just ran away. He didn't have a strong plan. It was just something he said in passing. He was considering just leaving.
Was he talking to anybody else on Discord that you saw, where he was discussing, hey, do you need a roommate? Do you have a place for me to crash? You know, a place I can pull a travel trailer, anything
Not to
like
my
that?
knowledge. not to my knowledge at all, really. When there was anybody else in our lobby talking with us, honestly, he would just not touch on any sensitive subjects at all. He'd go back to, pretty sure it was his default, but describing something in his game and telling us all about that one aspect of his game.
Okay. Was there anybody else on Discord that he was comfortable talking to that you know of? And then you saw, maybe you, Ezra, and Bob, or Sally, or Tom, or just, you know, like
I
one
gotta
person.
think about that, because I just gotta rack my brain a little bit.
And I guess where I'm going with that question is, who else? I mean, was there somebody else that you think he was comfortable talking about the same things? Like you could talk interchangeably, like the three of you could have a conversation, and because you knew what it was about.
Well, I would say no, because Ezra's ties to Riptide were through me.
Okay.
I was his closest friend there, and to my knowledge, he didn't really interact with many other people.
Could he, on Riptide, could he reach out to, like, say the three of us are in there in a group?
Yeah.
And because you created it, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Since you created it, can he use that Riptide? So say the three of us are in a group, and I say, hey, I don't want to talk in the group, I want to talk to Alexa. Can I do that on Riptide?
If you just wanted to, like, for example, if you wanted to talk one-on-one with someone,
yes,
you could just do that by going to her profile and then giving her a call directly.
So it doesn't have to have anything to do with Riptide?
No, it didn't have to do, doesn't have to do with Riptide if it doesn't, if you're, well, I guess if you're just interacting one-on-one, you don't have to use the server. You can just give them a call. Yeah.
Via the server, though, like you can
not via Riptide, but through Discord.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, so Discord is the app, and Riptide is my personal server.
Got it.
So you could give them a call through Discord if you're just looking to talk one-on-one.
So you have to have a Discord account?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, now I'm totally...
Although my settings have it set so that if you can't just sign up to Discord and join my server, you have to verify your email address first to join my server, and that just prevents people coming in and spamming like, oh, I'm trying to sell, you know, online game things. And
so to your server then, would, let's say I wanted to join Riptide, would I have to be invited and you have to click like an allow, you know, Jim the join button, whatever?
I send, I would send you a link, and clicking on the link would automatically give you the permissions I wanted to give you.
And you set those since you created it?
Yeah, so I would set the parameters of the invite, and then I would send it down the line, and it would use those parameters to give you, you know, however much access that you wanted or needed.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now. I get it.
Yeah,
sort of.
And I can create, like, for example, you know, for someone who needs to do an administrative job versus, you know, just be a member on the server, I also have different levels of permissions, I guess you could say.
So
different roles.
So were there any other admin people that you allowed to have admin rights that could have, because if you allowed me to have admin rights, then I could potentially let Alexa do things that you wouldn't have let her do. Is that correct?
No.
So were there any other administrators?
Yes, my friend Sean was, and he's someone I know in real life.
Oh, okay.
So, last name's Higgins.
What was his name on Discord?
The name, all one word, the name is Grim.
The name is Grim. Is Grim one N or two N?
One N. So,
Find him.
like,
Find him on Discord.
Like the character, not the authors.
Gotcha.
So like that. That's his whole name, but all one word, no spaces.
Yeah, and there's a capital at each different letter word.
Oh, yeah. Got it. Okay. How do you know Sean?
We went to high school together, and he wasn't really involved with it. He was he doesn't like to get involved in drama, so he only really helped me deliberate what I should do with him. So that was the meeting that I had between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. on Friday the 15th, was between me and Sean to discuss what to do with Ezra. So that was his role in it. He
Oh, no, that doesn't seem to be a name.
a ban, and I also voted for a ban.
There's no tiebreakers because there's just two of you.
Yeah, it was, I guess you just have to settle it through discussion, you know? If you don't have a tiebreaker, then you just gotta work it out.
In your conversations with Sean, has Ezra ever like directly messaged him or conveyed or talked about any of the stuff like you said that he was going to run away?
And he's played with the three of us before, but I don't know to what extent they I just don't know.
But has Sean ever told you, like for an example, hey,
welcome to Bees on the Rocks. My name is David Edwards, and it's great to have you here today. We're going to make the Sneaky Pete. Now, this is a simple cocktail that's been around for a while, and there are a few different variations online. I'm doing the simple 3-ingredient cocktail that has everything you see here. And that's
Kahlua,
a little bit of cream.
Kahlua Drambuie.
Heavy whipping cream. This is 33%
Is that what I'm saying?
cream. If you decided to
Cream?
use milk, which is the other variation, you would use twice the amount of milk that you would use to the cream. I do, however, prefer a slightly better or thicker textured cocktail for this. Your next ingredient is your favorite rye. I'm using a little bit of Rittenhouse bottled and bond. This is 100 proof or 50% ABV, and the recipe actually calls for a higher proof rye whiskey. So when you're making this cocktail, take a look at the shelf and see what you have. And the next thing you need is a little bit of a coffee liqueur. I've got a little bit of Kahlua here. This is 16% ABV, and this is just going to give you a little bit of that coffee flavor. So this is going to be fun and interesting. It's so simple, in fact. We're going to build this directly into the glass. And what we're going to do is add a little bit of ice. A little bit of ice. Might be too much ice. Anyways, a little bit of ice. And we're going to start with our rye whiskey. Now for this you need a total of 1 ounce or 30 mils. Your next ingredient, of course, is your favorite coffee liqueur. Make sure you tell me what you prefer for any of these. And you'll use the same amount of 1 ounce or 30 mils.
Why? Look at all those in this
is your heavy cream. And as I said, if you were not using the heavy cream, you would double the amount for milk. So what we are going to do is use 2 ounces or 60 mils.
What? Hey, it's Canadian.
Now you could shake this if
See,
you
our
want,
milk doesn't come in
but
bags.
Doesn't really matter. Grab yourself a spoon. Give this a little bit of a stir just to kind of mix it all together. If you're really desperate, garnish it with something like cinnamon or chocolate. But otherwise, I got a fantastic looking iced latte. Nice gradiated color. 8 out of 10.
And it tastes like coffee and whiskey.
It's good. The whiskey actually comes through really strong, and I can see why some people would use twice the amount of milk to coffee to help cut some of that. So if you like a coffee cocktail, whiskey cocktail, this is good. I really don't notice the coffee that much. 8 out of 10. If you like this style of cocktail, take a look right over here.
Your bright lights on?
Because I just came all the way from Miami.
So you
Hey there, how you doing?
You know the roads are dark.
Yeah. So you know that you actually
Good to see you.
off with oncoming traffic the other way. If you don't, you can actually be stopped because it's doing more damage on people's eyes, and then it struggles for me to see, and or someone else. Okay. Do you got your license, registration, insurance on you, please?
I left my thingy at my cousin's house. I just dropped off some bags.
What is the thing? What does that
I
mean?
left my ID.
An ID. Okay, driver's license. Yep.
No, I just left it. I'm telling you, I just left it. I got my cousin.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm pretty good.
Okay, is the car registered to you?
It's a rental.
Trying to get me and Tiger motivated to hit the store over here.
Do you have any information?
Yeah. This is all I have for right now.
Okay.
Hey, whoa, what are you doing?
Go
put it on. Go ahead. Don't put it on right here. Go put it on upstairs. Upstairs.
I'm not trying to do nothing, like, you know.
Here's the old Ronnie. Why can't you listen? I love you, buddy.
You know her?
I just want to go. I just drove a couple of
Okay.
hours. Like, I literally just came back out to get him food. I'm tired.
Okay. Alright.
I'm not in the mood.
Where you heading to?
Yeah, which one do you want? The old bucket.
Community Court Apartments. Okay, that's not too far from here. But we're not going anywhere fast because there's a train blocking you anyway. So it's going to be a second.
What?
Is this a Toro rental? Is this not a rental company?
No, this is from my friend. From Miami.
You know this person? Okay, gotcha. Alright. Alright, what's, do you have a Florida driver's license? Have you ever had one? You do, okay, okay. What? Okay, gotcha. What's your social?
But other than that,
Okay.
like, I'm not gonna stop for that. Like, I'm literally going around.
I'll write it. I'll start writing all this up. You tell me what do you think you need?
I'm just asking my money
Lol.
for the lights.
What do you want?
Why are you being stopped for lights? Okay, I'm really,
Please don't say I
really
don't
trying
know.
to make this a quick process. No. No. I'm gonna because you
Hi,
keep
Tiger.
talking. Okay. No.
Oh, the girl says
I
hi.
understand,
Hi.
but I'm really trying to expedite this process. Right. Okay, I understand, and that's horrible. Okay, but just I understand.
Aww.
I'm trying to make this a fast process, and you want to ask me questions and dispute the law on the street here. Okay. No, you really are. This is the third time you're saying this. I just want to go. I just want to go. Okay, if you want me to just go write you a ticket and slow it down even more, if
He got all sweet when he said hi. That was awesome.
okay, so let me do the process. I'm going to run your information, and I'm planning on just coming back and giving you a verbal warning. Hey, make sure you turn your bright lights off when you're driving around the city of Orlando because it blinds people. But hear me out, okay? I'm in control. I'm doing my job.
If my finger was a millimeter shorter, I couldn't have got that weed out.
I'm just going to let you go. But if you want to just keep saying, like,
Not
hey,
as
I just
ever.
want to leave, you make me say, you know what? It sounds like somebody that doesn't really care about what I'm saying. I'll go write you a ticket.
I do care about what you're saying. I just have my baby.
So give me a second.
Please be nice, but I have my baby here. That's okay. Two watches.
I understand.
I have my baby.
I get it. So let's just, at the end of the day, all I gotta do is run your information, and I'm out of here, okay? I'm not being mean. You're being ungrateful. No, you're not. Just hang out with her. She's a little bit temperamental.
She's just spicy.
I literally came over here just so my son could, so we could be with my family. That's it. I don't understand why I'm not being pulled up on like this.
What's that?
Where?
Underneath your foot.
I don't know if that's it. That might be enough. I don't know. There's a rental.
95.
I have my son in the car. Can you just give me a second? Could my cousin come and pick up my son?
I saw it. It's right at our foot.
Okay.
Don't touch it.
I'm sorry. I didn't look. This is a rental. I swear this is a rental.
Put your phone down.
Okay.
My cousin. But I have my son. I have my son, my cousin. Taina, hurry up and come. Please hurry up and come. My baby's coming. My baby's here.
Give me cover. Just keep it there, okay?
Can I call my family?
Oh man.
What is going on? Taina.
Yeah, open the door. Open the door.
Ty, come and get me, please. Come and get me. Okay, no problem. So, I have my son, please, guys. Is she gonna be able to pick up my son? Is she? Can she pick up my son? Can you please make sure my baby's okay? Can you please make sure my baby's okay? Can you guys please make sure my baby's
Yeah, we will.
Okay, I have my son there. No, I don't want to get in the car. I don't want to get in the car. My son there.
Gonna smoke this joint.
Face out.
And I'll call a cab. Oh, I'm gonna go check the mail
You're
too.
being detained. You're making it
I'm
worse.
not trying to make it worse. I'm asking my mom to jail for that nugget. I'm not. didn't. That's a rental.
I will, so you too.
How's it a rental? But you know that they could have been a nugget when I asked you.
When you see, when I look down, what is that? What does it look like? He's saying he's pulling me over for I don't know. But is it? Can you get arrested for a nugget of weed? I don't know that. I didn't even know it was a rental. It was a rental. I don't know. You guys are asking me questions. I don't know. Please, I have my baby. I just came all the way from Miami. I can't believe I was doing this with my baby. Car.
Sorry. If you want, we can switch.
Excuse me, am I going to jail?
We're gonna come over.
Can I?
Hey.
I'm not trying to do nothing. I'm not trying to do that. I got shot. Look, you're hurting me and I got shot. Look, I got shot recently. And you're hurting me. My head is stuck.
Okay, stop resisting.
I got.
Because you keep tensing up. Okay? I'm gonna charge you with resisting if you keep tensing up on me.
Sir,
Walk this way.
I got shot.
Okay? Walk right here.
Sir, I got shot.
Okay.
You're hurting my arm that I got shot. Look at my clavicle.
Here, chill.
I got shot recently. Look at my clavicle. Look, I'm not looking. I'm not lying to you. It hurts. Can you please let this loose a little bit? And I got my meds in there. I need my meds. I can't because you guys are about to arrest me. I got my neuro meds in there.
Why would we arrest you for it?
Because obviously you guys are gonna arrest me for that stupid ass nugget.
Said who?
Look what you guys got me into.
Okay, you're being detained. I just told you. You're not under arrest.
I'm clearly under arrest.
You're not under arrest. You're being detained. Okay, just because you're in handcuffs, that does not mean you're under arrest. Okay, I am telling you, okay, this is recording. I am telling you that you're being detained.
Why are you guys doing this in front of me?
You got in your car, okay?
So that's why I'm going to jail.
Okay, no, that's why you're being detained, okay? That's why we are searching the vehicle. How old are you? Huh?
No, I don't have pockets, sir.
No.
No, sir, I don't have pockets. I'm not going to go to jail behind another piece on this one.
You're not.
I have my baby. That's why I'm not close. I just have the baby.
Just relax. Do not tense up, okay? Look, hear me out. When officers point you out, okay, whatever we do, because you can catch a charge really quick just for tensing up, okay?
You gotta understand, I got shot. Like I said, look, you look at my clavicle. I got shot recently. Look. I'm not lying to you. Look at my, look, I'm pull my shirt down a little bit. Look at my clavicle.
I'm not touching.
Do you see my clavicle?
No, I don't. I mean,
look at my clavicle.
I see right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I got shot. Look at my hands. Like I can't open and close my hand. I'm not lying to you.
You got shot there?
I got shot here and in my chest on my titty, right here, my titty part. Recently, a couple months ago, from a girl. That was my best friend.
Power bill. And power bill marked urgent. That's always good.
Look at my hands.
Okay, let's see what CRA has to say first. This is going to be a letter. It says, Kate goes here.
Because you can turn your hand. So
We need some letters from you, buddy.
Hear me out. Which one?
The one that looks little. That's my mom, don't try it. That's my cousin. Could you let me take my son, please?
Sure. Ooh, is that? Gotcha. Where do you live?
Miami.
No, so where were you coming up here?
To her house.
Where's that?
Yeah, this is that thing. I already had that.
When did you get shot?
A couple months ago.
Oh, was it a 22?
No, FN9. I want to post this. I got shot in my neck. The girl's in court.
Yeah, no. What kind of caliber was it?
FN9. That's all I know. I don't know what's different. Can she at least take my son? Because there's a lot for me to see. I don't want to see this shit.
Okay, sure. Only you take your time. Unless you're arrested, then we can go over that, okay? But just be detained, alright? As far as we know, you'll be good to go. We'll take whatever. We don't really care if there's just a little bit of right?
I'm not scared of nothing else. The only thing other than this is my meds from me getting shot. I got me put in a trauma dose. That's it. That's all. I don't take the whole thing of the gabapentin with me because it's a big bottle. So I literally take, you could look it up, gabapentin. It's not a controlled substance, nothing like that, nothing crazy.
guys live in Miami currently? What part of Miami you guys live at?
Downtown.
Downtown Miami? You made expensive over there? Or?
Fuck's sake.
What do you do?
I dance. I didn't even know that was in there.
Nah, you're fine.
I thought I lost it. I didn't even know that was in there. You're getting mad at me. If all I give you saving, why would I make you go through trouble? Why would I make you go through trouble? I'm not, I have no more.
Nice fucking try,
I
though.
didn't even know that. I didn't even know. That's not even like. I didn't even know that that was in there. Why would I make you go through trouble? I couldn't even find it just now when I went to the store to go get promo. What are you talking about? I couldn't even find it just now. I went to the store. I went to go get tobacco from the store and I had to show them the one on my phone. There's mad shit all in there.
You just, yeah, hey, listen.
Holy.
When you go with him,
I was telling him getting all these Facebook messages.
So up here, it's gonna
Whoops.
make us go up here.
I need those meds. He cannot take those away from me.
Just chill. He's probably looking at them.
He can't take them.
Okay, shut
I need
up.
those for my nerves.
Does it have your name on it and everything?
No, it doesn't have a name on it. I told you I left the big bottle at home. But that's my meds. I can call my pharmacy, like the pharmacy and everything. Those are I need those. Those are my neurological meds. Those are all meds. That has my name on it. The other one. Those are all meds from me getting shot. Can you tell him that I got shot, please? So he don't think that I'm like on the bed or something. I'm just doing crazy shit. I have my son. Sir, I got shot. Those are my meds for me being shot.
Yo.
Sorry.
You don't follow instructions very well. That's your problem. You understand? How old are you? Yeah, how old?
29.
Okay. Why you? Now we lying to each other by age?
Because I'm used to, I work in the club, I'm used to saying 28. I'm not lying about it. I did say, my birthday June 11th. I just turned.
June.
Yeah.
Gemini, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And meds. So what are you going to do? Test the meds?
No, chill.
I'm just like, I don't know what's going to happen because I know my meds.
Why are you so paranoid?
Because
You're
my
making
son
us.
is here.
I understand. You're making everything worse.
I'm sorry, my son is here. You don't
I
understand.
understand. You have not done anything wrong. And just chill out.
I just got my chickies on not so long ago too. There's a meds on my chickies.
I thought it was because you got shot.
I got shot and I got shot in my teeth. And I got pictures. Just me and done. Nigga, he was this big. She shot me on the chest. I called her and my ex-boyfriend with each other. You know, she shot me on my chest.
Her titty was out?
Everything's described to me.
You said they're going to court? What they charge her with? Attempted murder?
She had a gun. I mean, she had a gun with register. And then if you guys can take me, can you guys at least give me a car so I don't have to come back with this car. Just try to take this car all the way back. If you guys can take me, can you guys at least give me a car to you? Please, so I don't have to come all the way back over here to try to, like, come from Miami, obviously.
The sheriff, don't say you're under arrest. Why are you assuming that we're about to arrest
Because
you?
look what you guys are doing.
What do you think, Ty?
I'm just like, you guys took the key, obviously, and then you're taking the my parents. Obviously, you're trying to, like, find something. He was on one since I got here.
What's your first name?
Rebelina.
What is it?
Rebelina.
Rebelina?
Rebelina, not Rebelina.
Bevelina? Bevelina what?
Why you asking
She
that?
said a girl she got an 85 Sierra, so. Hold on. Hey, come back here. Come back here.
I don't know who you think you are. I have not dealt with somebody that is like acting this way in a lot of years, man. You are very entitled. You think you're in control. This is a traffic stop. You keep telling me how to do things, and hey, don't let me go. You need to let me go, ma'am. Slow down, okay? I'm serious, okay? No. But the thing is, you keep telling us what and how this is going to go. You're dictating everything, okay? And I understand. Listen, I'm just telling you, this is the process. Let it go. Let the process be, okay? That's the process. There's things you can't control here.
Just chill.
Krang, Leatherhead, Ray Soleil, Sewer Samurai Leonardo.
Stimulated. Am I Spanish? Why, do I look Spanish? No, my name's Spanish. That's about it.
So you don't understand Spanish at all?
Antique Japanese memo writer. What is it?
Speak Spanish? Yeah? What nationality are
I
you?
speak 3 different languages.
Really? What language? What language? French?
Arabic and Spanish.
Arabic?
I'm a very smart girl. Yes.
Wireless headset glasses? What is that?
I'm Moroccan, Dominican, Puerto Rican.
Oh, good sound.
I think you definitely look Moroccan for them.
I'm from the Bronx.
White APK mini.
That's good.
I want it.
You said that.
MPK mini. APC MPK mini.
You got a nickname? No? Zeb?
What's the feel? To the MP3 player. Asus laptop. Oh, bring me your guitar. Oh, what?
Be nice to you.
For how much?
You're pushing.
Wow. 50 bucks.
I know I'm missing though, like I don't know what's going on. I'm trying to get my family's house. Like,
What the hell deal somebody got?
Hey, I'm gonna just read you rights, okay?
I'm gonna
Stream
listen.
deck?
No, doesn't mean you're interested. You're being detained because you're being detained for me to speak to you about something. I have to read you this, okay? Just tell me verbally yes or no if you understand, alright? Alright, do you have another license out anywhere else?
I used to have one in New York, now no more.
In New York?
Yeah.
How long have you been living in Florida?
For like 2 years.
Okay, so you don't have one out of Florida.
I'm back and forth. Like I said, I got shot, so I go to physical therapy in New York. I don't have insurance over here. I have 2 licenses.
What medications are you taking for?
I'm taking right now because of my breast. I have the oxycodone because of my titties. I have muscle relaxer because of my titties. I have
What's the name? I see there's oxy.
yeah. So it's there. That has my name on it. Those oxys have my name on it. As you see, the tramadol and the gabapentin. Tramadol is for my arm. That's a nerve. That's for my nerves. And the gabapentin is also for my arm. That's for my nerves. When I got shot in my clavicle and in my teeth.
Neither one of those gets you high, so don't worry about it.
Tramadol.
Okay. There's nothing. Is there anything with a name under the tramadol?
If you grab my phone, I have pictures on my phone with the prescription. Grab my phone.
For tramadol?
For tramadol, sir, yes.
Okay. So where's your phone? Is it over
It's
there?
on dashboard.
Why is there a prescription bottle?
A tramadol?
Yes.
Because that's how I get it.
She got shot, bro.
That's how he gives it to me. That's exactly. Yeah, he gives it to me. It's a full bottle like that.
Is he stupid or what?
Stuff like that. He gives me a full bottle like that for my meds.
That's how I get my Tylenol 4s.
I get a full.
I used to get a 200.
I go to physical therapy. I go to pain management. I have my pain management.
I used to get 240 a month, and they put.
There's a phone in there. Can you grab it for me?
An extra 40 into a box, a bottle of 200.
It's on the driver's side.
And if anything, can I tell my pharmacist to send the thingy over? I wouldn't lie to you.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because that bottle's only for pharmacies.
That's where I got it from, my pharmacy.
Okay, but
That's how he gave it to me. So since I'm
That's what they do.
a regular pharmacist at
Swear to my
Yes.
Swear to my son's life, that's my
Hold on. And you said you prescribed tramadol, oxy, and what else?
I was prescribed. I'm not prescribed oxys. I got oxys for my titties.
You got oxys from when you got your blood? Okay, is that the white ones?
No, those are yellow. Those are
What
yellow.
are the white ones?
The white ones, those are gabapentins.
Okay, and what are those for?
That's also
For the nerve pain.
That's gabapentins.
Man.
Why are you breaking them up?
Because they're 600 and I'm small.
Okay.
I can only take
Why are you
300.
mixing those with other bottles?
Only because I get a really, really big bottle of it, and I didn't want to drive with a really, really big bottle of the gabapentin. I'm going back home. That's why. I swear to God.
Because they're mixed in between.
I know, because usually I just, like I said, I can't.
You can't be doing that stuff.
But I didn't think I was going to get pulled over and in trouble for it. That's my meds.
Here's your phone. Show me where your prescription is at.
She just got all her pills jammed in the same bottle.
Hear me out. I need to see this prescription for this tramadol that you're telling me.
Can I at least call the pharmacist?
No, I need to see the.
Can I ask him to send it to me, please? Because
I thought you said you had.
I know, but I'm telling you, can I ask him to send it to me, please?
You said you
I do have a photo, but can I ask him to send it to me? so you don't think I'm lying.
I just need you to show me.
I understand. I'm looking for the prescriptions. I'm not gonna lie, like I wouldn't lie to you guys. New
Do you
York,
have the prescription?
New York State. Look, hold on, sir. I'm looking for it. I got shot. It's because I got shot. I'm telling you guys the truth. I wouldn't lie to you guys. Please.
Do you have any mental disorders?
No, I don't.
Have you had any?
No, I've never. It's because I got shot, and when I got shot, I got shot in my clavicle. Let me show you the holes.
I got shot in my clavicle.
What happened is it's a nerve med, so they give it to you. It's a nerve medicine.
Do you have anxiety?
No, it's from me to getting shot. Look at my arms. Do you see my arms? No, let me show you something. Look at my arms.
Listen.
I have really bad nerve damage, so that's why they give me gabapentin, because they can't
You
continue
need
to
to
give me
show me this prescription, please.
Holy shit.
This is your one chance that I'm trying to give you right now.
Can I please have him call? Can I please call him to have him send it to me? And it has my name and everything,
Okay,
please.
I need you.
I'm looking for it, but please can I have him call me with the whole thing, please?
It's 11:36.
It's okay. I know him. Can I please have him call? Can I please call him? Please, I wouldn't lie to you, sir. Please.
Just show me the prescription. You're saying you have a photo of it.
Can't find it at the moment, sir. I'm really nervous and I have a lot of stuff in here. Can I please just ask him to send it to me? But can I please just have it sent to me so I don't go to jail?
Okay. Give me the photo. Do you have the photo? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hold on. Please. I don't want to go to jail behind this. That's freaking I need those meds. I really need those meds. Please, I wouldn't lie to you. I showed you the gunshot wounds and everything.
Hey, stay control.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that please just call the pharmacist so he can at least go to the shop? Please? So he can go to his pharmacy. So you at least take a picture of the computer, because everything's on the computer and through my insurance.
Those are supposed to be in a prescribed bottle.
I understand what
It's
you're
a
saying.
prescribed drug.
But I'm getting
It's a
them
controlled
prescribed.
substance.
I'm getting them prescribed to me. I'm not, so you can see, I don't want to go to jail behind this.
I understand that, but
I'm just trying to
you
show you
don't.
everything.
I gave you the option to give me
I know,
the photo.
I
There's
try
no
to look
photo.
for it. I try to look for it. I showed you where I got shot at.
I believe you got shot. I'm not saying you don't. I believe you're taking oxygen. Okay. On top of. I'm just
You're just gonna take care of it. We'll take care of it.
Hey, chill, just chill. Hey, all right. Besides that, is there a reason why there's cannabis inside your kid's backpack?
I didn't know that there was cannabis inside there. I swear to everything I love, I did not know there was cannabis in there.
So how would that get there?
I did not know there was cannabis inside there. I did not know that there was cannabis inside there. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Wait, you hurting my arm? You're hurting my arm.
Hey, you want some chocolate, Tiger?
Sir.
Do you remember that thing that I told you if you start tensing up, I'm going to charge you with resisting?
Is there anything else? No. Please, are you guys going to take my kid?
No, we're not.
Are you guys going to take the car?
It's fine we leave him with your cousin, right?
Can I take you guys?
Answer my question, yes?
You guys taking the car?
Your cousin's in here, the car.
My cousin's going to take the car?
I would assume so,
I don't know if you guys going to take the car too. Sorry, I just want to ask you a question. Please. Sorry. You're hurting my kid.
Hey, here, test the 95, please. Test the test kit.
After the woman failed to provide a prescription for the pills in her possession, they loaded her into the squad car and transported her to the Orange County Jail, where she was booked and charged with operating a vehicle without a license,
Whoa.
possession of controlled substance without prescription, possession of a controlled substance, and contributing to the delinquency of a minor for storing her drugs in her child's backpack.
What?
The woman is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, as there has been no disposition at this time. If you enjoy the content we produce, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.
That's not my bag, that's my kid's bag. Contributing to the delinquency of a minor, huh? I knew we were gonna catch you. That and all this fishing without a license you've been doing? Ooh-wee.
Wants to run away, or he wants wants to do this or do that. Has Sean ever had that conversation with you?
No, I would say most of it was just him making passive comments about what he observed about Aja.
So what did he
Yeah.
say?
You have a weird choice of friends was my favorite quote.
My favorite quote is, "You have a weird choice in friends."
Aja had a very socialist-minded kind of ideals.
Tell me about that. Like what kind of stuff?
Well, he was very into the idea of starting a commune.
Okay.
And
like a hippie thing?
Yeah, like a hippie thing. But
My favorite quote is, "Help, help, he won't stop, help, help."
God, he died.
You know? That's my favorite quote.
No, not Dennis Quaid, Dennis Hopper.
I can't say.
Oh, he was a great actor.
So yeah, he was totally into the idea of like an easy rider, hippie commune kind of thing.
Did he discuss that with you?
Easy rider, hippie commune, I read magazines kind of thing, you know?
Okay.
Grow some pot, bro.
Weed with a medical license.
Smoke
and then
weed
what
with a
else did
medical
he talk
license.
Getting a whole bunch of his friends to live there with him, and they would just make it into a self-sustainable kind of colony.
Okay.
Who did?
Yeah.
Did he say where he wanted to
Just
do
kind of
this?
make it into one.
He didn't really, he just said he wanted to do it, more or less.
He didn't do it.
Was he trying to, I guess so.
Like, was he starting a cult?
Back to some of the people that he made
Hey,
mad on Discord. Was
bubbling
he trying
boots.
to recruit anybody on Discord, like the other people that were playing the games into the...
Into the community. Community. Your little church group here. It's a cult. What's going on? Why are you gurring? You want to fight? Grr. Oh, yeah. You gotta buy one of them sonnets.
Commune?
Parker pens. That's where it's at.
If he did,
Or brothers.
I
Oh.
didn't bring it up when we talked about what he did.
What are you using? A Bic? I'm not using a Bic. Some kind of Chinese ballpoint fucking clown pen.
This commune thing at all?
Yeah, I told him no because I had a
Prank pen.
and I was happy where I was.
When did it?
The pens that the Chinese export to us because they can't even use them over there. Oh no! What's wrong with the internet? Is it still your guys' data things down? Still? Have you contacted your ISP and asked them about it? I recommend you do that. Have you restarted your router? Sorry, I work in IT. I can fix you all up. We used to fix Mike's internet. A little bit. Oh, I think you're just saying that. How do you know what that means? Who are you? Hey, I gotta update my firmware on the router. That's awesome. Firmware updates are good though.
It's kind of a passive thing. He's just like, hey, you reconsider that yet? I was like, no, still haven't.
Oh man.
Just kind of like those little passive.
Oh, you probably have to reset. You probably just have to reset the whole fucking router.
He basically presented it the exact way.
I just unplug that bitch for 30 seconds and plug it back in. Since it's not working.
Sustainable, affordable
Bam.
housing for
Unplug it for 5 minutes.
we worked the land.
2 days, whatever.
That was the pitch, and I said,
Tell little bubble boots to fix it.
I said, thanks, but no thanks, basically.
What else did Spencer, or you or Spencer, I'm sorry, what else did Sean have to say regarding his thoughts about Ezra?
Oh, that's frustrating as hell.
Can't really recall any moments aside from that very memorable quote where he had a strong opinion about Ezra. He's generally someone who gets along and does not share his opinion unless he himself feels the need to. Sean's weird where he can either keep his mouth
Whoa.
shut or be brutally honest with his opinions.
Whoa.
And it just depends on what side of the bed he will.
Into the mouth of that white nurse, which will take him to his final destination at Covina. So that's not very far away.
Oh, yeah.
4 mile distance, but there will be
What kind of pen do you have? You do know. Look at all those cops. That's what they did to my block, dude. They were parked just like that, all at my block, all around my block. They had my whole block locked down. Yeah, you can see that. It's a lot of cops, eh? It was, when I tried to count, it was at least 30 police cars wrapped around my block. Terrifying. Are you waiting for the bus? What are you doing? Oh, kids' bus. Okay. Man, what? Ain't nobody making but yeah, it when they do that thing there, it's freaky. Like you look out and you're just like, oh, there's nowhere to go anywhere. Like they're everywhere and they park just corner to corner. Aww. You gonna have a joint? You gonna smoke a joint? I hope. That's what you sound like you need. I got a roach right here you can have. It's probably not very good. I don't think I'll buy that milled weed again. It was really cheap though. Got a half ounce for like $40. Big old police funeral, huh?
Or something that I
That's
haven't
nice.
been able to pinpoint yet.
And how long have you known Sean?
I would say since high school. Absolutely.
Like the beginning of high school and
Well, actually, now that I think about it, it's junior high.
Junior high.
So I would say.
Anything, you think I can help at all?
Hey guys, it's Mike. You don't know me, I'm a digital team at BTS. And I'm
What is that? No.
He's just a hair young. And, well, you're being educated, not supposed to do that, but he's just a hair young. And, you're being educated, not supposed to do that, but it's really the age.
Isn't it 15? I mean, it's a middle school. What kind of sicko?
When disturbing messages between a Texas teacher and a middle school student surface online,
Okay,
detectives
cool.
step in to investigate. But her sickening admissions are far worse than they could have ever imagined.
I just saw you here in the cookie jar.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen
Oh,
before
gross.
until now. On July 19th, 2023, the Nacogdoches Police Department receives a call from district officers at McMichael Middle School.
Hey, we've got a situation where a teacher has been, I guess,
This joint is pretty good.
having an inappropriate relationship with a student outside of school, and it just came to our attention. Another kid here at the school showed the principal over here some Snapchats that were corresponding between the child and the teacher, but we believe everything's been happening during this summer break out in town.
When I was sleeping with my teacher, I didn't tell anybody. I knew better.
Anonymously posted to Facebook 4 days earlier on July 15th show conversations between a student and 24-year-old teacher Annalie Andrews, a reading interventionist who was just hired by the district for the recent school year. Investigators contact the student's mother, and she arrives at the police station unaware of the shocking discovery.
We've looked at these messages, and they're obviously a little concerning, maybe even a little inappropriate.
What kind of pen? I need to know.
So I want you to look at these. They're messages from Snapchat. Are you familiar with Snapchat?
I was about to start getting into pens again.
Well, these messages are from Snapchat, basically, which is an application that you can send messages and pictures
Pens are
and
important.
videos back and forth to someone, and these messages and videos.
At least the pen that you sign your name with.
However, it appears that someone was able to gain access to the child's Snapchat account, as at least 12 screenshots were captured.
Should be fancy and
chats were deleted.
you should be like, oh, you shouldn't even use pens like that if I were you. I refuse to use shitty pens.
And how old is he? 15. 15. Did he just turn 15? Okay, when did he first?
I don't need a really nice pen though. This one's actually pretty nice. It's
I would think he would have them.
I don't know what it is. Some generic Timu thing, I think.
We really want to stop this from happening further. Like, we're taking the initiative to do this. We don't want.
Let's see what it's got in
Something
here.
is happening. We
Oh yeah,
want
it's
to
just
stop
a
it now.
generic.
We don't want it to progress.
It's a generic ballpoint injector in the middle there.
Yeah.
But it's a nice pen. It's weighted.
We definitely agree.
It's got a
Though
nice
school is out for the summer, investigators are able to intercept
nice
the
click.
teacher, Ms. Andrews, as she arrives on campus to turn in computer equipment. The evidence made public is already damning, but her own admissions will soon expose the full, horrifying truth.
Hi, police department. I'd like to visit with you for a few minutes. Have you got a few minutes for us?
For disposable pens, I really like
Let's go in here.
the new Sharpie ones.
I know you're in a hurry.
Sharpie gel.
And we don't want to hold you up. One, you don't have to talk to us.
Okay.
You know you're not under arrest or anything like that.
Okay.
But, do you know what we're here about? Something's coming.
For like refillable pens, I've got a Pilot.
I'm not really sure.
Uh,
The mistake I made was
what did I say?
letting him contact me and you
A
know,
couple really
we
good, old, decent, good
just
pens.
talked and I didn't
Anyway.
you know think anything of it really. He
Mind you, I don't know where all my
sort
pens
of,
are.
started to
I could guess where they are.
make me feel
Oh,
uncomfortable, and after I could tell that was how he was thinking,
I got a couple pens.
And also just getting some space away from the situation.
Right.
I went on vacation. I applied to a totally different job. Actually, I'm going overseas now. To
It's a Sharpie gel.
Volunteer.
They're so nice, dude.
Notably, Ms. Andrews' resignation letter
It's a
was
disposable
submitted on the
metal
same day the
clicky pen
screenshots were shared to Facebook.
with a rubber
In the email
finger
sent to administrators, she describes traveling overseas to
thing.
teach at a small academy for children and
Thing,
considers
grip.
returning to McMichael Middle School in the future.
Was he a direct student of yours, or was he just in the school and he was just that guy?
He was in the school.
And then there's these Sharpie gels, which are not the really
During his
supreme ones.
forensic interview, the student
And then
explained he first met Ms. Andrews when his friends
That
told him
one.
to go to her classroom, when he should have been in jazz class. It was there they
I'm not show and
exchanged
telling all my
Snapchat
pens, don't worry.
I probably said some things that I
I was
shouldn't have
actually
said,
looking for one in particular.
to him, but nothing criminal ever happened between us. And I don't know what he said. And it's just really frustrating. I don't know what I was accused of exactly.
Following the Facebook post, Ms. Andrews messaged the anonymous poster on Instagram. In her message, she wrote, "Who are you? What do you want?" The anonymous person replied, "I know what you did."
Last
Ms.
summer.
Andrews denies anything criminal took place. The detective hints that he knows more about the situation than she realizes.
I mean, you know how you were a teacher when the kids, you catch one, just for example, hand in the cookie jar. I just saw your hand in the cookie jar.
The messages suggest the pair met outside of school on multiple occasions. In one exchange, Ms. Andrews arranges to pick up the student at his home, and he writes, "Park in front of the house like last time."
We only were at his house. I mean, I just picked him
Oh,
up from his house, so we never
I
really
like paper mates.
spent a long time there.
Did you go inside?
The skinny black
I
ones?
did go inside.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Alright, fine. Hey, what that? Do you see us going?
That's what my mom liked. My mom liked the blue ones.
Hey,
But
this is not the end of the world. We just gotta.
Really, you know, I just have a
paper mate, not eraser mate, right? I like the eraser ones too. They're cool. I was always a big
In other messages,
Big
they
pen
agreed to
kid
meet in parking
growing up.
lots, and even at a
They were so
local
consistent.
No. Just go straight to my house. Oh, what are you thinking right now? What's it sound like to you? Tiffany, bring somebody that's old enough to drive.
Ms. Andrews also writes, "Just say you're going to hang out with a friend."
For a good, I said, good 2 weeks. He was spending a lot of time.
I got these
my
things.
house, which is
Have you ever
weird,
seen these?
but it's normally just in my
They're like
house on the
paintbrush
weekends.
markers.
But it was right by the time school let out.
I got them so I could do some art for you guys. And I got these acrylic paint markers too. But I haven't used them yet.
Show interest in you? Do you show interest in him? How did this?
I'm
kinda
interested
get
in
spun
using
up
them
so
though.
quick? Or has this
If I
been
can
going
get
on
them to
for the
work
whole
right.
last school year?
No. So I'm obviously I'm not an idiot.
Those are my tagging
I'm
pens.
sure
Chalk marker and a
part of me
king size
in the back of my
Sharpie.
mind, like, probably knew that he might, you know, flirt me or even try to do something, but I just thought that I just assumed, like, oh, of course I wouldn't do that. Of course that wouldn't happen. I just was uncomfortable, and I only knew him and not the other kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure I was partially uncomfortable because I shouldn't have been there. But I was just lonely and wanted someone to hang out with.
Oh,
Let me ask you this. How many
and that works, eh?
did y'all meet?
So, traditionally, what I like to do,
I think, I mean,
traditionally
I'm
nothing.
just trying to, like, I didn't count.
However.
Probably like 3 times.
I'm quite comfortable painting with acrylic marker or acrylic pen.
I just don't really remember.
Less than 10?
Liquid acrylic
Much
paint.
less than 10.
5-ish?
I think it was less than 5.
Less than 5?
But according to the student,
Really comfortable
he met
painting
outside
with
of
like
school
liquid
approximately
acrylics,
6 or
but
7 times.
Met at his house.
when there's lots, right?
And the other
Is it
place
gonna-
we went was we went to the park.
Does it go on looking wet?
The park is like sort of in that area, and you know there were some other kids.
Can you
there,
use it on canvas? Is a better question.
Like,
And am I just gonna end up painting over it?
it's just so stupid, and I felt uncomfortable the whole time, and I didn't even know.
I guess I
why
could do
was
like a
there.
pattern and
'Cause he's a spoon
color some of it with the marker. And
He knows how to speak to an attractive young lady. Hey, listen.
It sounds really stupid, but like, you know, and it also like, you know, like I had gotten to know
We'll see.
him as a friend. You know,
He's a
and
good
so
kid.
He's
So
a
I
good
started to
kid,
draw-
and I am just too open and
Where is that little guy?
I'm too like I'm too
Nice.
trusting and too
Nice.
nice, and that I hate to have learned that lesson.
Those
this
are
way.
not bad traits to have in this 2023.
By the student's recollection, the
First time he, quote, hung out.
This guy's trying to help that teacher now. She's a teacher? That looks like a young girl.
So at his house.
She doesn't look like she made a lot of boyfriends in school.
The only other place was we went to
She looks like a sad nerd.
It has, you know, it just has. I mean,
It doesn't stay wet for long? Okay, yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, because, well, that's the thing. Like, I love pouring paint on a canvas and getting, like, that glossy look that it gets, which you can't get. I can't imagine you get it from the markers.
Now, we did learn a little bit about some. And
Maybe I'll just use the markers to write on the walls outside, out there somewhere.
We saw a little about some smoking. What's going on with that?
I mean, brought it and he offered me some. And I said yes.
Y'all just smoke together like people smoke? Okay. That was his. I'm talking about marijuana. Is that, are we
Y'all just smoke together like people smoke? No, we didn't.
cocaine or meth, none of that nonsense. Okay, all right, good.
But based on the child's forensic interview and the more cryptic messages, investigators are certain something far worse occurred
Dang it.
between them.
How many times did some sort of inappropriate sexual event happen? How many times are we talking?
Just once. Never.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Did she count? 3 times.
Like 3 times?
Yes, I knew it.
Okay. Fair enough. You're 3 times.
She's a liar.
You're pretty
She's
sure?
lying. Liar.
3 times. Okay.
I'm not quite sure.
But here's the
Liar. Oh, I only remember 3 of the times I molested that kid, she said. That's insane, bro.
Did you ever trick him into doing it? Did you ever say, I'll buy you Domino's pizza or...
I said no the first time, like a bunch of times.
Well, no, keep in mind we have to ask these questions because we have got to weigh our...
Aw.
You this...
Oh yeah, you did too.
Somebody that made a silly mistake.
You know, I only have one favorite rock on all of the planet.
Times, according to the child's forensic interview, Ms. Andrews was the one who first initiated the inappropriate physical contact. Still, she tries to explain.
You guys take good care of that thing.
It was the student who made advances, and it was unwanted.
So y'all are there, he gets personal. Do you open up to him?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay.
Yeah.
Or does it progress from there?
I mean, he tried to kiss me and I backed away.
Okay.
And he
Oh, this little predator predated on you, huh?
obviously I didn't get up and
That little
walk away, which is
bastard.
what I should have done.
I didn't even
But
get
I
up
was
and
still
punch him.
just uncomfortable and kind of pushing him off and saying like
Yeah? That's a good rock. It's power.
really hot and heavy, honestly, and he was
I wanted it to cause chaos on my behalf.
almost done and he just wanted to do it and like
I figured this little one threw it through a window, that would be chaotic enough.
I mean it was kind of in that moment that things happened.
It would be just like having the real me.
Sexual encounter. Okay. Believe it or not, it's happened frequently. Here's the whole thing. He's just
A little bit.
He's just a hair young. That's the only thing that makes this why we're here. You understand that, right? And well, you're being
And since she's such a sweet, innocent kid, I figured you wouldn't get mad or anything.
I mean, you know how it is.
It seemed like a perfect setup. Really?
Yes.
How old is he?
Is he 15?
Although Ms. Andrews is correct that the child is now 15, by her own admissions, their meetings took place during the first 2 weeks of summer break, when he was still only 14 years old.
Hey, it's okay. Look at me. Breathe. It's okay. Have we freaked out? No, we got a job to do. Now, if he was like 13, this is not. It's illegal. I'm gonna say, but it's not. Wait, like wait.
Can you imagine like throwing that through a neighbor's window?
I've already told you.
What? It just came through the window. I think it's a rock. What the fuck? Why is there a laughing? There's a fucking laughing rock through our window.
In the wrong mindset and so it did happen another time.
And that was when I say 50-50, both parties agreed to this.
Yeah, if that.
If that.
If that.
You were apprehensive, but went against your better judgment and.
Exactly.
Okay.
By this time, like.
You can't ask for better advertising than that.
As much.
You didn't say no at all?
I mean, I did tell him that, like, we shouldn't do it, and, but I did say, like, I was always, like, antagonistic about the situation, and,
I need probably 100 of those rocks.
But,
I will drive around town, I'll write my YouTube URL on the back of them.
yes. Lord knows where he got it.
Did she really? Oh my.
Ms. Andrews stopped at a CVS and purchased the condoms herself. After several encounters on
Hopefully this was a long time ago.
property, the used condoms would be discarded in a nearby creek. Additional acts took place inside the house itself.
We were in a room with a carpet.
Does he do it with a rock?
And then at some point he moved me to the bed that was inside.
The room with the carpet doesn't have. Is it outside?
Oh man.
It's in the air conditioned garage.
So
Good. Well, too bad. That would have been a good time to use it.
with the bed. Yes. Okay. Be correct about this because it matters.
Yeah, I say put the Hate Goes Here logo on the front, my URL on the back, and drive around town throwing rocks through windows for a bit. Yeah, that's right. Whoops.
Much of a chance to say no. I mean, he was just really, like, hands-on. I mean, forcibly do things, but
We don't think it was on purpose, do ya?
not in a violent way.
Oh man, that's funny.
What they would do after each encounter.
I mean, we would just spend time together, just talking.
As couples do. I mean, a couple that, for lack of a lot better phrase, but yes, as people that have somewhat of an interest in each other do, that are in a relationship. But I don't agree to it because it sounds, that's again lack for better words.
After asking her permission, Ms. Andrews agrees to take the detective to the mansion where the incidents took place. While waiting on a camera to photograph the location, he asks Annalee to share more details about the volunteer group.
That's funny.
It's Christian and it's like a supportive environment. So
Did I ever tell you about
I wanted to be somewhere where I could
well, I don't even know.
mature
Never
and
even mind.
have, spiritual support and, people around me that I trusted and, just to grow.
Kids under accidents. Boy, oh boy.
And so I would be staying there for 2 years.
I think we're gonna go to.
Ms. Andrews seems to believe a 2-year trip abroad is still on the table. She'll later learn that her
I'm thinking we're gonna go to the. There's like a pawn shop over here.
an officer begins to take photographs of the property.
I'm gonna go see if they have a guitar.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure they will.
Did y'all ever spend any full nights out here, or just?
And they'll probably have a monitor
We were
too.
out pretty late, but never.
Maybe they'll have a laptop.
Well, we have to look. Obviously, this place is not like what we're normally used to going into.
I'd like to upgrade this kid's setup.
Lamp and glass and marks on it. We're like, okay, sir, was there a struggle? Was it him? Was it you? That's what I'm looking at. Don't read anymore.
I saw an Oculus Rift. No, Oculus something else. Oculus Go, I think it was called, for $50.
Garage she earlier mentioned is also photographed. The room contains twin bunk beds, stuffed animals, and a ping pong.
I think he would really like it.
Designed to appeal to children. Once they're finished, investigators ask Ms. Andrews to voluntarily hand over her cell phone, and she agrees.
Does anybody else know about what's going on?
VR is so neat.
What advice did mom give?
The advice that she gave,
Did the right thing?
she just told me to do the right thing.
The following morning, Ms. Andrews sent another email to administrators, resigning from her teaching position effective immediately. The student's mother also returned to provide consent for investigators to perform a forensic examination of her son's phone. It was then they discovered further messages that revealed the identity of the person who screenshotted the messages and uploaded them to Facebook. The student's girlfriend, after logging into his Snapchat account, discovered the messages between him and Ms. Andrews. She was able to piece together the identity of Annalee after seeing a separate group chat in which the student admitted to his friends, "I just the teacher." She then posted the messages online and confronted Ms. Andrews herself, also accusing her of victimizing other students. When Ms. Andrews returned to the station to retrieve her cell phone, she was questioned about these accusations.
Don't be offended, but I've got to ask you this. Has anything like this ever happened before with anybody else that's not quite old enough?
No, sir.
I mean, if it has, let's get it over. It has. Okay. All right. You give me a word on that.
I promise you.
Okay.
Here you go. You want this?
Well, thank you.
No evidence was uncovered that any additional children were victimized. Hours later, police arrived to arrest Ms. Andrews at her home.
Hi, Ms. Andrews. Is Annalie here? Are you Annalie? You mind sitting outside for me real quick?
Yes, sir. I don't have these on.
Alright, that's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna need you to transfer me back to me, okay?
So you're gonna go to county jail, so you can enter the bond, okay? So I told you.
Wait, hold on. What things? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were. They were, when they first came out, they were like $800 to $1,000, I think.
She couldn't take any books, nothing.
I used to have a thing that was based on the Google Cardboard. It was just an iPhone and a plastic thing. But it was so cool. 4 counts? No, she only did it 3 times. Oh, that's too bad.
She must also register as a sex offender.
That's crazy. Let her go.
Videos early and help us keep uncovering case files that rarely come to light. You'll find extra footage and unseen details on our Patreon. Channel memberships here on YouTube also include early access to select new videos.
Look it. If you're gonna let 10-year-old kids be trans, you gotta let 16-year-old kids have sex with teachers. They probably shouldn't do it. But I mean, you gotta accept that it's gonna happen. But not with, I don't think 16-year-old girls shouldn't be having sex with teachers. Sex ed is a class in school. Some kids need more teaching than others.
When a 12-year-old boy leaps out of a moving truck in the middle of the highway, Good Samaritans intervene.
I don't know. They're all boys, though. And they only need teaching from female teachers. What is up with that, hey? Why is it okay for a 23-year-old gay dude to have sex with a 17-year-old gay kid and call it a gay kid?
The following report is based on official police records.
What the hell?
Has never been seen before until now. On August 21st, 2019,
witnesses in Boynton Beach, Florida, call the police with a shocking report. A pickup truck was driving erratically down the highway when a young boy suddenly jumped out of the passenger seat and into the road.
Jeffrey Dahmer! Jeffrey Dahmer! Save that kid!
What's going on, buddy? What happened? I was walking in, came by and told me to get in. Who is he? A white dude. Do you know the guy? No. And do you have witnesses? Yeah. What happened? I was standing with. Did you jump out of the car? Yeah. He told me he was going to drop me off, and I did. He was going to do something, but I don't even remember what he was saying.
And he fell out of that truck real bad. You know what? He was sliding on the.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe what I was watching.
We got the fire department coming to check you out, alright? How old are you? 12.
While these witnesses stayed behind with the kid,
Whoa.
others chased the truck, finally blocking it in about a mile to the south. They detained the driver, who they will later describe as, quote, extremely inebriated.
Yes. Right on. They just had enough of this fuckface. Stop resisting. Bitch.
Get your look out. He's on the floor, sir.
Where's he at?
Who's with the kid? Who's with him now? I don't know. I had to shake this one down.
So he picked you up where near Freedom Shores?
Yeah, I just got off the bus. Jeffrey, who's the kid? I'm not a kid. Where is the kid? jumped out of my vehicle. There's a problem. There is a kid, my friend.
Holy shit.
Maybe 35, 40 miles per hour. If he was going that fast, he would have probably been worse. Oh, it'd have been worse. Exactly. We need only 2 people stopped.
Where's the kid? Where's the kid?
I'm surprised the kid did not get ran over. Welcome to society now. People just crazy part of that much about a few people.
Indeed, one of the witnesses who intervened now appears ready to lead the investigation.
He's not ready to lead the investigation?
I remember a young kid hopping in my vehicle and then hopping out. Where do you pick them up from? Honestly, I didn't pick him up for any other reason. He's the one that hopped in and hopped right out. And honestly with you, bro, he jumped out of the car and he got hurt, buddy. And honestly, bro, I'm not that type of guy, so if he hopped in and hopped in. He jumped out of your car, dude. He got hurt. That's his fault. Then I know he's okay then because he's not okay. He was in the floor laying down, man. That's up, man. No. What I'm saying is, I've been up for a long time.
The man, identified as Timothy Miller, gives the police no reason to doubt that statement.
This guy's pretty funny.
Those are the cars my ride, bro. I don't understand why everybody's tripping like I did some extra. 32. I'm getting off the line, but I'm going to get plus 95.
The kid cracked his skull open on the floor, dude.
At least as long as they can keep him there.
Jumping out of a 40-mile-an-hour car.
Stay in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car.
Get your foot in the leg in the goddamn shit, bitch.
Got enough bros back here. The AC is on for you. Why are you acting extra ghetto? So basically, pull up next to this kid, told this kid to get in the car. You don't get in the car, something bad's gonna happen to you. Okay. So the kid gets in the car and the kid jumps out.
Really?
So basically, it's an attempted kidnapping.
But at the other scene, the police are beginning to notice discrepancies.
So what happened, buddy?
I was walking and he came by and got me from my apartment, like, storage and said,
What do you mean he got you? He just asked you on a ride, you hopped in?
yeah, he said if I didn't, he would do something back to me.
Okay, now listen. Be sure you're real honest with me. Because the chances are outstanding that we've got him too. And the reason I'm asking is because the story may or may not be exact. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So talk to me. If you're going to be straight with me, 100%, please.
So he came by to me and said, do you want to ride home? I said, okay. But then I walked, because I didn't know him, so I walked.
Right.
Then he said, come in the car. Then I said, okay. Then after that, he was driving perfectly fine. But when he got right here, he was like swerving and stuff. So I knew there was something wrong with him, so I opened the door and jumped out.
So you opened the door and jumped out?
Yeah. Then he started speeding that way.
Can I tell you something? Would you believe that we got a complete different story? This is the second story that you've told. You see what I'm saying, partner? That's why I said, please be 100% honest. It's going to be the difference between someone's life or you may be locking somebody up for a long time.
Yeah.
Until we figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, did he say, I'm gonna touch you, kid?
As the officers prepare to transport Timothy for questioning, he begins airing his grievances.
Listen, man, come on. You know how much? Espanol. You ain't even from this country and you trying to hold it down like you're. You know how many you gonna let go at that?
Oh, man.
God damn, that's that you wouldn't even play that. My cuffs on. Pull me my cuffs. Well, I don't even do nothing and I still get the vibration when I go in here.
Going where?
Going to where you're bringing me. What you mean?
Going to the Boynton Beach Police Department.
Yeah.
You've been there before?
No, actually.
So that's what happened to you. That's what he originally told me.
Yeah, no. The second time around, he said the guy came by and said,
The guy looks like David Blaine.
gets in the car. Then he says the guy
Brown David Blaine.
fine. Then the guy started swerving.
Brown or David Blaine.
I thought something was wrong when the guy started swerving, so I opened the door and I jumped out.
With doubts
Wow,
forming,
my eyes just about popped out of my head.
What was he saying to you when this happened?
He said, "You have any drugs? Kids your age don't do drugs, so I'll just come for drugs."
What I'm saying to you is that there's nothing against America going on right now. The only problem that I have, if you guys even care about like this, is that I have a drug problem.
Okay. So he invited you in the truck?
Yes.
To give you a ride home? And you said yes? Yes?
Yes.
You were okay with that?
Yeah, after that, yeah.
Okay.
Then he seems a little off.
Alright.
I'm not doing anything specific, so hopefully.
This kid withdrew consent. Ah.
Is that I do like Donald Trump.
Meanwhile, the officers continue to find inconsistencies in
What?
the 12-year-old's account.
Then he would have stopped and kept going faster and faster. So I opened the door.
Yeah, but before you opened the door, did you ask him to stop? Did you ask him, you want to get out of the truck?
Got the truck.
You asked him or you told, like, what tell me what happened?
I told him, let me get the truck, so she's like,
With your right hand pulled in. So we need to know,
Huh?
if you asked to get out, if you,
I asked, yeah.
you just jumped out.
Yes.
As officers try to pin down the details of what happened, Timothy's mood in the back of the car begins to worsen.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not acting like you're tough as. Come on. Hey, listen. At least put your ear in there. Alright, well then let him go home. Let him go home then. Let him go home. Let him go home. You in your gloves. Come here. You're too scared, aren't you? Oh. That's the problem. Is y'all too scared. That's the matter with you. Is that you're too scared. You guys want somebody to murder, huh? I'm not a murderer. At least know that. At least know. Hello? Can anybody at least hear my message?
The 12-year-old explains to officers that he made up the man's initial threat because he thought his parents would punish him if they knew he accepted a ride from a stranger. And now in handcuffs, that stranger is looking for a way out.
I can make you a whole month's worth if you just relax the f out until I can get high one more time, because I know I'm going to jail regardless. And that one time to go to jail could cash you out.
The officer doesn't show any interest in Timothy's offer, which leads to another series of erratic outbursts.
Come on! If my mama ain't living, I ain't living.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you a because you don't like it, because of what it conditions you. I don't give a about that, man. If you can't talk to me, you can't talk to nobody.
In an interview with detectives, the 12-year-old clarifies that while he may not have asked to get out of the truck, when he first tried to open the door, Timothy told him he wasn't allowed to leave, leaving the door open for serious charges.
You ain't going nowhere.
Let's get Timothy's side of the story.
Alright, slow down now. We're going inside. We'll get those
That's
cuffs.
fine. Me and you can be cool like
Okay,
that.
cool. Alright, watch this way. No, turn around.
You guys don't scare the of me at all. I know exactly what you want.
We're going over this door over here.
You ain't scared. I can promise you.
Not trying to scare you, man. Tim.
You ain't scared.
Not.
You ain't doing.
I'm not. Tim, why are you tensing up like that? Tim.
You're legit not doing. You know that, right?
You gotta walk for me? I need you to walk, okay? Trying to get you in here to the nice air-conditioned chair.
Even your AC.
Come on. What is those cuffs
Hurry
on?
up. You, because I got your people.
That's right.
And you chucked out because you don't even know what I got.
Get real thoughtful, son. Put one foot in front of the other.
Attorney.
Do that, Tim. Don't be stupid. Just sit down.
We're just gonna talk, man.
Relax.
But all I'm saying is that that's not that strong.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you got me, Tim.
No. You got me.
You got me, buddy. Just relax.
I know all your brothers. That's apart. Is it, you know what? I'm not gonna say none to none of your brothers. Watch this. Watch how this unfolds.
They will leave the door open.
Yeah, you can leave the door open and watch how this turns out.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, even reading Timothy as writes turns out to be a challenge.
That he has politics and yeah.
I know what.
I'm gonna read to you anyways.
Say it.
You have the right to remain silent, not answer any questions. Understand that, right?
Shut up. Can't say.
Once the detective manages to get through all of them, Tim agrees to talk.
Try to pull over, and I get pulled over.
How did you get pulled over?
I don't know. All I know is I get pulled over and they say whatever.
Did the police pull you over or some smash that?
All I know is I get pulled over and I say whatever.
The police and Spanish people pulled me over because they were ready to go, and I say, okay, whatever.
The police note that Timothy is emanating a strong odor of alcohol, which could help explain why his answers are not entirely coherent.
They say they saw you driving Pine Bluffs Road when a kid jumped out of the car. Do you remember that?
I remember a young gentleman jumped
So
out
I'm
of
gonna
the
members
car.
only stream my IRL walk.
But not on the hypoglycemia.
We'll do an hour out there.
I don't remember anything.
Get some weed.
When you say you remember a kid jumping out.
I remember nobody except for myself, and I'm waiting for a job to happen. And then when it never happens, I hold on and continue.
Tim's answers border on unresponsive, but when the detectives ask if there was a sexual motive behind today's incident, he has a strong reaction.
That sounds consensual. I mean, that, trust me, you guys are tripping out.
Well, that's way next level. What were your intentions? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Hey, no, it's out of the intention. Yeah, what? You guys scared the f out of me with that statement. Please, don't even put me in that category. Holy.
Just trying to figure out because we have another side. We're just trying to hear your side of the story. That's all.
Alright, so my side of the story is, whoa, man. Holy. Please, don't go there. You guys are thinking I'm some sort of serial killer?
How old did you think he was?
Samsung 20 Ultra.
No, holy. No, it's not like that.
What if I told you he was
Okay, well, can you guys look at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. The only thing that I was trying to do at that moment was trying to get high on drugs. I pull over and he jumps in.
Didn't say anything to him like that.
I didn't have to. I mean, they know what time it is.
Gotcha.
I do it all the time. I'm just a regular from Clearwater, Florida.
That's a pretty
They got an issue with getting high. Well, Jesus Christ.
Timothy says he didn't smoke anything today, but after performing poorly on some field sobriety tests in the parking lot, he earns a spot at the Palm Beach County Jail.
Alright, next time you place under arrest for suspicion of DUI, do you understand?
Come on, man. Like, I just so off the test. I'm not, no.
26-year-old Timothy Miller pled guilty to 1 count of child abuse, 1 count of driving under the influence, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence, and 1 count of refusing to submit to a chemical or physical test. The most serious charge, kidnapping a child under 13, was dropped by prosecutors. He was sentenced to 5 years probation, but after a drug violation in 2021, the judge sentenced him to 18 months in state prison.
Here, let's see. Five dimes heart indicators. What are they?
Clearly shocked by what they had.
Yeah, voicemail. Hold on, guys.
Oh, Brian out there still.
And so do the American people trust. He's been successful no matter where he's been.
Okay, but like if you go in the abyss, guess what?
I have no idea how to say that. Go back. Or Egypt to see the pyramids. Yeah, those would be. I don't know the first area. I don't know where that is. Where is that? Let's get a copy of that and find out where that is. That is Upper Mesopotamia, modern day Turkey. Oh, so you're all about the history.
Lenovo M72E. Yeah.
Marie would love to visit Australia and New Zealand. Highly recommend.
Leather and scale bracer.
Gavin, have you ever been to Poland?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Let's see.
Sort of.
Where have I been in Poland? I had a distributor meeting there one time. Give me a second. I remember the trip very well because that trip I was all over the continent. I was in northern Germany. I went up to Denmark. I went over to where's Arlanda Airport? Stockholm, and then as I went
$10 Chromebook. That'd be all right.
Down back to
for me.
I went to Poland. Oh, I went to Warsaw. That's where it was. I was thinking Krakow, but no. I went to Warsaw. So yeah, I have been to Poland. Sharky Sharona wants to go to Holland possibly this year. Holland is a beautiful place. Yes, indeed.
Bunch of JBL speakers.
Let's see. Barb Olson says, I heard that Javier is hot. You know, listen, I am confident enough in my own masculinity that I can confirm that Javier is a handsome man. For sure. Javier, yeah, he's hot. You're looking good, my friend. You're looking good. Sherry Nevada Pup says, I am very new here and I'm confused.
There's a guy here with a nice laptop.
Are Javier and Wanda human beings? Well, Sherry, not only are they human beings, but they are non-imaginary and very real. Definitely. Yeah. And I don't blame you. I don't have cameras back there. That's the thing. In the booth, in Javi's booth, and in Wanda's sound booth, I don't have cameras in there. Maybe I need to add that technology in. Javi, would you like to have a camera in your booth? Javi says a resounding no. Javi would not like.
They have an e-scooter called a Raccoon.
What about you, Wanda? A camera is a device that that captures your image. And
It's cute.
Place where
It's really cute.
And it broadcasts it through various other pieces of technology to my audience. Wanda would not like a camera, guys. I'm sorry, Wanda does not want a camera.
Let's see if I can find it on here. Oh, it's not that one. Oh my god, get out of here. It's like this thing. How much was it? Yeah, it looks like that. All cute like that. $500 on at auction. This guy only wants $250 for it.
On what side of the bed you woke up or something that I have not been able to pinpoint yet.
Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or wherever you go. I know you're doing that, so thank you for becoming a channel member.
Stop giving this nigga clout, bro. Stop giving this bum ass nigga clout, bro. Fuck Abner, nigga. Fuck Abner. Bitch ass nigga.
Yo, should we go back? You don't run out of pepper spray sooner or later.
Bro, I'll dead ass smack this nigga in his face. Yo, if we go back, if he comes to this house and disrespect shit, I will smack him in his face. I will personally smack him. Swear to God.
What should we give him as a peace offering?
Nothing, bro. He doesn't deserve peace, nigga.
Give him violence.
Where's Moon at? Oh, there he is. Ma'am. I was about to be like, yo, get a manager.
We're all drinking iced tea on the corner.
he gonna help you, they said. He's right here. Hey, yo, Pooch. Yeah, let me chill. You want a shot?
I'm alright. What are you drinking? Ian J? Damn, alright. That's gangster.
When's the last time you asked me Ian J?
Fucking February 29th. This guy.
Get a load of this guy, right?
I don't think I copied Ian J off you, though. In the pink Kia.
Yo, let me ask you something, bro. Does this feel almost like when you... I don't want to, like...
I never did this. I never did
this
this with those motherfuckers, though.
But...
We're more outside right now.
Do you feel like almost like a similar vibe to when you met X and shit?
It's definitely a similar vibe. We just got... The music just has
I'm not
to,
trying to say...
live up
Hey,
to
man,
it.
I'm not trying to say that... Like, I'm not trying to say I'm going to be better than bro or anything like that.
No, for sure.
But I'm saying, like... I feel like it's the same... When history repeats itself, that's just what's happening right now, you know?
Time's happening.
Saying?
It's time. People are ready. That's why people are so excited.
Yeah, bro. 2 more lights and then what?
Wait, really?
Let's do it.
Going this way?
Look, let's go.
Oh, I thought we were like not going the same
Squad.
direction. Wow, alright.
Squad.
I shot a 6 signal spot right now.
It's like in the box.
A 6 signal pole got shot over there.
What's over there?
Well, let's keep just making
Fucking Adam 22 is walking. You still a butt, bro?
What happened? Who? Yo, Salvi and Les, they both got mics on them, motherfuckers. Oh. Just film them, I guess, because... What is wrong with these vagrants? What's up, Doc? How you feeling? Let's see it. What's going on? What's up, bro? How you living? What's going on?
Hey.
Local vandals?
See what we just did?
Hey, I'm working directly with the feds. We're building a case.
Yo, R.I.P. Didi, bro. R.I.P. Didi, yo. Get this.
Shout out all the dead moms.
My dead mom special.
I feel you.
Salvi, let me eat that bottle. Salvi, let me eat the bottle. I'm black.
I just lost my mom, yo.
I know.
January 27th. On everything, bro. Like, I haven't even, like, I cried one time. And I've been sitting there, I'm like, yo, why can't I cry? Like, I'm like, she's like, why can't I just, like, I'm sad, but why can't I don't know, man. I don't know, but I guess she's protecting me, you know what I'm saying? They're having me wish, you know what I'm saying? But let me not say too much, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Rest in peace, man. Terrible.
Yeah, I hope your parents still have it?
Yeah. They're still hanging in there. Look at Xanax. Look, they're talking about Xanax. Hey, are they gonna do it? We can't tell them if they do it.
Oh my god, the Xanax.
Oh,
the Xanax is back?
That's a Xan party right here.
Yeah, what did Do Up King say about that shit? Fucking Xanax, R.P. Gus. Damn.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Xanax love. Xanax love.
I just seen this young lady take 3/4 of a bar, and I'm gonna ask her to go to the bar.
Hey man, this Davey right here, bro. Come on, hold on.
Must be feeling good.
Hey, yo, this you the Miles. Yo, y'all know you the Miles. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Michael Miles.
Babe, listen,
Don't drop the Xan, babe.
Babe, this is my security guard. He let niggas out for a living. Alligator, man. Slick squad, alligator. Slick squad.
For sure.
Come on, bro. Oh shit, Adam.
Yo, you about to be feeling good.
I took his hand.
I saw it. Nice.
That was a bad idea.
Shout out to Julie.
She took a bigger one than you, though.
$2 for free.
No, you think I'm a jackass?
$2 for free.
You think I'm a jackass? This nigga Adam is a jackass. He
Yo, I'm just hanging out watching y'all do Xans as a grown-ass man.
Grown-ass man is 32.
I'm LARPing. I'm LARPing as a god.
Big LARPing. Big LARPing. Hold on. Hey, how old are you? Hey, how old are you?
He's 32.
Yo, how old are you? How old are you? He's what?
He's 32.
Yo, shout out to the members. Shout out to anybody who becomes a member right now.
Shout out to the Mexicans and Jews.
And shout out to the Masons and the Jews. Hey, if you become a member right now, I will make you a member.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you this
of
much.
the Jews and the Masons.
Yo, tell me what the look. I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I don't trust in none of these niggas. Cause tell me what's above the sky. If you can tell me what's actually above the sky, tell me what's above the sky. And nobody's ever been to space. Take me to space so I can really see it's real. Yeah.
I think I know what this guy.
Appreciate you. Oh, we got a couple streets away from the paint shop. We keep getting distracted and just having little parties on the side of the street, you know?
Listen, I'm kidding, guys. Space is real, man. Space is real. Planets are real. Space is real. Planets are real. You know what I'm saying? It's all very real.
Yo, you want to know something crazy though? My girl made me promise I wouldn't do any single drugs. Like,
so what does that mean?
The drugs that y'all are doing.
Where's Nina at, bro?
She made me promise.
It's gonna get to a point once you get bored of you, bro. You gotta start bringing Nina around, bro.
Listen.
Come on, bro.
She's in her own little world. But she told me I'm not allowed to do drugs with y'all.
No, we're doing drugs tonight.
I gotta be out here by, I gotta leave by like 9:30.
There's a lot of time, bro.
Yo, we got 2 cops right there.
What's wrong with this fucking lighter? There's no further.
Yo, we're over here doing ignorant shit, illegal activities.
This lady's just holding up traffic so she can yell at me. Huh? Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, fuck it.
Come on.
It's not working, bro. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Motherfucker got hella fireworks. Salvia.
Yo, they got cameras in my room, nigga, in my hotel room, nigga. They got like 20 cameras in my shit, nigga. They watching everything I say, nigga.
Civil Call drinks Rain energy drink. That's one thing I just realized.
What?
I just seen
what the fuck we doing?
He's drinking Rain energy.
Fuck no, nigga.
I'm forcing
we do
Rain
ketamine and do cocaine, bro.
Oh, hell yeah. That's cool.
The last thing I would do is drink a Rain energy drink, bro. On game.
How you gonna hate on Rain, dog?
Fuck that shit, nigga.
Yeah.
Don't drink that bullshit, nigga. Shit fucking puts bumps on your dick, nigga. I swear to God.
Hey, you still
I drank that shit one time. I had bumps on my dick for 5 weeks, nigga.
Still got the 20.
I still do got the 20.
You get a bumpy dick blumpkin.
You know what?
You know what?
A blumpkin is crazy, bro.
Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't. But I've been wanting to, though. Hey, look at Shorty in the big car.
Hi. Oh, wow. She wanna film me, I'm gonna film her.
Yeah.
Hi. My babe. I love you, Shorty. Aww. Hi. She loved me. Damn. I don't know. She loved me, though.
Why you recording, Adam?
She recorded me. Wherever Lush is, Almighty's saying he's calling him. I don't know where Lush is.
No, that's who? That's who?
Wait, what?
Fuck it, look, let me get egg out. Where egg out at?
Oh, here
we
we
gonna
go.
run a one-on-one with bro. Come on,
So this is a very famous basketball court. Single hoop. Let's go. Let's get in this bitch.
No. Dumb.
Right. This is a very famous park right here. I kinda gotta take a piss.
What the hell is that?
Man, I ain't going in that fucking bathroom. Hell no. We're at the park, though. We're at the park. Let's see who's got game. What up? I gotta talk to you. Yep. I got a bunch of crazy goth fuckers, and they want to play basketball with y'all. Let's go. All right, cool. Yeah, they got a phone charging station right there. He living better than me. For show, for show. Look at this. Question is, who's the game going to be? I mean, yeah. I'm not playing. I'm the coach, man. I'm the coach. I can't afford another rail. Are they really? Oh shit. We got cops running over here. That's cool though. We'll talk to them.
Well, we can't be this deep at the park.
What's up? Coming right for Salvi. Oh my god, look at
What?
For what?
What?
Tag me. I didn't tag shit. I didn't tag shit, bro.
No way. No way.
Look at that gun.
No way. Hmm.
I'm gonna start sucking you. You say you're gonna start sucking me. Somebody said they're gonna start sucking me. I don't know who said that. I'm gonna have to hit that nigga. That was you.
Hmm.
Well, we knew shit was gonna get a little crazy. I didn't think it was gonna get crazy like that, though. What the fuck?
Is that fake or what? Cops just show up and arrest somebody for tagging.
Free Salvi. We got a new movement. We got a new reason to be out here, bro. Man, why couldn't it have been Lush? I'm just kidding. Yo, dude, look at this.
Excuse me. Whoa. Whoa.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's gonna turn bad real quick.
I'm gonna just tweet it.
Free Salvi.
this is crazy. I tweeted it. Nice. I mean, shout out to you for sure, yeah. Yeah, they got the choppers out for Salvi. I honestly don't know. What? That's fair. But they went straight beeline for Salvi. I don't know why. Did they say why they arrested him? Tagging. Was he tagging? I don't know. I didn't see any tagging. I don't know if the chat saw any tagging.
So wait, so what's the charge though?
They want you to think that downtown LA is lawless. I don't know. Maybe they got at least a few laws. I think if you stream your bad behavior, it's more likely to. Look, we got the ghetto bird out here for us. That's crazy.
Y'all out here task force stuff. You know what? When there's a city with so much like.
Yeah, hold on.
There's so many like gang problems in the city and like real actual crimes. The fact that we are creating this doesn't really make that much sense.
What? Oh, so you told the cops? Oh. But he did put a dent in your car? Man, that's fucked up.
Who, the cops did?
No, Sigel called. She said that he jumped on her car and put a dent in it. What? So you don't want to be caught telling. Look, he got. It don't matter. Nah, we just walking around.
I just want to know like what the charge is, what they're actually, is it a vandalism? Like what are they trying to charge Salvi with?
I don't know. Are they actually arresting him right now? They're like going through his pockets, huh? Hell no.
We gonna have to set that bitch on fire if you're trying to do that. Yeah, no, I like that better. Trying to get tagged first, man.
Yo, this is like a big moment in Civil War. I wonder what they want us to do now. There was a lot of cops here. Oh yeah, I'm done. I am not in the gang. Yo, Sigel Crow is gonna have to catch fades in the county. That is crazy.
He's not getting arrested. Is he just detained right now, or is he? Videotaping him. He's just detained. Not even arrested yet. He shouldn't be arrested. He didn't do anything.
Damn.
No, I'm just saying.
Free Salvi, man. Salvi gonna have to catch hella fades in the county with enemies. Yeah, he gonna be good. He'll be alright. Sure.
See, guys, you got bigger problems. You got bigger fish.
Good shot. Yeah, we're out of control out here. We got multiple helicopters for Salvi June. We didn't know.
Like this army group.
Oh, hell yeah.
Crazy.
Hey, make sure the homie's not arrested. He did nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong, though.
So I got. Oh my God, my homie. Pancake! My boy! Look at here! This guy used to hang out with us every day back in the day downtown at the bike shop. My boy, we used to be drinking at the bar and shit. Bro, my boy. Good to see you, my man. They arrested my homie.
Okay, let's try to assess the situation.
OG Pancake.
Assess the situation.
Yours was a tooth?
What is going on?
You eating nuts?
Oh yeah, I'm eating a little pieces. Let's see what's going on. Let's assess this situation.
Maybe you can get them free.
Make sense out of it.
I thought I saw a tooth fell out of his face, bro. The conversation now is like, what do we do? What do we do?
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Bro, what the fuck? I feel like they're gonna be mad if we walk as a group. Alright. We're just hanging out with this rap group, the Sigel Cult. We're hanging out at the Signal Call, the viral rap group that, they went, yeah, sure. They went viral, 2K, my boy, we live on No Jumper as well, on YouTube. But yo, shout out to the people, man.
For what though?
Good
Why?
content happening down here.
For what? For what though?
So, lag Lizzie.
For what though?
Ellie, my bad. Why? Woo! Yo, the cops are going on their way. It looks like. Let's get back on the sidebar. Hey, God. Hey, God, how's it feel seeing your homie get locked up like that?
Nigga, I'ma crash out on these police officers one way or another. For my daddy, stop playing with Shelby Jew, nigga.
Yo, free Saudi, you're gonna have to catch hella fades in the county, man.
Nigga, we gonna catch fades for Shelby Jew.
We're gonna break his ass out.
We gonna break him out to jail, nigga.
Bro, Saudi June is gonna be a blood in the county. I think. I don't know. Can we ask the cops? Can we ask the cops to assign Salvi a gang? I don't think he has. I don't think he's gonna make it as a tuna.
Salvi's rolling homie. No, he's rolling homie. He's rolling homie. Yes, Salvi is rolling homie. He's definitely rolling homie.
Bro. Yo, that's crazy. Damn, bro. Arresting local rappers, man. I can't believe I saw OG Pancake. Bro, I gotta get a clip with OG Pancake. This is insane. Pancake! I gotta get a selfie with you, man. I ain't seen you in like 12 years, man. My boy. If you go back to the earliest No Jumper vlogs, you'll see this motherfucker in like all of them.
Yo! Come on, yo!
He's all about peace. Wait, what was that one noise you used to make when we were at the back? What the fuck is that?
Well, you know this bell was called.
Oh shit!
What's up?
It is. Alright.
Talk to me.
Jesus scared. This scared the shit out of me. I didn't know. I thought you were just a random. God damn.
Why you been back on here, huh?
No security. Don't give a fuck. What the fuck? Yeah.
Adam 22, how you feel about Salvi getting arrested?
What happened?
How you feel about Adam getting arrested?
I'm upset. What happened?
Salvi got arrested.
Y'all took Zans and then Salvi got arrested. Air the fuck out. We got Melvin Farmer in this bitch.
Hey man, we out here serving Black 100 mental health. We've had a lot of suicide. Everybody around here. We've been doing what we do. It's good that Adam.
You scared the shit out of me.
That's all right.
He ran up on me. I thought I was about to get stabbed.
No, but it's good. You see, Adam don't need no security. The people, we're glad that they came down here and bring awareness. Because a lot of times they're off and over.
Bro, free Salvi June, man. Our boy just got arrested. He's a non-affiliate. It's our homie. Yo. Yeah.
Long time coming, but I know she's gonna come.
That's right, huh?
It gets too hard in living when I'm not ready to die. I'm gonna keep on living though, cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long,
It's crazy.
long time coming, but I know.
Yeah. Yo, Lush, Almighty said answer the phone. Almighty.
I ain't saying your name. Pancake right, I love y'all.
He told me that he killed a cat. So they might get him for that too.
This is my city right here. Not ashamed of my city. Came up during the 60s.
Yeah.
Oh, I put my own eyes.
Good neck roll.
Gentrification.
We get in your back though, man. Housing is a human right. Do we got rights? Do you got a voice? That part. Know what your rights are. Educate yourself. Know what the letter is. That part. Knowledge is what? Power. Look at old Malcolm right. Knowledge is what? Malcolm, you're teaching them Malcolm. That's how we do, bitch.
Free Savvy, man. What the fuck? I don't know what we should do now. It's a little bit, we got a clip. That's fair to say, yeah. Yo, Pancake is the new MLK. Yo, that dude got a big ass wrench in his sock.
Almighty, what's up, boy?
Almighty on FaceTime. Should we keep going to the fucking the spray paint spot or what? I'm on stream, motherfucker.
I know. You can't say free Saudi on stream.
Not for your phone. I'm on stream. I'm talking one camera only right now. Huh? Should we keep going? Does anyone even know where we're going?
All right.
Let's go. You know where we're going? Let's keep on. Pancake, my guy. Much love, man. Good to see you.
What's your info? 411. I mean, you know, whatever. You want to put in my phone? How do I get at you? You know?
Right. I did used to have your number, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yo, I think I.
Give it to you.
Hold on. No, I just want to make sure I have it still.
Yeah. So we doing some housing work.
No, you just put your number in.
Okay.
I'll save your number.
Okay. Tap me in there. Put Pancake out.
Big old Pancake. I'm gonna just text him.
Doing the work, man.
I'm gonna text Pancake.
You know what'd be nice?
You, right?
If I could get that shiny red embroidery thread.
It's a Legend paint store.
I think they might even have that at the library too. But I'd like to embroider hate in big red letters across the front of a hoodie.
What a fucking scene out here, man. Once it gets dark, that's when we're really gonna get freaky. Look, there's Ruben right there.
Or maybe black.
Ruben needs to get fucking more involved in the stream now that Salvi is officially a prisoner of the state.
Do you like the happy face in the center? And hate goes here as like behind it.
We thought that.
There's a cookie there for
It
you.
was pure anarchy. Are we like right there? Let's go.
Okay?
Yo, the irony that he got arrested for graffiti while we're walking to a graffiti store is kind of crazy. They didn't see each other for like a half hour.
Who are these dirty bums? I like them. They're vandals, hey? Those are my people.
Hang out down here all the time, man. This is way better than. Oh yeah. That's real love.
GG Allen.
Real love. And God looking for some real love.
Real love also looks like a punch in the face.
Yo, that guy got a wrench in his sock.
The fact that he was tripping on Salvi for tagging of all things. It's like
Of all things, he's literally like doing meth. Drinking energy drinks.
I'm the one without sketching all the species anyway.
Insanity. We gotta stay ready so we all gotta get ready.
Yeah,
Are these guys opening up their fire hydrant?
That's some New York here, right?
You guys are idiots. Did they really? Oh man. That's smart. That's not vandalism. Wow, those are tattoos on his face? Wow.
That nigga said, put it in my mouth.
What the fuck? That guy just like had no plans of cleaning his feet.
I think that guy just yelled, "You guys are rejects."
Cleans his foot. Like the most impromptu person you'll ever meet in your life. That was insane. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Met you at the Micropod Daily basketball game.
Nice, nice.
Maybe in like 2 or 3 years, I'll be on your podcast.
Let's get it.
My name's Malix.
Malix. Sounds like Alex.
Yeah, it's Alex with an N.
Nice. Yo, yeah, we really putting our steps today, man.
No.
What's going down?
I'd like to give you one.
I remember we don't have to Uber there, though. It's hella far.
No, I wouldn't.
We're not gonna be able to walk back there.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start drinking. Right now. I'm gonna get so drunk that I fight with Bubble Boots and Melissa.
We got like 2 hours before we gotta move the car.
Okay? We're not allowed to go and hang out. So I'm gonna fight with everybody else. Come on, just be meditated now.
Oh, this is where it's at.
I'm just kidding, I don't want to fight with anybody.
You got 20 arrows in your ass? Oh, in your crack. Ass crack. I thought you were fully
You
moved
don't have
it.
fruit punch. You don't have fruit punch. You want fruit punch? Or you want fruit punch? Or apple blackcurrant? 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 Apple blackcurrant. Apple blackcurrant, Dad. Dad, I like apple blackcurrant. Dad, I love apple blackcurrant. I love apple blackcurrant. Daddy, I love apple blackcurrant.
If I put this phone in my house,
I only ever want apple blackcurrant ever again.
you don't get the
Dad, don't ever give me fruit punch again. I heard you. No more fruit punch. I hate fruit punch.
Any pints?
Too late fruit punch. Too late fruit punch.
That's crazy.
You want fruit punch?
Too late fruit punch.
You want fruit punch?
Man. Yeah, I stopped drinking lean, but it's good to know.
Don't want fruit punch.
Yeah, I've been drinking.
Don't want fruit punch.
I'll drink
Don't want fruit punch.
You want fruit punch?
Don't want fruit punch.
You
Don't
want
want fruit punch.
You want fruit punch?
Store now. Check it out. We're doing graffiti stuff.
You have to use the apple blackcurrant. Apple blackcurrant.
You want fruit punch?
Apple blackcurrant.
You want fruit punch?
Alright. We're going in, I guess.
Yeah, the only people buying paint. Yeah, you said that we all can come in here. Yeah.
One sec, he's just trying to switch to the battery.
Okay.
How you doing?
You're so funny.
Hey, since I've got arrested.
Yeah. Yeah, he already caught a fade in the county.
That is the secret, you know.
They say
If you get a white car, you're less likely to be pulled over.
They
You
already
know why?
sentenced him.
Don't know why.
I'm just kidding, man.
This is how it is.
You're lying. I'm trolling you, motherfucker. Alright.
Adam 22. Hey, man, oh my God.
Probably the majority of white cars never get pulled over.
Yeah, alright. What's up, man?
I think my name.
Actual fire? You banged his girlfriend? Oh. Nice. That's cool. So I guess this is the fabled Montana store. Got about every color you can ever imagine in your life. Every color spray paint you can ever think of.
Right?
Let's get some like aesthetic shots.
Dads are the best. What's my favorite song for you? Dads are the best.
The irony is Salvi is currently incarcerated for what he was doing with this sort of thing.
Right?
It's not lost on me.
Hell no.
Bird?
No.
Parrot?
Oh, for real? I didn't even know they had that.
A duck.
No.
A cat. A dog. Two
No.
cats.
No.
2 cats and a dog.
No.
And a duck.
No.
2 cats, a duck, and a penguin.
No.
And an elf.
No.
2 gnomes.
No.
So this is official. This is official Montana store. That's the brand of the store. Okay, nice. Damn, you gotta fucking sell a lot of spray paint at this store.
I just have to make sure not all of them came in here.
Nah, yeah, it can get a little loose.
Right here, the water mains over there, like goes on walls.
Oh, alright, nice.
The water mains are more expensive. The prices right here on the.
Nice.
Where are these?
Where'd Michael go? Oh, you're right here. What the fuck? It's like I've been looking at you for so long that I forgot that you're you. That you're like a person and that you're filming me.
You ever watch my shit MLK in the building where Montana paints and it's like 2 bills, you feel me? We're outside. I don't know. Can we do a shirt later?
Let's do it. Hey,
Alright.
let's do it, man.
Like, how you feel? Do you really think Salvi will win?
Gonna have to run it?
So no, Salvi or Egon for the next level.
Oh. Well, I'll take Salvi for 100 times before I take Igor.
-1 A finito.
Yeah. I ain't trying to really be Eskimoed up with him. I don't know, it's just a vibe.
That's pretty lame. That's pretty lame, my friend. You know what?
I'm not gonna buy it.
Maybe Holly will come tomorrow.
I don't need it. I don't want to go to jail. That's my whole thing. I like graffiti. I love it, but I ain't ready. I can't take any chances.
Don't be a coward, bro.
There's no way.
We're bringing 2 more people in, but they're good. I'm trying to bid.
Yeah, I'm on my fiance. What's up? Julian's stocking on spray paint too. Nobody has learned anything from our boy Salvi's arrest. Yo, that's crazy that they went straight for him. They marched across the fucking basketball court. Bro, we were gonna play basketball.
Cause they probably seen him spray painting something. Oh boy, it's fucking.
Ultimate chola, look at this girl.
Today's class is gonna show you how to make a bomb homemade salsa. Let's do it.
Hey.
4 Roma tomatoes, 4
What the hell?
4 jalapenos,
Don't fuck with her, eh?
some cilantro, some garlic, and a half lime. Now let's go charm
That's a veterana right there. Don't fuck around. Fuck around, find out. I also learned how to say fuck around and find out in sign language too, but I can't fucking remember the last part. Hey.
F-A-F-O. F-A-F-O?
Yeah, I'll be watching her.
Today I'm making a lead-belly meal that's delicious.
Tacos de camarón. Do you really? Let's see, let's learn it. Should we learn it? Hold on.
F-A-F-O.
Let's see. I don't know, you have to Google it. Okay, here we go, I found it.
F-A-F-A. Not like that.
Fuck.
Find out. Fuck around. Find out. That's not how I would say it.
My ass probably still won't be able to get it though. How does it go? Fuck, I can't do it. Hold on.
Brad.
Okay. Fuck around, find out. You don't like this program? Fuck around, find out. I don't know, I just thought it was funny. I just came across it the other day. Hello, Content Farm. Hello, Content Farm. I'm smoking too much. I smoke it too much. Can we do something better now? No, because I'm about to end. I literally just wanted to sing happy birthday because, like, I literally have to go get changed and get ready because I'm leaving in the near future. So I will leave you guys there. Spirit fingers. You want to say something? South Bend. Love you guys. I'll probably go live again after I get back from what I'm going to go do. Love you guys. See you later. Shout out to Jennifer for the $20 super chat. Much love. See you guys later.
What is that noise, you? Okay. What is that about? She like, I show up and she quits?
This has been a pretty big thing that's been going on. The BBC is now pushing anti-dog propaganda.
Are we all becoming too...
This has been a pretty big thing that's been going on. The BBC is now pushing anti-dog propaganda.
Are we all becoming too dog friendly? From coffee shops, restaurants and retailers like IKEA, Zara and John Lewis, dog friendly spaces are becoming easy to come by. There are 13.5 million pet dogs in the UK, and 36% of households own at least one dog.
Ow,
But
shit,
people
it
who are
burned me.
allergic to dogs or afraid of them say that the rise of these dog-friendly spaces is a concern. One woman with the extreme fear of dogs told the BBC that she feels trapped.
If you have a fear of dogs that's so bad that you can't go outside, you should just be
Those are
institutionalized.
pickleballs?
If it's so debilitating that
Yeah?
you can't even go
Oh,
out
a bunch or what?
then they should just put you in a padded room or something. That way nothing bad happens to you.
It only goes out on special occasions due to the lack of
Send mom a picture. Let me
So
send mom a picture.
she's one of the many
Before you eat it.
supporting online groups who offer advice on how to avoid them.
So people are really mad about this because they think that this is a psyop that's being pushed by them trying to normalize Islamic tradition. A lot of people that are Islamic are not fans of dogs, and I think that now you're probably going to start seeing more people that are getting angry about this. At this point, it's no longer about acceptance, it's about control.
A coffee shop owner whose brand is underpinned by the dogs says that they're part of the family.
Oh.
What do you think?
If a foreigner doesn't want to live in a dog-loving country, I'll pay for their taxi to the airport myself. So we have Keir Starmer.
We've seen a devastating rise in Islamophobia. I've heard firsthand of women wearing hijab who are too scared to travel by public transport.
What if they're too scared to not wear the hijab?
The surge in Islamophobia is simply appalling. I do not want Britain to be a place where British Muslims are not able to be their whole selves, where they feel they must hide or tone down who they are. As leader of the Labour Party, I am indebted to the contributions of Muslim members, activists and politicians.
That's the reason why you're doing this, is that you want the votes. You want to import these people in, do what they say, then get them to vote for you as a racial or a religious bloc. That's the reason why.
Who make our party what it is today.
It's always about the votes.
I'd like to thank Muslim organisations and mosques who work tirelessly to raise awareness and shine a light on the scale of Islamophobia?
I think that the world is past the point where you can just condemn something and assign a label to it, then it automatically gets disregarded. This exploit has been overused by people like him. There is a frame of reference that people like this create where they assign a label to something and then they expect that the other person now has to remove that label. I'm so tired of it. Call it racism, call it whatever the hell you want. That's still the way that people feel. And you don't get to just disregard.
Islamophobia.
How wonderful person is it?
So, how long do I have to stay away from my house? I really want to get there. You can go back. You just can't go in it right now. You found that pillowcase.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm a tourist squirrel, and this is the Hale Hound by Jesse C. Hale. This thing is absolutely incredible, and it's got...
And, yeah. Most any given weekend, you'll find me out at
Skyrim, but it's a modern game? What's...
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm a tourist squirrel, and this is the Hale Hound.
This has been a pretty big...
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm a tourist squirrel, and this...
Skyrim, but it's a modern game? What's this? Disclaimer, this game involves issues surrounding race, discrimination, and hate speech. If you're offended by any of the content in this game, please quit playing.
Hey, it's me, Lydia. I need you to wake up, Dave.
Lydia?
Hello, okay? Please?
You're finally
Oh, stop. Stop.
Wait, what?
Eat your pickle balls.
What is this place?
Welcome to Skyrim, D.
What's this music?
Hey! This fool finally walked. My name's Ralph, and my pronouns are she, her, ya dig.
Give me a minute. I gotta make sure I turn this up. This is funny. Give me a minute.
What?
Welcome to Skyrim, D.
What is this shit?
Hey! This fool finally walked. My name's Ralph, and my pronouns are she, her, ya dig. You got caught speaking hate speech, right?
Oh,
Same
no.
as us. And that is wall over there.
Focus, D.
Oh,
Listen to them talk.
you Mr. Farmer. I'm not speaking hate speech. I was telling the guards my name, and they misheard me.
His name was Nick?
Second name Gerber. This was all a big misunderstanding. My friend here tried to...
I'm not fucking named Zer.
Broke into this too.
His name's Nick.
Y'all fall right now, homie.
Pull him into my bird record
Classic.
Not trying to kink shame or anything, but what's up with these cats? Why are they gagged?
Uh-oh.
Shut your ass up, fool. This homie right here is Jar Umphrey, the realest high king in Wall of Skyrim.
This is so stupid.
Please don't use that word. It belongs to the Dark Elves.
Oh, no.
Your word to you. I'm talking to the new ain't I? Clever thought word there, we reclaiming that slur.
Oh, wow. Won't this increase to 22?
Why are you so racist against all the immigrants the Empire are bringing in to save all our jobs? Hey, I'm black, so it's impossible for me to be racist. The Empire wants to mix all the races and dilute black people. That's just
Dilute black
And if
people?
Empire belongs to the Dark Elves, then Skyrim belongs to black people.
Damn.
You spoke and I listened, and I hear you. Lots to think about there. Thank you for educating me.
Wild.
Made by Ubisoft.
This is crazy.
This conversation has truly been a transformative experience.
Oh, wow.
Not just for me, but for all people.
Wow.
Hey, what are your pronouns anyway, homie? Caesar. Caesar.
Oh, God.
Happy Red Guard History Month, everyone.
Happy Red Guard.
Caesar.
Only Argonians can breathe underwater from Floyd of... Bro, like... Damn. The waiting game. Oh, it's watching loading screen? Is that right?
How do I do it?
I've never played Skyrim. God, the prize flag.
Hey, that General Doolittle kind of cute.
That pride flag's hilarious.
Homie, he can invade my black marsh any day.
Oh my God.
See that pride flag? You can honor it by pressing L.
You can press F?
relationship with a gay transgender Argonian here.
Wait, a what?
I wonder if she's still selling crack to the kids on the street. Sounds bad, I know, but morals are grayer than a graybeard. Except when it's racism.
True.
See that pride flag? You can
So this is hell.
See that pride flag?
Go inside the house, my gender neutrals.
Gender neutral offspring? Do it.
No, it's okay to show you drag shows, but not this.
Slow down, Marcy.
It's time for another face.
The music, man.
That headman is kind of cute, too. After I explain this whole misunderstanding and get off the hook, I'm going to try flirt with him. And show him who's the real headsman.
The real headsman?
Good luck with that, homie. This ought to be good, except when we get beheaded and whatnot.
Beheaded?
Excuse me, I'd like to speak to the manager, please.
What a good game.
Oh, we got a Karen over here.
Devote your life to Saint
Finn. The manager, you're going to be in very big trouble.
We call your name and pronoun. Thank you for your
Oh,
cooperation.
wow. Imperial
What
Girl Boss?
is it with the Empire and they yee ass list?
Ulfric Stormcloak, Jarl of Windhelm, he, him.
You a real one, Ulfric.
Jesus Christ, they're gonna kill us all.
Stay calm, D. You got
Ralph
this.
of Riverhood, Caesar.
Yeah, that's me.
No. I don't want to die.
I never got this far in Skyrim, by the way. At this point, I've already quit. Because I remember the beginning of the wagon ride, but I don't remember where they went to.
What's up, Tig?
No.
Like, that's as far as I got.
Just breathe.
Nick of Rorikstead, Caesar.
Listen to me. This was a huge misunderstanding. I never said the N-word. So I'm going to leave now.
No,
okay?
no, no,
Bye.
no, no, run.
I'm going to race this.
Kill him. No! So that just happened.
Move closer so I can get to know you better.
Hurry,
What?
D. Use the auto walk feature to walk to the soldier.
So what's your name?
To unlock the other races, purchase the battle pass.
Skyrim Battle Pass 307, Argonian Pride Flag, Inward Pass, complete.
Okay, so they don't have Cyber ones?
For $100, 50% off all items for red card characters, Khajiit BDSM skin, buy the whole game again, instant level 100. Oh my god.
See anything you like?
What's up? Okay, we'll cut it out right there. Hey, please?
To unlock the other races, purchase the battle pass. To unlock the other races, purchase the battle pass.
Wait. Wow.
To unlock the other races, purchase the battle.
Look at the names. A subversive race known for infiltrating foreign governments and manipulating populations through control of the media, blackmail, and assassinations. They also spread amorality, depravity, and degeneracy. Cyrodiil is multiculturalism done right, an authoritarian police state with cheap labor imported from poverty-stricken provinces at the expense of the indigenous Ceruleans. All of this helps the perverted elites make marginal profits to fuel the Empire's violent expansion and war machine. A twink-type race of homosexual elves with a tree fetish. Natives of Hammerfell, Redguards are an intelligent black-skinned people.
Okay, it's red. That means it's recording. Imagine walking past a bridal shop.
Yeah, Carter Kelly says.
Oh!
Two. Oh no.
Oh no! Ah!
You okay, bro? Just got knocked it out of you for a second. Did you hit that big? Did you fall, free fall, and then hit it?
Like a double.
The momentum, my legs couldn't take it, so my ass hit really hard.
I mean, dude did one run up and just hit it.
Clint Myers, first one off the horse, 2026.
That was bad. That does not give me hopes on the 125. Oh, God. Oh, Cody's coming at her. He's up. Cody Mesa! We got the setup right. We got the tire set up right. Oh, it's crazy, dude. That was beautiful run. Oh, savage. Let's go, baby. All right, boys. I'm scared. This is first 125 ever of Crazy Horse. I'm on a stock 125, 2025, XT. I'm gonna hit this thing in third as fast as I can go. I'm gonna do the cross line, hopefully. This middle's too tore up. Downshift a second. Be right up.
$47 for a sports syringe oat spawn bundle. $89. Kit comes with everything.
You got me, Philip. Yeah. Yeah. Brothers made history.
Man, I wish somebody would look at this.
Oh, my G. My G. Oh, I love you, boy. Dude, that thing bogged and he still just hit it.
Two sterilized dry mushroom grain spawn.
I love to see a successful up and
Two
down,
2.5
boys.
pound sterilized mushroom fruiting substrate.
Exactly what we wanted to do.
Bags, fruiting tub.
If you're not scared, you're not doing
All
something
basic
right.
supplies, cultivate, sterilized grain spawn, blah 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 blah.
Crazy Horse Shootout. Boys, as you see, me and Cody already ripped this thing Wednesday. We got the 125 and 300 out here. These are just for fun. We have no intentions of hitting the hill because it just downpoured and everything is flooded.
Spores, $22.
When people start hitting it, we have no self-control. We'll probably end up going up the hill. It doesn't matter. The Crazy Horse Shootout, it's the worst it's ever been. I know I say it every year, but I'm telling you this year, rock ledges, peaking all the way down. Terrible. You saw it Wednesday. Are you guys ready for the see? This could be the last shootout. We don't know, but we're going ham all weekend. We're already here Friday. We're going to show the boys around a little bit. Show them, Alex. Look, super chill. On the bird. Great start.
Not a good start, but
You ready to see the horse?
Oh my god. First time. Attack the tie plate. Check them out. Alex, you hitting it? He hasn't seen it. They haven't seen it yet. The boys haven't seen it yet. Where's Andy at? Andy says he's going up. I already got a $500 bet. Andy said he's going up the horse. Let's see. What's the confidence looking like before you see it? 100. And you going right up? I'm ready to die. One day at a time. Getting the smokers onto the freeze.
someday, bro.
All the way up here? Civic up to the top of Forbidden. Dawson, the house was up, baby.
I got in there with the
electric in the trunk. He's talking about getting you all. I said, put it in the Civic.
New Jersey boys, first day out. Never seen Wells, so we're fired up. Got him in the chopper Charles here. Clint's gonna be our tour guide today. He knows this place best. Oh no. What's up, boys? You guys alright in there?
accidentally. You okay? Well, let's push this up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We'll get you right.
We're good. We just gotta get up.
Yeah, we'll get you right. No problem.
Go.
Oh, there's a rock jump. Nice.
Alright. I'm gonna hit the...
Where's that?
It says 2 to 3 days shipping. I wonder if I can get it next day shipping.
It's gonna be tough.
The water is... Dude, look at the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it'll be down by the morning. We'll be good. No, what do you think?
I'm just scared of the river. Like, I'm literally just the river. Dude.
I just got so wet, I'm pissed actually. You ready, baby?
Ready. This is as bad as 125 around.
Here we go. Crazy horse day. Oh no. On the way down already. You guys good? You guys good? Already? It's goddamn ain't even 10 o'clock, man. Yeah. What is going on?
Watch out, you!
What up, right? What up? Look at this place. You can't even get in. Rolling, Chase. Rolling. You look like you're ready for the slide today.
Black tuna, how much is this? Oh, $120 an ounce.
Who's extended on a 450 or the dummy? Me. Who's not gonna hit the hill today? Me. One and done.
I hit this morning. I hit last night. If everybody don't have a place Wednesday, what are you doing?
Too wet for 125.
It was wet. It's always wet.
2 ounces for 160.
Oh, scoop tire. Holy moly. Blast that thing. Yes. You got that.
We can't be the people that say that and not do it.
Dom, I hit it before. Dom got the shreds ski on.
Holy cow.
Orders coming in.
Let's see. Whoa.
From the truck burnouts, upside down and sideways, brother. We're at the horse. Going up that thing, dude. It's a good day to be alive, baby. Creeks are flowing. Should have brought a jet ski, but he brought a 125.
Open till 8 p.m. Okay, well, we're gonna go there.
Wrap it.
That thing is torn up.
Whoa. What's the most I'm gonna spend for an e-scooter, chat? $100? Hey, Ozero. This looks like fun. The falling part sucks though. Get out of the way. Don't go in a straight line, bro. Yikes.
G in the house. Come on, get up there, baby. Welcome to the Lord. Yeah, we did.
Oh my god. Ah. Catch his bike, thank you.
What's up, YouTube? Everybody subscribe and cheer, Joel!
Let's go!
Ah! Oh! That thing's toast.
There you go.
Whoo! Lean forward. All these guys want to lean back. I don't know why they keep doing it. Ooh, fancy.
Doing mood beauty stuff low.
Is it the biggest hill you've ever climbed? I'd probably say so, yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find a guitar.
What do you think the technique is getting over that water? Run in high. Run in high. Let's see it. Let's see it.
He did it. Ram. Yeah. Wind it out like that, buddy. Ooh. Lucky.
Gio gave me some prep talks last night. He said you can't be 3/4 throttle. You gotta find the bottom of the tube and you gotta hold it the whole way. What happened back here? I already got the fender zip tied on. Zip ties had pulled up, but we already got the rear fender pre-drilled. We'll put it right back on. No idea how the silencer came off, but it sounds pretty fucking good. It sounds wicked right now. Can't wait. Are you going up again? We're gonna attempt it again, yeah. Let's see it.
Yeah. Oh! Woo! We cut the rope.
You gotta go that way. That's too much speed for that. What are you thinking, Mason?
I think right through the middle line now.
Where are you guys from?
We're from Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, alright.
Yeah, Pittsburgh.
What, you guys stay here for the whole weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, the whole weekend.
Nice. How many beverages do you guys have for me?
Endless.
Endless?
Endless.
What do you guys run?
We got an RMAX, RCR, we got an RCR, and we got a Raptor 700. Raptor 700 up there.
Climb this hill.
Nothing. Yeah, I don't think we can do it.
How much? What's the number?
I don't even know.
50 grand?
Replace the buggy and get a new one. So a new buggy and 50 grand.
So you end up with 2 buggies. Or a really badass buggy that makes it.
Right. Hell yeah.
Next year we'll set it up.
Hell yeah.
We'll set it up.
Woo! Jesus. Oh. Harder. There you go. Ah. Oh. Oh no, no.
How many times did this guy slide his hill?
I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5.
Looks like a million.
You're not good. Oh. Woo! Catch it, catch it. Well, why did you guys not catch it? You fucking ninnies.
Rainbow up! Rainbow up! Uh-oh. That ain't good.
Oh. Oh no. His bike's had enough. Nope.
Looks good for my house.
Good run. Peace out.
Nice.
Savage. Savage. Cody's on it today.
Oh. No. Whoa. Oh. Woo. Oh. Tiger, would you ever do this?
No.
Come on. Look what they're doing. They're on a motorbike, right? And they're driving up this hill. Come look. Check it out. So what?
No, move this way.
Okay, so you see that guy right there in the helmet?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, watch. So there's this really big hill, right?
Yes.
And what they do, they have to crank some power on their motorbike really hard, like as hard as it'll go, and just hang on tight and shoot right up this hill.
Oh, yeah, now it's coming out.
Watch.
The truth is coming out.
Wait. Hey, come here. Hey, come here. Huh? No? You can't come here? Thanks. It's okay. I gotta restart this anyway. I'll be back, yo. Love you guys. Peace. Don't take no for an answer. Don't take it